not be in a position to mark its own homework on this. So you leave it to us. I know, it'll be extra work reading through those WhatsApp messages, and I'm sure many of them are deeply irrelevant and deeply private. But let them decide, because otherwise, the public will always think, well, actually, is there stuff that they should have published that they didn't?
But we want this lady to report back before the end of the next millennium, don't we?
Well, but she will. I think, listen to me. If you, when you speak to the inquiry, what they say when it comes to time is that it wastes more time mounting a legal challenge, right? That's what really wastes the time than actually just reading through these WhatsApp messages. Because you can have, any number of people on your team that reads through the stuff. She doesn't, I'm sure she'll read through all the messages herself, that those are the people who work with her. But it wastes more time to actually go into the courts. Well, some of the stuff will be irrelevant, but let them decide. That's their...
But how will the team that work for her know whether she thinks that might be...
Well, if it's something, I don't know, I guess there's a system of flags. If it raises if the PG tips, are mentioned in the context of a contract or something, then maybe they'll flag it up to her and she'll have to read it.
I sometimes bang my head against a brick wall, to try and think, common sense has to be here somewhere.
Yeah. Well, exactly. And that's exactly what the inquiry would say.
Appropriately named.
Well, it's really the question is, who do you trust more? Do you trust the government more, or do you trust the inquiry more to look into these affairs? That's what it comes down to. Thank you, Greg, for your call from Leeds. Let's go to Craig in Glasgow. Craig, you're on the air.
Good morning, Matt.
Good morning.
I couldn't disagree.
Spit it out. Come on, Craig. Let's hear it.
Yeah, I couldn't disagree more with your last call there. I mean, what are the government playing at? It's like if the police were investigating somebody and they go, right, we're going to confiscate your phone, your laptop, your electronics to look through this to find any evidence that could be relevant. They will undoubtedly troll through a lot of stuff that will probably be irrelevant to the matter that they're investigating. It's better for them to decide that, not you as the person who's under investigation. It's utterly preposterous, and I think the fact is that Rishi Sunak is the one who said he was going to clean up government, clean up the sleaze and the cover-ups. Well, this looks and stinks exactly of the thing he said he's trying to get rid of. It stinks of a cover-up. Now, we all know he's got a vested interest because, despite the fact that he wasn't Prime Minister at the time, he was a Chancellor, so he was in effect number 2 in command, really.
Also, I think the wider point here, Craig, is that we've become so tribal and so politicised. Everything is seen through the prism of these proxy wars and whether it's a culture war or it's a political issue between the big parties or whether it's a fight within the party. That there are no neutral players here. And for something like an inquiry, it is essential that everyone buys into it. And the longer this process drags on, in fact, the longer we pose these questions, the more weaponized the whole issue will become. And that's a problem.
Well, of course, it's a huge problem, because at the end of the day, what people want is a fair and honest inquiry to give them answers to what happened. Look, we probably will never get all the answers that we want, but the reality is, and you said it yourself, people lost loved ones. People couldn't be there to say goodbye to their loved ones. People at times couldn't even be at the funerals of loved ones, and the government took away our liberties and barred our liberties for the best part of 2 years. That's something that we as the public have a right to answers to, and the government doesn't have a right to stomp its feet and decide what will not answer. That's
right.
just...
Craig in Glasgow, thank you very much. You made your point very succinctly. If you disagree with Craig or you agree with him, call me on 0345 6060 973. It is an issue of trust. It is an issue of the particular circumstances of COVID, which were unprecedented. And although many people don't want to talk about COVID, they'd rather just forget about the whole thing, and I'm with them on one hand. But if this happens again, and we are constantly warned by scientists that this was just, the starter course for the main course of another pandemic, it could be much more serious. We need to learn from those mistakes, and we can only do that with the ultimate openness. 0345 6060 973. It is now 10:30 precisely here on LBC, which means it's time for the news headlines with Anila Dar.
Train passengers are facing another day of disruption because of strike action. Members of the drivers' union ASLEF are walking out in a dispute over pay, jobs and conditions. Detectives investigating the death of a woman in Greater Manchester have arrested a 28-year-old man on suspicion of murder. The 51-year-old woman was found stabbed to death in the Droylsden area yesterday. The man remains in custody. And an extensive rescue mission is underway after 2 trains collided in India yesterday, killing at least 260 people. Nearly 900 others are injured in what is India's worst train incident in over 2 decades. LBC weather, sunny and dry for most with highs of 23 degrees.
This is LBC.
Poor air quality is affecting the health of Londoners.
I'm Susan Mitchell, Head of Policy at Alzheimer's Research UK. Recent reports have shown a link between air pollution and an increased risk of developing dementia. We believe risk factors, such as air pollution, account for 40% of dementia cases, many of which could be avoided. It's really encouraging to see the ambition at a local level to reduce air pollution and help reduce the risk of developing dementia.
To help clear London's air and improve health, the ultra-low emission zone is expanding across all London boroughs from the 29th of August this year. To check your vehicle and see the support available, search ULEZ 2023.
Ever dreamt of running your own business? It might be easier to achieve than you think. With a franchise, you start with a proven business model and the support of an established brand. Visit the British and International Franchise Exhibition on the 9th and 10th of June at Olympia, London. Meet a wide range of franchise brands, benefit from expert advice, and take the next step towards being your own boss. Get your free tickets today at franchisetickets.co.uk.
As Bethany opened her Amazon parcel, her heart began to race. Waterproof LCD display and heart rate monitoring. This fitness tracker won first place with Bethany for quality and price. 5 stars from Bethany. With star reviews from you and star prices from us, start your search on Amazon today.
At British Gas, we get on with the job at hand. With over 6,500 engineers nationwide fixing, servicing, installing, upgrading, we're rolling up our sleeves to keep over 10 million homes and businesses running efficiently. And we're not stopping there. We're hiring a new apprentice every single day until the end of the decade to power the skills of the future. That's enough talking. Let's get on with the doing. British Gas.
At Lidl, we know you're all obsessed with our bakery. That's why, with a Lidl Plus spin of surprises, you win a free bakery product with every spin. Just scan your Lidl Plus app when you check out and spin the wheel. Lidl Plus. Download and start saving today. Subject to availability. Offer available 1st to the 30th of June. GB residents only. Full T's and C's apply. See lidl.co.uk/spin.
The Ford Ranger. A vehicle for all terrains and every passion. It's a workmate, a playmate, and to its drivers, a soulmate. So how do you improve the Ford Ranger? You go all in. The all-new Ford Ranger, the UK's best-selling pickup. Now available with rear bumper steps, tailgate workbench, and enlarged load box that can fit a Euro pallet. Go break it in. Search all-new Ford Ranger. Ford Pro. Driving productivity. According to SMMT data, features may be optional extras with additional cost.
This is LBC with Matt Fry. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
We're going to carry on taking your calls, and there are many of them coming in about the unredacted WhatsApp messages that the government is not sending to the COVID inquiry, why they're not doing that, why they mounted a legal challenge against the very inquiry they created. It is an issue of public trust, as I said. 0345 6060 973. We'll get back to those in a minute, but I want to take an excursion into the brave and sometimes scary new world of AI. Now, this is the peg for this today. I try and talk about AI quite a lot and put it into context, importantly. The peg for this one is that apparently the American military conducted an AI simulated exercise where the AI basically turned on the operator of a drone, of a US Air Force drone, because the operator did not want the drone to take down a missile. That was the new order. The drone then thought, but that is my order, I've got to take that missile down. And instead of taking the missile down or just, buzzing away, into space, the drone then turned on its operator and killed the operator. Now, the American military denies that such the test took place, but there are sources in the Air Force who do say, actually, yeah, we did do this simulation. And considering the fact that, there is a lot of talk about the risks of AI, it is hardly surprising that these simulations are taking place all the time. I want to bring in Professor Kieran Martin. He's a cybersecurity expert, professor at the Blavatnik School of Government at the University of Oxford. He served as the first chief executive of the National Cybersecurity Centre between 2016 and 2020. Welcome to you, Professor Martin.
Thanks very much for having me.
So we talk a lot about AI, and we started talking about it, really, didn't we, after November, when everyone was trying to get their CVs written by ChatGPT, and people were writing, students were writing essays with that device on their mobile phones, and we suddenly thought, my God, our jobs are going to be endangered. And it's quite quick how we go from this is an amazing opportunity to the end of civilization scenario. And I can see the beginnings of a smile on your face. So I just wonder how afraid should we be? Is this example that I just mentioned for the US military, realistic? And how do you get the right balance here between fear and opportunity?
Well, that's the right question. The balance between fear and opportunity. Let's firstly deal with this US military simulation. It wasn't. The person who reported it to a conference has now, in that wonderful Clintonism, said he misspoke, and that it was a thought simulation. We all have thought simulations, the way we would like things to be. Now, of course, militaries...
But perhaps he was lent on. That is possible, is it not?
It is possible, but I think, firstly, our understanding of technology at the moment, as it stands at the moment, is that such a scenario, whilst in the long term possible and plausible, is under current AI somewhat unrealistic, certainly under current controls. So I think that the lesson for me yesterday was that we are very prone to panic at the moment. This story too easily was covered in too many outlets, too seriously, too quickly, and without the normal validation and verification. Because if that was true, if the US had conducted what would be commonly recognized in military circles as a serious military simulation where this had happened, that would have been transformative. When I first saw the story, I was extremely taken aback and thought, well, if this is true, this is a game changer. It does seem to be not true and not consistent with our understanding of current capabilities.
Let me just ask quickly, transformative because they're taking it so seriously that they do a simulated exercise, or transformative because that is what AI is able to do, or both?
Transformative if that had been the outcome, but of course it wasn't. It was it was somebody thinking through a plausible scenario, but it was not a military simulation where the AI overpowered the human operative. That would have been transformative, but I really don't want to give anybody listening to this should the impression that is anything close to what happened, because it absolutely and utterly wasn't. And I think what it shows is that we're panicking about AI and scares that we would not take seriously in other walks of life, yet we are taking too seriously as imminent. Now, there is a long-term existential risk from AI. How serious it is needs urgent global study and cooperation. But one of the problems with AI, and you alluded to this right at the start, the balance between fear and opportunity, is that this is a vast area of human activity where basically complicated mathematics and computing is the only thing in common. You mentioned it has huge implications and opportunities and risks for the future of work. So there are all sorts of productivity gains at the moment, but people are losing their jobs in educational technology because nobody's buying educational books and websites anymore because they're putting it through ChatGPT. That's the sort of thing we've been used to for ages. But there were stories also this morning, other pegs with potentially huge advantages in cancer diagnostics, which are dependent on AI as well. And what we need to do really is break it down. We have some agency here. The existential risk is not with us at the moment. Expert consensus varies as to whether it's as quick as 5 years. The ultimate threat that you're worried about is AI that are cleverer than humans and therefore can outthink them and come to a logical conclusion that what they should do is extinguish humanity. That is the theoretical, ultimate existential risk. We are some way off that. In the meantime, there are all sorts of things around.
I'm going to stop you right there. Some way off, if I'm panicking, some way off is not going to keep me sleeping at night peacefully. Define some way.
First of all, you know, look, it has been the case for decades. Look, you and I are old enough to have watched the 1983 film War Games, where in effect there is a Hollywood simulation of exactly this sort of thing happening, where AI decides that it is playing a game between the United States and the Soviet Union at the height of the Cold War, and it decides that the only thing it can logically do is obliterate the world through firing all the nuclear weapons in the US and Soviet arsenal. So this is the sort of thing we've been thinking about as a potentially logical possibility since you and I were kids, okay? That is not the same as thinking it is either inevitable or imminent. We don't know. And there is no logical reason why we should have started panicking because a large language model website came along in November 2022. So, you know.
No, I think that's fascinating. I guess the question is, it's not just us panicking because, you know, we see this extraordinary, clever opportunity of ChatGPT and then we kind of extrapolate from that to the ultimate worst-case scenario. But it's also politicians panicking. It's, you know, people like Elon Musk panicking. So, I mean, clearly there's a large amount of concern. And the debate at the moment, including at this conference that we alluded to, was about guardrails, I think they call it, as if we're all kids on this one, perhaps we are. Guardrails set up in order to make sure that AI doesn't morph into something more dangerous.
Yes.
Given the fact that this technology is developing very quickly, the amount of money that can be made from it, the competition inherent in the market, do you think it's actually possible to create those guardrails?
I think that this is a discussion we need to be having now, and it may well be. But at the moment, we've seen today in some of today's papers suggestions that the Prime Minister is suggesting the UK is a potential venue for an international agency to help us cope with AI. The open letter, brief 23-word statement issued by 350 computer scientists and many others this week called for the sort of framework that we have for managing nuclear weapons and pandemics. Of course, those are two completely different frameworks, which they didn't specify. One is essentially a sort of guidance organisation through the World Health Organization. The other is an international treaty. So we need to start having those conversations about managing that risk. Yes, absolutely. We do. There are really interesting choices there. So the number one power in AI is the US, the number two power is China. For the last 3 to 5 years, we have spent pushing, the US and China have spent the last 3 to 5 years pushing each other away in technology rather than pushing towards each other, collaborating. So we're going for a Western model of AI regulation. The EU this week has put out its own without really talking to anybody. So there's all sorts of things that, we're not particularly good at as a global community that we're going to have to come to terms with.
Which leads me to my next question. Is the biggest danger with AI not AI itself, but our very human reaction to it?
I think there's a lot in that. I think one of the things, and there's an element of this, if I'm honest, in some of the open letters and so forth. I think governmental communities and expert communities often don't understand each other. I mean, if you take this open statement this week saying we're very worried about the existential risk from AI, please come up with a framework akin to what we've got for nuclear pandemics. If I were Rishi Sunak or Joe Biden, I would feel entitled to be a bit miffed about that. What am I supposed to do with such a statement? And what I think governments won't have any magic solution. What I think we need to remember is that we have human agency in all of this. There is not at the moment a set of technologies that can overpower humanity. So if one is unleashed, that is a matter of human choice somewhere by somebody. I'll give you a specific example. When I was working in government, I was asked once to attend a briefing where someone was warning of something as technologically possible, which is in effect killer robots being remotely controlled from another jurisdiction, running through the streets of London shooting at people. But upon probing this scenario, which is technologically possible, the scenario assumed that there were no intelligence services looking at who was building this stuff. There were no controls on who might get the raw materials needed to build the robot. There was no attempt at interdicting assembling these things in the UK, getting them through on boats or planes or whatever, etc. We completely forgot in this scenario the human agency from governments, from businesses, from international cooperation. If we do that, we are sleepwalking into something very bad. It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to be that way. Nuclear is not a bad analogy here because the science behind it is very, very carefully controlled. Essentially, as you see with Iran, people who are trying to do bad things have to try to learn it entirely by themselves. There are things we can do to manage to put up guardrails, and we should be having that conversation now, but we should be having it outside of an atmosphere of panic, because that's not going to help anybody.
But the reason why we're able to do that with nuclear, and even there's been a lot of unwarranted proliferation, is because we all remember Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We know what it looks like when it goes off, and it scares everyone. And that's the ultimate guardrail. It's fear. We don't yet have an example in AI that we can point to, as a prophylactic, as it were, for kind of unfettered technological advance.
That is a fair point. And let's hope that we can get those guardrails, or at least start reaching for those guardrails without some form of catastrophe anywhere in the world. There is an interesting analogy from, say, 10, 15, 20 years ago with at the dawn of the sort of digital age with cybersecurity, my own field. You go back 15 to 20 years, you have all sorts of apocalyptic warnings of, cyber Pearl Harbors, cyber 9/11s and so forth, about, given our reliance on computer systems, that there would be mass fatalities frequently through, outages caused by cyber attack, and they haven't happened. There's still plenty of harm in cyberspace, but we've managed to find some form of guardrails. We've managed to design systems that are a bit more resilient, and there are lessons there, and we've done that through actually being quite calm about what the problems are. There's a phrase in the cybersecurity industry, a disparaging phrase called FUD, and it stands for fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And it's often used in marketing and so forth. And you can see a little bit of that now with AI. A story that's basically nonsense yesterday, going around the world like wildfire, saying that, a computer can now kill a human soldier because it doesn't want to shoot down a missile. We really need to take a calmer, more methodical, piecemeal approach to this, because the risks are very serious. I'm not downplaying them, but we have human agency here. We can do things about it.
Okay, Professor Kieran Martin, a shout out for human agency. Thank you very much indeed for coming on the program. Human agency is what this program is all about. Take your human agency, not just to listen, because of course millions of you do, but also to call up, and of course thousands of you have, about WhatsApp messages, unredacted or not, from the government to the inquiry. We'll get to your calls as soon as we can, but for now, I'm Matt Friday. This is LBC. The time is 10:49.
David Lammy on LBC.
It's not a belief, actually. It's a statement of fact.
Sunday mornings from 10.
Why do they want all this data? What are they up to?
On your radio.
This major strike, it terrifies me.
First time I'd be able to talk about it. On Global Player.
If we go back in that tradition, we go back to some horrendous things.
This is LBC.
When Greg received his Amazon delivery, his world started spinning. Eco-wash and automatic load adjustment. This washing machine was pure quality for a price that didn't rinse his wallet. 5 stars from Greg. With star reviews from you and star prices from us, start your search on Amazon today.
Lots of us are now navigating a permanent shift to hybrid working. Here's the expert at CDW, Service and Technology Solutions for Businesses, talking about this modern workspace.
Staff are likely to stay with you if they've got the right technology to do their best work. Post-pandemic, the expectation is that employees can hybrid work. And with Apple Business Manager, ABM, you can remotely onboard users, set up device enrollment and distribute apps, all from one place. At CDW, we can help you implement ABM into your business.
As an Apple-authorized enterprise reseller, CDW can integrate Apple products with ease. Visit uk.cdw.com.
New is exciting. New destinations, new tastes and smells, new conversations, new landings, new beginnings. The future is pink. Last year, Wizz Air flew over 45 million passengers across our network. That's miles of smiles. Fly from London to over 80 destinations with Wizz Air and discover your unique journey.
beautifully simple new offer. 3 years 0% APR with a 30% deposit across the whole car range, including electric. It's a no-brainer. Is that it?
It is.
So what do I do for the rest of the ad? Just sit here and drink my tea?
Do whatever you like, really.
Search Vauxhall 0% or visit your local retailer. Personal contract purchase, subject to status. T's and C's 18+. Stellantis Financial Services UK Limited.
At Raging Bull Snacks, we use only the finest natural ingredients and traditional skills to craft our award-winning jerky and biltong. Wonderfully spiced and beautifully tender, our biltong and jerky is rich in natural protein, low in carbs, and utterly delicious. The perfect snack in a pack to help fuel life's adventures.
Visit RagingBullSnacks.com and enjoy 15% off your first order. Raging Bull Snacks, made without compromise.
With Vodafone Broadband. Full fibre, the UK's most reliable broadband technology, may cost less than you think. Now from only £25 a month for 24 months. Switch today to get reliable broadband without the price tag. Vodafone.
CPI plus 3.9% increase each April. Credit and availability checks apply. Terms of verification at vodafone.co.uk/broadband.
Welcome to Able & Cole, where inconvenience is a good thing. We'll only deliver to your area once a week.
It reduces carbon emissions.
Our food costs a bit more.
We pay farmers fairly.
And our broccoli won't last as long.
Because we don't do preservatives or unnecessary plastic.
An inconvenience store is better for the planet and tastes better too.
Join the thousands of people choosing inconvenience. Search Able & Cole and order a carbon-neutral grocery delivery today. Difficult tastes better. Able & Cole.
Matt Fry on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Well, that interview with Professor Martin about AI was certainly food for thought. But the other food for thought, of course, is the COVID inquiry. That's what we're talking about this hour. The unredacted messages that the government does not want to send to the inquiry because they want to decide what's relevant and what isn't relevant, what's private and what isn't private. Or should that be decided by the inquiry itself? Opinions are divided. 0345 6060 973. Let's go to Shan in Ilford. Shan, you're on the air.
Hi, good morning, Matt.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you very much. I lost a brother as a result of this COVID, but I feel quite strongly that this is an utter and complete waste of time and money. It's not going to tell me anything that I do not know. Hello?
Yeah, hi, I'm still listening. I'm just taking in your what you're saying. I'm very sorry about you losing your brother. That must have been awful. And given the fact that you've suffered this tragedy, don't you want to know? I'm just curious. Don't you want to know how it worked and who made what decisions?
No, I know how it worked. I know what was good, what the government did good, and I know the tragic mistakes they made. But do I need somebody to sit down and spend millions of pounds and write a report in 2027? I will be told exactly what I know today. Yeah, a lot of money was wasted on BPI. Lots of money was wasted on some kind of a computer program that was supposed to keep us aware. A lot of money has already been wasted in this. This was a one-off. I do not know if we're going to get if we're going to get regular pandemics, but this was a one-off pandemic which caught the government. We did not know about it. There were no war rooms that had worked these how you would plan to deal with the pandemic. It was out of the blue. I cannot say that my brother would have lived because of it. This report is not going to tell me anything that is going to bring my brother back. And I can't blame the government for the loss of my brother because it was through COVID. It was a tragedy that came to the whole world. To start writing reports, and I'll be very honest with you, I think at this time when we are scraping for pennies, my road is like a war zone. You drive here, you're going over pit holes, because we haven't got the money. My council hasn't got the money to mend the roads. We are spending millions of pounds, years of investigation, discussing about WhatsApp applications. Jesus Christ, it just makes me wonder, where are our priorities? We know what's happened. They need to put their hands up and say, yes, we had a lot of mistakes. These were the mistakes and they will not happen again. And we'll move on. Let's just move on, for God's sake. I don't want to be told by a report that this was wrong or that was wrong. We know exactly what was wrong.
I guess the people who want the report to be published will say, yes, it's going to cost a compiled this report. That amount of money is minuscule compared to the billions that were wasted, as you mentioned yourself, on things that were completely unnecessary. And because science tells us that pandemics, there'll be more. I mean, just the way this planet now ticks, we will have more pandemics. That is almost an unavoidable scientific probability. Therefore, next time round, it would be better if we were better prepared for it. It seems to me that's what planning, strategy, and government is all about, isn't it?
You know what, to say that, I agree with you. Well, half agree with you. I'd like to know, but to be quite honest with you, we can talk about the same thing about wars. What do the wars teach us, and how often do we get ourselves back into the same situation?
Yeah, well, that is a fair point. Shan, I wonder if you could just stay there, because I want to bring in Dean in Abingdon, who also lost someone to COVID. Dean, are you there?
Hello there, Matt. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you. So tell me about your experience and what do you think of this inquiry?
My daughter died in February before they locked down for March.
From COVID?
And that was, from COVID, and before there was any jabs or anything.
I'm so sorry.
No hope. We had no hope.
How old was your daughter when she died?
She was 40 and left 2 young children.
Yeah. That's so terrible. I'm so sorry.
11 and 14, which I'm now bringing up because there's nobody else.
And do you think the inquiry is important for you?
I think it's so important because it's up to the Baroness to say what's irrelevant and what isn't relevant, not the government, because I feel straight away they're hiding something, and I want to know all the facts that is relevant to the inquiry, and I want to know we don't just get a statement at the end of it saying, there's lessons to be learned. I want the pandemic, if ever it comes again, I want us to be on the front foot, not the back foot. And so the inquiry is very important for that purpose.
Dean, I just want to bring in Shan, who lost his brother. Shan, what do you say to Dean?
Yeah, you know what, I think they will be on the front foot if it happens again. These sort of things, when if it ever comes, God forbid, if we ever get hit by a pandemic again. But what I would like to, the whole country knows the mistakes of offering discounted meals in restaurants actually caused more people. I caught COVID as a result of that. And a lot of people caught COVID that would have not caught COVID. Some decisions were made on economic basis. Some decisions were absolutely atrocious. They should never be made again. Everybody knows in this country who did what and what happened during COVID. I do not need, all I'm saying is that spending all the millions of pounds to be told what we already know is just wasting.
All right, Dean, you disagree with Shan on that?
If I could just say, I agree with some of what he's saying, but it's so important because don't forget, at the early stages, they were going to go for herd immunity and they didn't. And they should have locked down much, much earlier. Whether you agree with lockdown or not, for the amount of people that died, I think a life could have been saved. I don't care, my daughter, I know I lost her, Matt, and it's deeply hurt, even now. But the thing is, at the end of the day, I want to be in a position where my grandchildren who I'm bringing up now don't face the same things as we did, as I did.
Okay, all right.
I want them to be on the front foot, not the back foot.
I hear what you're saying. Dean in Abingdon and Shan in Ilford, thank you very much to both of you. In the next hour, we're going to talk about a new kind of blood test that has a very high probability of detecting a cancer, 50 types of cancer, before that cancer is able to cause serious damage in your body. It's being tested. The question is, when will it be rolled out by the NHS? How reliable is it, and how much would you trust to use it? I'm Matt Fry. This is LBC. It is now 11 o'clock.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
Newsroom at 11 o'clock. Train passengers, including those going to the Epsom Derby and FA Cup final, are facing travel disruption due to fresh strikes. Members of the drivers' union ASLEF are walking out for a second time this week in their long-running dispute over pay, jobs and conditions. The RMT union walked out yesterday. Kate Nichols is CEO of UK Hospitality. She told us businesses have been impacted by the strikes.
Seeing trading down 60, 70, 80% in central London, and the industry as a whole across the UK losing around £132 million worth of revenue over the course of this 3-day strike.
More than 1,200 officers from 3 forces will be deployed to police today's FA Cup final at Wembley. Scotland Yard insists there's no intelligence to suggest the fact the match is a derby will lead to a spike in violence. Shabnam Chowdhury is a former detective superintendent at the Met Police and says it will be a huge policing operation.
They are going to have challenges. I know that they said that they've got no intelligence at all at this stage to suggest there's going to be any disruptive activity. But even if they do, they will have a very robust policing response to that. They've already said it will be speedy and robust.
A rescue mission is underway after 2 trains collided in India, killing at least 260 people. Nearly 900 people have been injured, and the local fire service, who are part of the search operation, say they found a lot of serious injuries. President Zelensky has said Ukraine is ready to launch its long-awaited counter-offensive to recapture Russian-occupied territory. In an interview, Mr. Zelensky warned it could take some time and at a heavy cost. The Ukrainian capital, Kyiv, has been repeatedly hit by Russian missiles and drones over the past few weeks. A Metropolitan Police officer who stalked a woman he met while on duty has been sacked. Jonathan Simon, who was given a suspended jail sentence of 16 weeks at Westminster Magistrates Court in April, has been dismissed without notice after a misconduct hearing found his behaviour amounted to gross misconduct. And a tech boss says Hollywood movies like The Terminator are part of the reason people are so worried about artificial intelligence. Earlier this week, some experts warned there's a risk of extinction because of the technology. The weather now, dry and sunny for many. Drizzle will continue in the far north and northern Isles. Highs of 23 Celsius. From Global's newsroom, I'm Anila Dami.
Carl, what are you doing? What's that, Sergey? What are you doing? Just mowing the lawn. I've already got rid of those hideous weeds. Oh, they're not weeds. They're flowers. I can't hear you, bro, but watch out. I'm just getting the rest of them. They're delphiniums. My rhododendrons. See you later, weeds. My award-winning hydrangeas. Oh. Don't wombat-it. Meerkat-it. Simple.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Matt Fry.
Now, the one thing that we've hardly touched on over the course of this hour is the reason why we've been able to reflect about COVID, the reason why we can even hold that inquiry, and that, of course, is the vaccine, which has allowed us to unlock the lockdown and to resume normal life. The vaccine was about as close to a silver bullet as we could ever get. It was, let's face it, a triumph of modern science. Now, I want to talk about another development in modern science, in medicine, leading the papers this morning. A study by Oxford University has found that a simple blood test could identify as many as 50 types of cancer at the drop of a hat, or I should say, the drop of a blood. Is this another medical silver bullet that could fundamentally improve our creaking National Health Service? Are there lots of opportunities here? And I also mention this because, as you may remember, a few years ago, a company in California, Theranos, run by a woman called Elizabeth Holmes, also came up with a blood test that could identify lots of diseases, and it turned out to be a complete hoax. And this week, Elizabeth Holmes has gone to spend a long time in jail. But this is different. It was conducted by Oxford University. There was a real clinical test to underpin it. The questions around it now are, when is it going to be rolled out? How reliable is it? What are the dangers, if any? False positives, false negatives, lots to unpack. But this thing, this test, if and when it lands on your NHS doorstep, will make an enormous difference to tens of thousands of lives, not just in this country, but all over the world. Let's speak to Professor Peter Johnson, National Clinical Director for Cancer at NHS England. Good morning, Peter. How excited are you about this test?
I think this is a potentially interesting test. The problem we have with cancer, of course, is that very often it develops without giving any symptoms at all, or if it does cause symptoms, sometimes they're that we could do better at diagnosing cancers earlier. And one of the things we've done over the last decade is to encourage more and more referrals. And anybody who thinks GPs aren't working hard, they're referring about 1 million people a month into hospitals for tests and things, a quarter of whom are being referred in for possible investigation of cancer. So a quarter of a million people a month.
That's a big number. It's a massive number. Yeah.
And you top that up and it comes to about 2.7 million people per year being referred in, from whom we diagnose about 170,000 cancers. So a huge amount of worry and anxiety on the part of the people having the tests, and of course pressure on the system to do all the tests in as quick a way as possible so that we don't delay people's diagnoses. But 94% of people don't have cancer and 6% do out of those people that are referred in. So if we could find anything that would help us to sift through it quicker, ideally something would rule out cancer, but I think this test probably isn't that, because I don't think it is clear enough about who doesn't have cancer. What it does do is it picks up these tiny amounts of DNA in the bloodstream which tell you that there might be a cancer present with quite a high probability, and furthermore point you to where in the body it might be.
Which is crucial, isn't it?
Absolutely, because otherwise, of course, you have to do lots and lots of tests to go look for it. But the interesting thing about the way cancers develop is that they develop chemical changes in the DNA in the cancer cells at quite an early stage, called methylation. And the pattern in which that happens is different according to whether it's a lung cancer or a pancreas cancer or a bowel cancer. And so this blood test can give us an indication in about 85% of cases of where the thing is coming from, which allows us to go and look for it. So I think this kind of thing may help us to work smarter, to be able to better quickly identify the people who are most at risk and who most need urgent investigation.
So just to be clear and very simple, this thing has a high probability of telling you that you might have cancer and what type of cancer it is.
Yes, exactly. And that's a really attractive idea for an NHS which, as everybody is aware, is under huge pressure in terms of the numbers of people we need to look after and the capacity we've got in things like the scanning services and such like.
Because if 250,000 people a month are referred by their GP to hospitals for possible cancer diagnoses, that is an enormous number of people in hospital, is it not? I mean, that's a vast chunk of the capacity.
It's a huge amount, and of course we want to make sure that we let people know as quickly as we possibly can that they don't have cancer, because what we don't want is people worrying for weeks on end that they might have it while we get the tests sorted out. So anything which would allow us to streamline that process, pick out the people who've got it, and reassure the people who don't have it in a quick way would be hugely helpful.
How helpful is it to get an early diagnosis in terms of treatment?
It makes a huge difference to your likelihood of surviving.
Can you give me an example?
So something like lung cancer, if we pick it up at the earliest stage, and we've got other programs with CT scanners going out to supermarket car parks and so forth, if we pick it up at the earliest stage, then you probably have about a 70-75% chance of surviving it. If it's spread around the body by the time we pick it up, then very few more than 10% of people are alive 5 years later. So it makes an enormous difference to your life expectancy and your chances of beating cancer. The best way of treating cancer is to be able to remove it with something like an operation or radiotherapy to the site where it started. And that's you're much more likely to survive, and of course it's much less unpleasant than all the other types of treatment we have to use for advanced cancers.
But in terms of the treatment of cancer, that's not being advanced. It's just the timing of it, the detection, not the treatment itself.
Well, there's also a huge amount going on in how we treat cancers as well, and we live in an extraordinary time of knowledge of the genomics of cancer, how the immune system responds to it.
This is the mRNA technology that allows us to produce the vaccine as well, isn't it, or some of it?
Well, that's one of the things we're looking at, is whether we can make vaccines which will specifically target an individual cancer by taking out the abnormal sequences in the cancer, putting them into an individualized vaccine. And there's companies that are doing that at the moment, and we're discussing with them how we might bring that in and how we might accelerate those trials in the NHS in order to do them in a faster way. The great thing about the NHS is, because we operate at such volume and because we have a relatively centralized system, we can do these things. In this particular trial that we're talking about today, it recruited more than 6,000 people over 4 months to get the answer to these questions. So when we get it right in the NHS, we can really generate evidence very, very rapidly.
For those skeptics who point to the Theranos scandal and Elizabeth Holmes, who of course, as I mentioned earlier, came up with a bogus blood test that could detect things like cancer and other diseases, your answer to them would be, this is so different because it's involved a clinical trial of 6,000 people.
You have to do these things properly. The only right way to determine whether a test is going to be helpful is to do the trials. Of course, that's not quick enough for people who are terribly worried about having cancer. We can never make progress fast enough, but at the same time, it's absolutely crucial that the way we generate the evidence, the way we analyse the evidence, tells us in a clear way whether or not these things work. And that's absolutely critical. We want to make sure that the things we're bringing into the NHS really do work as we intend them to, and of course are value for money for the taxpayers.
I know there's a conference taking place in Chicago this weekend, at which some of the people involved in the trial are, talking about it, hoping to attract investment and get, more and more health officials like yourself on side. What is the time frame of rolling out these tests? When can we expect to get the blood test for cancer, at our local GP?
So for people with symptoms, I think we need to do an experiment to see if we ask GPs to do this blood test for people that they're suspicious about. Does that tell us whether they've got cancer in a timely way? So that's going to take another year or two to do that. The other thing we're doing in parallel, also working with the Grail company, is a big study to see whether in people without symptoms in the age range that are most at risk of getting cancer in their 50s and 60s, whether testing people who don't have any symptoms for lots of different types of cancer might enable us to pick it up faster. And that's a study where 140,000 people in England have taken part in that, and they're having a blood test taken every year for 3 years. We're just halfway through the second year of those at the moment. And that again will tell us whether doing that for people who have no symptoms but are in the age range where cancer is likely, whether that will enable us to pick it up quicker. And the first results from the first year of blood tests we will get early next year, and that'll enable us to see whether we ought to start doing the test more widely.
I mean, just finally, this requires, or could potentially require, a completely different mindset around this disease. At the moment, the C word, is treated by many people like a death sentence. So is there a danger here that if you are someone with absolutely no symptoms at all, you take your blood test, you are then told that you either have the beginnings of a particular type of cancer or risk getting one later, that this will, this either it's a false positive or it will completely cloud your life, from then on. You have to then really talk to people, don't you, about, this may sound terrible, but actually it's an opportunity for you to avoid the Grim Reaper because of it.
Yeah, and I think the conversation about cancer has changed massively over the last 20 or 30 years as your likelihood of surviving cancer has been progressively going up and up. It was about 1 in 4 in the 1970s. It's over half of people who are diagnosed with cancer will be alive and well 5-10 years later now. So as that has changed and as people have become aware that actually talking about cancer doesn't just make it a more acceptable subject of conversation, but it actually can save your life, because if you get diagnosed early, you have a much better chance of surviving. So I think people are starting to think very differently about this, and we need to get away from the idea that cancer is some sort of dreadful thing we mustn't talk about, to something which is just part of life, and we have to be alert to it. And if we do get it, what we need to do is get treated properly.
Just remind us briefly how many people are killed by cancer every year in this country?
It's about 170,000 people a year. So that's an awful lot of people. Yeah.
How many are killed by heart attacks and strokes?
I don't know the number of that, but I think it's less than that. Cancer in aggregate is probably our the biggest single cause of death.
Okay. Professor Peter Johnson, thank you very much indeed for coming on the programme and explaining that so clearly to us. So the question to you is, if you knew that there was a test like that out there, even if it's not 100%, would you roll those dice and take that test because it would give you a peace of mind, or could actually, give you a treatment sooner than you would otherwise get it if you were developing symptoms? Do you trust the science in this or not? It's an important question because, as we know on other issues, like the vaccine, which I do not want to talk about this hour, be warned, many people did not trust the science, even though the science was overwhelming. So, to what extent do you trust the science of these blood tests into cancer being rolled out right now? 0345 60
broadband from EE, you get the peak time speeds you pay for. Count on EE full fiber broadband, powered by BT.
Limited availability. Check coverage at ee.co.uk/coverage.
Matt Fry on LBC.
We're talking about this new test for cancer devised by Oxford University, tested on 6,000 people. There's a bigger test going on with 150,000 people. This, we think, will become the reality in the not-too-distant future. A simple blood test to detect what type of cancer you might have. By detecting it early, your chances of surviving cancer are that much greater. Tons of calls coming in about this, tons of texts coming in about this. We'll get to them in a minute. But first, some breaking news. 19 people have been arrested in connection with plans to disrupt the Epsom Derby Festival. That's according to Surrey Police. I was looking at pictures earlier. It looked relatively calm, but apparently on the ground it isn't. Let's do it to Emma Core, LBC's reporter, down at the Epsom Derby. Emma, what's going on?
Well, Matt, we've just heard that 19 people have been arrested in connection with plans to disrupt the Derby here. Officers said 11 people were arrested at addresses in Mitcham and Byfleet in the early hours of this morning, following warrants based on intelligence received ahead of the festival here today. 8 people were also arrested after a vehicle stopped in Burheath at about 10:20 a.m, so just over an hour ago, not far from Epsom. All were arrested on suspicion of conspiracy to commit public nuisance and remain in police custody at this time. Now, I'm stood near the entrance of the grandstand and I've been watching so many security guards walking around here this morning, thoroughly checking people's bags as they begin to flow through the gates here. Everyone, of course, dressed in their finery for Derby Day. There are as well so many police officers here. I've seen drone units and police dogs. Surrey Police have said they've drafted in many officers to help with today. And organisers here have said this is the largest security operation for the Derby in its 244-year history. Higher fencing has been installed here, more CCTV cameras, all because the group Animal Rising has threatened to walk potentially onto the track in between races today.
You would have thought it's a national security conference or something and not a horse race.
It very much seems like that as I've been walking around, Matt. I was actually here last year when the Jubilee was happening, and it was nothing like this. So the security has really stepped up here. There's long lines of people queuing to get in to Epsom Downs now because the gates opened at 10:30. They're still queuing because of security checks. Animal Rising themselves have actually set up an area outside the grandstand. Over the road from it, they have tents and blankets there. There was around a dozen people there a little earlier on. This was arranged with the Jockey Club, who own Epsom Downs. They said they could have a legal area over there to protest, but say any action of people walking onto the track is very much illegal, and they were granted an injunction last week, which means protesters who do venture onto the track today could face prison or a large fine. This, of course, follows on from really, Matt, what happened at Aintree for the Nationals. So really all eyes on the Derby for 1:30, and security all along here. I'm looking now down the racecourse, and every couple of yards there's another security member all the way across the racecourse today.
And did you speak to anyone there?
Animal Rising, yes, I did. They were very reluctant to give any information in terms of where they'd be today, in terms of the disruption that might happen. But they were there outside. They said this obviously is a legal protest. They were allowed to be there, but very closed off as such on what's going to happen potentially later. They said they couldn't make any comment on that, but we know now, of course, 19 arrests this morning in connection with potential disruption here later on.
Okay, Emma Core, our LBC reporter at Epsom Downs. Thank you very much indeed. 19 arrests there of Animal Rising protesters, not actually on the ground it seems, or near the track, but somewhere in the vicinity. Tip-offs, intelligence tip-offs to the police, and then these people arrested. They'll be held for a few hours until the race is all over, I suppose, and the race starts at 1:30. But let's get back to these cancer tests. Tons of calls coming in. Let's go to Scott in Glasgow. Scott, you're on the air.
Hi, Matt. So I used to be a therapy radiographer, so I used to treat cancer patients with radiotherapy. And basically, these tests would be completely invaluable, just like bowel screening and prostate screening, or mammogram as well, because they're all standard right now to try and catch things early. So I have a simple blood test that can detect multiple different cancers, even if they don't have symptoms, is a massive positive. There's really no downside to it, because if you start to get symptoms from say it's progressed further than you want it to.
Yeah.
It can still be early and you can still treat the patient, but we always want to try and get it before it advances at all. So, yeah, I don't think there's anything, there's no negatives with these blood tests.
It's not 100% accurate, of course, but that should not put you off, you're saying?
No, not at all. No, I would have it. Like, I say, like screening, one of the main things to try and catch cancers before they advance. You could literally be walking around. I'm in the city centre of Glasgow now, and then I can look around here and I could probably say that 10-20% of the elder gentlemen might have prostate cancer, but they wouldn't know it until they get symptoms. So if they can try and nip that in the bud beforehand, and then you can start treating the patient, which then helps the NHS for a start as well, because you can give different types of treatment before it advances. But I absolutely think the more screening, the more chance, the higher chance.
But of course, you want the information. You want the information so you can target the cancer. You get the right treatment at the right time. And of course, the mind boggles at the sheer number of people that you can save in terms of having to spend more time in the NHS, the sheer amount of money you can save for the NHS by being able to do this up front. And I'm sure you've seen that at the Sharp. Scott in Glasgow, thank you very much indeed. Let's go to Darlene in Kingston. What do you think, Darlene?
Hi, I've got an unusual type of breast cancer called lobular breast cancer. It doesn't form.
Sorry to hear that.
That's okay, it's fine. I'm campaigning for it now. But it doesn't form a lump because it lacks a protein called ecadherin. So what it does is it goes single file through your breast tissue, which makes it really, really hard to detect on mammogram. So there is a lot of people that get diagnosed late, and because it won't show, it's really difficult to image, you can't feel it. So if there is a test for that would be brilliant. But I think with lots of things like this, you have to get all of the genealogy up front sorted before you can start doing the testing. But there is a test for all those obscure cancers, especially prostate cancer, where you don't know until it's similarly quite late, because it often, develops slowly. It would be brilliant if they could sort out tests for all those obscure ones to save the midget. It also saves on hospital appointments, it saves on people's work time lost, their appointment time lost, their sick time lost. It would be great if it could happen.
Yeah, indeed. Darlene in Kingston, thanks very much. Let's go to Howard in Mobile, or Mobile. Oh, you're on a mobile. Mobile, Alabama, or you're on a mobile? Which one is it?
I'm on a mobile in Sydenham.
Okay, I love it. Oh, Sydenham. Yeah. We always need the location, So I spend too much time in America. When I see Mobile, I think you're in Alabama, but you're not. Howard, tell me, what do you think?
Well, I was on the Gallery trial, which is the 140,000 people who tested to see if they had one of 50 cancers with no symptoms, and they found 2 indicators that I might have cancer. So
really,
I was immediately rushed to 2 weeks it took, which is the NHS target, to have tests for both kinds of cancer. And I mean,
then did they? Sorry to ask you, did they find the cancer?
I'm getting there. The medics seemed pretty certain that I did have cancer, because this test seems to be very reliable. And sure enough, they did find one of the cancers that they'd identified. So within a month, I was having surgery and had it removed, and I'm recovering. And I'm really glad I went into the trial. And I think everyone should do the test, to be honest.
God, that's really fascinating. If you don't mind me asking, Howard, were you showing any symptoms for either cancer?
None at all.
That's fascinating.
I'd even been through a screening program for the one that they actually found. And it wasn't found in the screening program, but the blood test found it.
Wow. Again, if you don't mind me asking, what did they find? What was the cancer that you were finally treated for?
It was sort of towards the end of the stomach.
Right. Okay. Okay. All right. Got it. Well, no, that's a big killer, isn't it? It's a silent killer.
Absolutely.
I remember I had a colonoscopy done when I lived in America when I was in my late 40s. And my surgeon said to me, actually, we in the colon community think that everyone should have a colon screening test done much earlier. And I said the colon community, that's everyone, right? I love the way they put that. But it discovered something early on, and they lobbed it out, and it was fine. And if they hadn't, it could have been much more serious.
No, you had the same experience as me then, really. Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
But I had to do the full colonoscopy, which is unpleasant. I mean, it's, you have to prep for 2 days. You spend a lot of time watching daytime television in a very small room in the house. And all that.
It's very ghastly.
I know, it's ghastly. I mean, we can't possibly, we don't want to put people off their late breakfast, but it's not great. But anyway, it worked. So if they can do the same thing with a simple blood test, obviously that is so much better.
Well, they had to do the colon thing after they'd done the blood test just to prove it.
Sure.
I think they were pretty sure. And apparently the CT scans are getting better and better, so pretty soon they'll be able to see it with a CT scan anyway, once they've detected it with the blood. But, for half an hour of your time once a year to have your blood tested is it's, and they catch it early, and that's the important thing.
Well, what a massive relief for you. I'm so glad for you.
Thank you. I'm glad I can still listen to your show.
You're very kind. Anyway, if you have similar experiences to Howard, please call me up. I just want to hear about this. I think it's so important. We need to celebrate these positive stories, the positive developments of science. There's so much misery and doubt and panic in the world. It's great to have something you can actually cling to as a positive development. It sounds as if I'm high on something, but I'm not. What I do need, though, is another cup of coffee at some stage. Just putting it out there as a possibility. I'm Matt Fry. This is LBC. The time is now 11:30, which means it's time for the news headlines with Anila Dami.
19 people have been arrested on suspicion of conspiracy to commit public nuisance in connection with plans to disrupt the Epsom Derby. Animal rights activists had said they plan to defy a High Court injunction and disrupt the Derby this afternoon in the lead up to it. People heading to the Epsom Derby and FA Cup final are facing travel disruption due to strike action. Members of the train drivers' union ASLEF are walking out over pay, jobs and conditions for the second time this week. And the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has shared his heartfelt support and admiration to survivors and rescue workers of India's deadliest train crash in more than 20 years. At least 260 people have been killed and 900 injured, with a search operation now well underway to find anybody trapped. The weather sunny and dry for most, with a high of 23 degrees.
This is LBC.
If loose and missing teeth or dentures affect the foods you can eat and make you feel embarrassed about your smile, speak to us at TDC about how we restore full sets of teeth so you get your smile and your confidence back. To learn more and book your consultation, visit smileinaday.co.uk. We're now part of Pooper.
Can I help you, sir?
Oh, I hope so. It's Jimmy here, my budgie. He hasn't made a sound for weeks, so I thought I'd better bring him down here to the vets.
Right.
He used to be so cheerful, chirping away all day, but now, listen, nothing. He's lost his voice. Is there anything you can recommend?
Maybe try the Specsavers next door?
Lost sounds? Specsavers could help you find them. With qualified audiologists and hearing aids from £495, you're better off with Specsavers. Book a free hearing test today.
Vauxhall has a beautifully simple new offer. 3 years 0% APR with a 30% deposit across the whole car range, including electric. It's a no-brainer. Is that it?
It is.
So what do I do for the rest of the ad? Just sit here and drink my tea?
Do whatever you like, really.
Search Vauxhall 0% or visit your local retailer. Personal contract purchase, subject to status. T's and C's 18+. Stellantis Financial Services UK Limited.
Does your broadband slither around your home? And at peak times, do things feel a little constricted? Well, not when you get full fiber broadband from EE. You get the peak time speeds you pay for. Count on EE full fiber broadband, powered by BT.
Limited availability. Check coverage at ee.co.uk/coverage.
If you own a timeshare, you may have been missold and could be owed substantial compensation. Text LAW to 78900 to find out more.
Access control that keeps your business safe. Heating that keeps it at just the right temperature, whatever time of day it is. Lighting that adjusts automatically by area to help you keep things brighter. Sound and vision that works seamlessly across your space. And tech that brings all this home to the place that's most important. Mosaic BMS, the building technology specialists. Discover the space your building or home could be. Search Mosaic BMS today.
As Bethany opened her Amazon parcel, her heart began to race. Waterproof LCD display and heart rate monitoring. This fitness tracker won first place with Bethany for quality and price. 5 stars from Bethany. With star reviews from you and star prices from us, start your search on Amazon today.
This is LBC with Matt Fry. Call 0345 6060 973. Tweet at LBC. Text 84850.
So we're talking about this blood test for cancer, and there are tons of people calling in and texting in. I just want to read out a few texts here. This is one that's from Dave. Obviously, I think we can save people's lives with an early cancer diagnosis. That is a great thing. But will we find the ever hardworking NHS will be put under even more pressure if this blood test can pick up 50 different kinds of cancer? That's a tremendous amount of people that don't know they have it at the moment, but will find out and need treatment. That is true. He asks, does Dave, can the NHS cope? I guess the other argument that we heard from one of our other callers is actually they can cope better, because ultimately the amount of work you put in for the other kinds of screens is exhaustive. And if you can do that with a blood test, that will save a lot of money and time. And then, of course, if you can treat people earlier, that will also save a lot of money and time. But actually, the cost-benefit analysis, how much more pressure this will put on the NHS, or will it relieve pressure, is something that is way beyond my pay grade. Here's another one. Matt, how much will this blood test cost the NHS? It sounds great, but I bet they won't make it widely accessible and make up some silly reason, says Matt in Ashford. I'm not sure about that. I think the NHS is deeply involved in trying to save money and trying to save lives. So then let's just put it out there. Keep those calls coming on 0345 6060 973. I just want to make an excursion to, we like doing these things, we have our conversation, and we just veer off into a tangent, but important tangent. This one regards a guy called Ben Robert-Smith. He's a top Australian soldier who lost, he's really one of the kind of war heroes of Australia, as it were, a pin-up guy. Everyone knows who he is in Australia, and he has lost, just a few days ago, a war crimes defamation case against 3 newspapers in Australia. They had accused him of basically being, essentially murdering unarmed, Afghan prisoners. He denied it, and he said, these accusations against me in the newspapers are callous and they are unfair, and he launched a defamation case against those papers, which he has now lost. But it does raise the all-important question of, the Geneva Convention at work, in the fog of war, on the battlefield. What are the rules by which we hold soldiers, even in the most extreme circumstances? How much does that need to be enforced? How much is it enforced? And how much stuff happens that we don't ever get to find out about? Let's speak to Dr. Fabrizio Guariglia. He's the head of the Hague's International Development Law Organization and former head of the prosecution division of the ICC. Good morning, Fabrizio.
Good morning, how are you?
I hope I haven't mangled your name.
No, actually, that was quite impressive.
Okay, well, that's good. I'll take that to the bank. Dr. Guariglia, thank you very much indeed. I don't want to make light of this. This is a very important matter. First of all, what do you make of this particular case of Ben Robert-Smith in Australia?
Yeah, I've been following, I'm not closely, I would say, but at a certain level, I've been following the news. And it's interesting because it is a rare example of accountability in a very indirect manner, right? It's not a case where you have someone who was investigated and prosecuted for the commission of war crimes during an international conflict. It's someone who actually was subject to a journalist investigation, and then he ends up creating the accountability mechanism, right? By bringing the lawsuit. Now, at the end of the day, what we have now is basically a judicial finding saying that there is substance to these allegations, that basically on the balance of probabilities, which is a low evidentiary threshold, these things probably happen. So they're more likely to have happened than not. Now, the big question here is what is going to happen now?
Exactly, that was going to be my next question.
And one thing is to make a determination in the civil case on a balance of probability standard. A very different thing is to prosecute a war crimes case. Years after the event, where the trial has gone cold, where some of the evidence may be enough for a civil lawsuit, but may not be enough for a criminal case. This is a dilemma, the type of hard look that the prosecutors will have to do now in Australia, I think. And perhaps here one important point is this is not discretionary for states. There is a mandate, both of the Geneva Conventions and also a mandate under the Rome Statute to investigate and prosecute violations of international humanitarian law committed by your troops. So they will need to have that. They will need to make that examination. And then whether there is still a possibility of prosecuting, well, that is a forensic determination that they will have to make.
But the point is that this soldier, Ben Roberts-Smith, has made an investigation into the actual crime far more likely by launching the defamation case against the newspapers that he ended up losing.
Oh, well, right now, I mean, this, before this, I think that, the prosecution authority could say, well, we just didn't know about this, no one reported this, we never had information about this. Although you would say that the journalistic inquiry should have been, strong enough as a platform to launch at least your preliminary investigation. But now, basically, it's undeniable. It's there, right? It's not even so
there's an obligation to look into it now. There's an obligation to go further.
I would contend that they would need at least to have a very thorough examination of the facts and the evidence and see whether on that basis they can put together a case and bring it forward.
I mean, and collecting the evidence for something like this, how tricky is that? I mean, obviously the newspapers would have collected their own evidence, otherwise they wouldn't have written these articles. But for you to then go after this evidence, what more needs to happen? How tricky would that process be?
I think that the important thing that sometimes this is something that sometimes escapes public opinion is that it is very different to do a journalistic investigation than to put together a case. Much more in the context of war crimes or crimes against humanity. And you can see, I mean, perhaps one clear example from the UK. The allegations of war crimes committed by British troops in Iraq. That led to a total failure by the UK to properly, investigate and prosecute these cases. At the end of the day, there was not even a single prosecution, I believe. And that was not because the UK did not try to put together a robust prosecution system. Actually, they did create a very competent team of investigators and prosecutors, but that was way after the event, years after the event. And what happened at the grassroots level, when the crimes occurred, was that there was a cover-up mechanism put in place. So evidence was lost, and by the time the UK started getting its act together and looking into these crimes, it was too late to secure the necessary evidence to put together a case and obtain a conviction, at least under the standards that the UK authorities alleged at the time they were applying. So I think that this is the question here is, will they have the critical mass of evidence that they need? And was this evidence preserved in a particular way? Are the witnesses still alive? Are the witnesses credible for a criminal case? Were they going to be robustly cross-examined by a defense, by presumably a competent defense lawyer? Do they have still any forensic evidence left? Is there any possibility of getting some of that evidence? Can they go back to the sites and probably not? I mean, right? I mean, the terrain now is off limits.
Yeah.
So these are the complexities.
But this is also really important, isn't it? Because the stakes raised by these accusations, by these cases, are enormously important when it comes to any kind of, moral case for certain types of military action, right? But the ability to get to the truth, has been covered up either by cover-ups or by the passage of time, or the nature of the battlefield, or the fact that the countries, as you say, like Afghanistan, are now off limits.
No, that's absolutely true, and that is why it's so critical. First, to destroy this system of omertà that sometimes you have in the military, right? I mean, this false notion.
The omertà, the vow of silence.
Exactly, the vow of silence. I should have used a more neutral term. But this notion that you have to stand by your mates no matter what. I mean, I think that is simply at odds with what is expected of a modern military, and already under the Geneva Conventions, right? I mean, basically, your first mandate is to ensure compliance with international law and proper treatment investigators and proper treatment of prisoners of war. So the first thing is that. The second thing is you need to have a rapid response system in place that is effective, that can investigate in real time, that can basically jump on the evidence and make sure that and take whatever steps are necessary to preserve that evidence so you can have accountability. So if the first reaction has to be a reaction towards accountability, not towards covering up crimes. And the second thing, and this is something that will need to be also questions must be asked about this in the context of the Australian soldier is what was the chain of command doing?
Yeah.
Commanders have a clear and critical responsibility under international humanitarian law to make sure that war crimes are prevented, and if they can be prevented, and they're swiftly repressed. So there's a duty, and that failure to comply with the duty is in and of itself a criminal responsibility under international law. So it's not the question of this particular soldier; it's the question of the entire chain of command around him. What were they doing? What questions were they asking? What information did they receive? Did they know that these crimes had happened? Did they have reason to know that they had happened? Did they do something about them? I mean, so these are the critical questions.
And I bet you this is something that, indeed, and I'm sure that's going through Ben Robert-Smith's mind at the moment, and all the people involved in the alleged crime originally. He certainly opened a can of worms with his defamation case. Got to leave it there. Dr. Fabrizio Guariglia, thank you very much indeed. The former head of prosecution at the ICC, important man when it comes to these issues. We're still talking, of course, about blood tests and how important they are, and so many calls coming in because so many people have experience of cancer, or they've lost someone who they loved or were friends with because of cancer. Let's go to Giacomo in Hampshire. Giacomo, you're on the air.
Hello, good morning. I was the first time privately, and my doctor, my GP, the private doctor, has followed me for 40 years. And I read the test and it came out negative, and it's brilliant. Because if you are someone who is concerned about getting cancer like I was, it puts your mind at rest. And it's absolutely brilliant. It gave me great strength now, because although they are not 100%, but then any test is not 100%.
Sure.
It was a good thing. I recommend it. I mean, clearly, going privately is not cheap. And as soon as the NHS can get this, they will certainly save all the additional cost of one does. I mean, CT scan and all that thing. It is a great thing. I mean, it's a great approach, and I'm very happy for it done. Good investment. It's not cheap, as I said, but it's a good investment.
Yeah. Giacomo in Hampshire, thank you very much, and good luck to you. Thank you very much indeed for your input. Here's a text from Brian. Matt, I survived prostate cancer, but my doctor was very reluctant to carry out the PSA test as I was only 58. The NHS is not using diagnostics currently available. Perversely, probably, says Brian. I mean, there is a problem, I think, with some of these PSA tests because they're not particularly accurate, I'm told. But one should start testing for these things, especially prostate cancer, when you're in your early 50s. But the timing of all that is always under discussion. It, of course, is costly. It can disrupt many things, including your peace of mind and your private life. Naturally, sometimes for a good reason. But if we can make it all simpler and cheaper and more widely available at a soonest stage, that is surely good for everyone. The number is 0345 6060 973. The time is 11:47. We're talking about blood tests for cancer and much else. I'm Matt Fry. This is OBC. The time is 11:47.
Andrew Marr, Monday to Thursday from 6 p.m. Only on LBC.
The net immigration figures were a record high, but does this show the government's lost control of immigration numbers? And if Labour thinks the numbers are too high, which groups of immigrants would they keep out?
Andrew Marr, Monday to Thursday from 6 p.m. Listen on your radio and on Global Player. LBC.
With PensionBee, you can combine, contribute and withdraw from your pension online. Our plans give Mary the freedom to contribute whenever her income allows.
So I've been self-employed for 4 years now. As a self-employed person, being able to make flexible contributions towards my pensions definitely helps.
We're making pensions simple so everyone can look forward to a happy retirement. Be pension confident. Join at pensionbee.com. When investing, capital is at risk.
Whether you're looking for a relaxing beach escape, a safari, a luxury cruise, a road trip, or a bit of adventure,
Place we haven't been, we've done
find us.
Welcome to Able & Co, where inconvenience is a good thing. We'll only deliver to your area once a week.
It reduces carbon emissions.
Our food costs a bit more.
We pay farmers fairly.
And our broccoli won't last as long.
Because we don't do preservatives or unnecessary plastic.
An inconvenience store is better for the planet and tastes better too.
Join the thousands of people choosing inconvenience. Search Able & Co and order a carbon-neutral grocery delivery today. Difficult tastes better. Able & Co.
When Greg received his Amazon delivery, his world started spinning. Eco-wash and automatic load adjustment. This washing machine was pure quality for a price that didn't rinse his wallet. 5 stars from Greg. With star reviews from you and star prices from us. Start your search on Amazon today.
Looking for a great broadband deal? Well, Sky Broadband have you covered. Right now, they're slicing their prices in half. So you can get Ultrafast Plus broadband at the incredible price of just £24 a month until the end of 2023. Then £48 a month on an 18-month contract. What's more, there's no upfront fees. Don't miss out. Switch today at sky.com. Ends 15th of June, £24 a month till 31st December 2023. £48 after offer period. Prices may change. Average download speed 500 megabits per second. Selected 5 areas only.
The Ford Ranger, a vehicle for all terrains and every passion. It's a workmate, a playmate, and to its drivers, a soulmate. So how do you improve the Ford Ranger? You go all in. The all-new Ford Ranger, the UK's best-selling pickup. Now available with rear bumper steps, tailgate workbench, and enlarged load box that can fit a Euro pallet. Go break it in. Search all-new Ford Ranger. Ford Pro, driving productivity. According to SMMT data, features may be optional extras with additional cost.
You can't put a price on togetherness. Or excitement. Friendship. Or achievement. And you can enjoy them even more when you hear every moment. Our best-selling hearing aids are up to £300 off and come with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Book your free hearing check today at bootshearingcare.com. Boots, with you for life. See bootshearingcare.com for details.
Ever dreamt of running your own business? It might be easier to achieve than you think. With a franchise, you start with a proven business model and the support of an established brand. Visit the British and International Franchise Exhibition on the 9th and 10th of June at Olympia, London. Meet a wide range of franchise brands, benefit from expert advice, and take the next step towards being your own boss. Get your free tickets today at franchisetickets.co.uk. Matt Fry on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Now, if you're a student and you're still in bed, you're having a line, you're hungover, and let's face it, that does happen, especially on a Saturday morning, I'm warning you to get up and get wise, because we're going to talk about student loans at noon with some very important people who explain the system, with some politicians who are responsible for it. Many of you, tens of thousands of you, hundreds of thousands of you, face the issue of student loans. I bet you don't know even the first thing about how this works, how much you have to pay back, when you pay it back, whether you pay all of it back. It matters. So get up and listen. We'll talk about it at noon. But let's carry on talking about blood tests and cancer in the remaining 8 minutes of this hour. Let's go to Tim and Bexley. Tim, you're on the air. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's long cancer care.
I know, but you were 11, though. It must have been really hard.
Very, very hard. It's affected the mental health quite a bit. But it's good to hear that there's this new blood test that's coming out. But I'm 34 and I have to go every 2 years, 2 to 3 years, I have to go for a colonoscopy and an endoscopy. It's an uncomfortable experience.
Because it might be hereditary.
Potentially, but my dad worked in an engineering firm. They think it was more because of he was exposed to like fumes and all that sort of stuff. But I can't get these tests done at the NHS because I'm classed as under the age group, not at risk. So as the previous caller said, I have to pay.
And how much does that cost? How much does a colonoscopy cost privately?
Well, I go through my work health insurance, but it can cost me, I think, like about £1,500.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
Paying the excess, but for me, I'd rather pay this excess every couple of years to get a bit of peace of mind. And since then, it's now helped my health. But it's good that the NHS are doing more because things had that once been around 20 years ago. It wasn't, unfortunately. My dad
I mean, I hear what you're saying, and total respect. Every 2 years, colonoscopy. That's quite a lot. you know.
Yeah.
I mean, there's only so much fun to be had with the colonoscopy, and then every 2 years is perhaps stretching the fun side of things.
Yes, it is. But no, it's good. It's interesting to hear what you were saying. You were saying, obviously, 2 days before you have to get yourself prepped, and it's uncomfortable. But I think it'd be good. I mean, the thing is, the unfortunate chance was it resources and money. There has to be an input. Like, you can't offer it to everybody in the country. It's physically impossible. But it would be good if the agencies could lower the age range for certain things, because there are people that get these diseases. Well, my dad was 45, but they're very.
And how long between diagnosis and death?
So he got it in July 2000, and he was gone by March 2001.
Wow. Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah.
I think, you're so right. If you can test for these things early on, in the way that this blood test describes, and then you can narrow it down. If you get a positive diagnosis, like Howard, one of the callers, you then go and have your colonoscopy. If they discover something, they can then take it out, and hopefully that deals with the issue. But obviously, you've got to do all this before it gets around your system.
Yeah, and the interesting thing now is with medical, I've learned and heard that the operation my dad had, nowadays, medical advancements, they wouldn't have had to have ripped him open and done what, it's a bit gruesome, but they wouldn't have to have done such bad surgery. Nowadays,
you had keyhole surgery. Keyhole surgery is astonishing.
Exactly.
In the old days, you used to have to slice people open completely. Again, I don't want to talk about details, but...
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's good that there is progression within the cancer world, so... Good to the researchers, the people that do it, cancer research, whoever they are. It's good, so I'm really pleased that that's out there.
And remember, Tim, as I'm sure you know, because you've experienced this tragically at first hand, 150,000 people die in Britain every year from cancer. That is a huge number. This is the biggest killer. So anything to try and limit that number and the tragedy and the loss of life, the loss of everything, really, would be so important. Tim and Bexley, thank you so much. Let's go to Barry in Edgware. Barry, you're on the air.
Good morning, Matt. I thought I caught the tail end of the conversation. In 2000, or in the year 2000, I got married to my second wife, who was considerably younger than me, and because of that, I had a Bupa well-man checkup, which said my PSA was 10. And I read that there was a 1 in 2 chance of having prostate cancer. So I went to Harley Street privately, found out that I did indeed have prostate cancer. I was told that I couldn't have any more children. At the time, my youngest was 33. She's now 55 and retired.
You don't sound much older than 55. What kind of youth serum are you on?
I couldn't do this out on the radio. I'm 75 now. Yeah, so the point I'm trying to make is that over the 20, up until 2 years ago, every 6 months I had a PSA done, and it was always about 10, 15, 10. I kept being offered brachytherapy, radiotherapy, chemotherapy, a radical prostatectomy. I didn't want any of those things done. And ironically, because I just got married, my wife was taking protection. Because we were told we couldn't have children, she came off the pill. Within a month, she was pregnant. I've now got a 21-year-old and a 22-year-old. Having had cancer all that time, I wouldn't have had the children if I hadn't had cancer, because we didn't want any children. I didn't want any more children. Anyway, 2 years ago, it started jumping from 100, 200, 300. And the last one I'd done last December was 3,700, which means that the antigens are raging in your body. So on a PET scan, they found out I've got it in my hips and my lymph nodes. I'm still not getting any symptoms, but I now have an injection in my stomach of Zolidex, Goselerin, which drops all my testosterone. I feel fine. I lived to the age of 75, 23 years of it with cancer. So I just thought I'd give a bit of hope to people out there.
That certainly has. I mean, that's extraordinary. I mean, the fact that you lived with it for so long and have maintained a kind of normal life, you presumably would be very much in favour of this blood test.
Yeah, I think knowledge is power. And have some information about it. If you look at the blogs about even the medication I'm on, it's like, oh, don't have this, you'll have that. Well, I don't have any problems with it, but there's no positive ones on there. So the people are always saying you should put something on there on the forum saying that, even my own GP said you should tell people how well you're doing on it. It's not all doom and gloom, but it's like when you get good service in a restaurant, you never phone up about it. You only phone up when it's bad.
That's such a good point, Barry, and I love the positive note on which you've ended this discussion. Barry and Edgeworth, thank you very much indeed for coming on LBC. In the next hour, as you were forewarned, we're going to be talking about student loans. This is a huge issue for hundreds of thousands of people in this country, for students and for their families and for their parents, because you're borrowing an awful lot of money. The full whack is something like £60,000. But remember, it's not something you have to pay up front. It's not a huge lump sum of debt like a mortgage that you have to pay back in a very limited period of time. The very repayment of it takes a long time and does not impact you in as bad a way as you might think, but it does impact you. Get wise, get informed, because you're going to have to pay back some of it at some stage. We're going to talk to some of the key stakeholders in the student loan issue.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at midday, Surrey police say 19 people have been arrested in connection with plans to disrupt the Epsom Derby. Activists from the group Animal Rising have said they'll cancel or severely delay the race, saying they want to protect the horses. Our reporter Emma Core has the details.
Officers said 11 people were arrested at addresses in Mitcham and Byfleet in the early hours of this morning, following warrants based on intelligence received ahead of the festival here today. 8 people were also arrested after a vehicle stopped in Burheath at about 10:20 a.m, so just over an hour ago, not far from Epsom. All were arrested on suspicion of conspiracy to commit public nuisance and remain in police custody at this time.
The head of a train drivers' union is warning strikes could last for years. Members of ASLEF are walking out in a long-running dispute over pay, jobs and conditions, causing chaos for passengers. General Secretary Mick Whelan is defiant.
We do not want to be on strike, but we are in this. If it takes us 4 years, 5 years, whatever it is, to get a resolution to this, we'll do what it takes to get to that resolution. We've gone 4 years without a pay rise, and nobody, right from the Westminster government, has spoken to us in over 6 months.
The government says its pay offer is fair and reasonable. Rishi Sunak has shared his heartfelt support to survivors and rescue workers of India's deadliest train crash in more than 20 years. At least 260 people have been killed and 900 injured after 2 passenger trains collided yesterday in the eastern state of Odisha. Extensive search operations are underway. President Zelensky has said Ukraine is ready to launch its long-awaited counter-offensive to recapture Russian-occupied territory. The Ukrainian capital, Kyiv, has been repeatedly hit by Russian missiles and drones over the past few weeks. A 70-year-old woman has died in a dog attack in Warwickshire. A 52-year-old man and a 49-year-old woman were detained on suspicion of possession of a banned breed of dog and owning a dog dangerously out of control. The man has been released on bail. The 49-year-old woman is being treated in hospital for an injury sustained by the dog. And more than 1,200 officers from 3 forces will be deployed to police today's FA Cup final at Wembley. Scotland Yard insists there's no intelligence to suggest the fact the match is a derby will lead to a spike in violence. The weather dry and sunny for many. Drizzle will continue in the far north and northern Isles with highs of 23 Celsius. From Global's newsroom, I'm Anila Dami.
We've got a fluffy Persian cat called Furby, we've got a shaggy old English sheepdog called Barney, and we've got a shark.
Shark Stratos vacuum cleaners are recommended by 9 out of 10 pet owners because they feature Shark's best ever hair pickup from a cordless and anti-hair wrap plus. So if you own a cat or a dog, you should also own a Shark. Survey of 50 people. For verification, contact ukinfo@sharkninja.com.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Matt Fry.
Okay, for our final hour today, a final pedagogically furnished flourish. Yesterday, Labour announced that they would overhaul changes to the student loan system being planned by the Conservative government in a way that could reduce monthly repayments for graduates. Is that actually the case? Richard Phillipson, the Shadow Education Secretary, has said the system of tuition fees is fundamentally broken. Well, we'll talk about that Labour initiative a little bit later. But really what's so important for me is I've got 4 children, all of whom student loans, so there's a lot of money there at stake. Is that I don't think they or we as parents really understand how the system works. You know, how much you have to repay, when you have to repay it, why the interest rate is so high, that the fact that 83% of all loans are never fully repaid. You know, this is supposed to be, you know, a great creative opportunities. Is that actually the case? As the number of students in this country who want to go to university who were not able to do so in the past because universities were smaller, increased? Or is it increasing for foreign students who love coming to this country for higher education, are prepared not to take out a loan but to pay huge amounts of money for the privilege? So where's the right balance? Now, politically this also matters because, of course, you know, the Lib Dems, who made a solemn promise in the 2010 election not to abolish, not to raise student fees, then did so with David Cameron in the coalition, and it completely pummeled their support for the foreseeable future, which they're now recovering from. The Tories don't exactly have a lot of support amongst young people. Part of that is the student loan issue, part of that is Brexit, of course. So it matters politically, it matters financially. And I want to have started off, this is something I recorded a little bit earlier, but I spoke to Lord David Willits. He was the universities minister, the universities and science minister in the Cameron government in the 2010 to 14 coalition, who was instrumental in bringing this system in. He's now the president of the Resolution Foundation, the think tank that focuses on living standards. And I asked him whether he thought, looking back, that introducing the loan system was a good idea. Listen. Lord Willits, thank you very much for coming on the programme. You, of course, were instrumental in introducing student loans because you were universities minister at the time in the Cameron government. Do you today, looking back, still think it's a good idea?
Well, all three main political parties were in government, faced with the challenge of how you actually finance university education, have ended up with a system where you expect graduates to pay back for the costs. Not students to pay up front, but graduates to pay back. And that's because the alternative, direct public spending from general taxpayers, has never been a priority. So people are to have a well-funded university education, expecting them to pay back if they're in a decent job afterwards, I think is a reasonable and fair way to do it.
But we are the anomaly, aren't we, in Europe for doing it like that? Because in most other European countries, if I'm not mistaken, university education is virtually free. It's funded by the taxpayer. You don't have to pay back, you know, over time. You certainly don't have such enormous fees as we have here. So are we getting it right, and are they getting it wrong, or the other way around?
Well, they have, of course, several of them have actually got real upfront fees. They're not as anything like our fees. Of course, no student pays upfront in Britain. In some European countries they do.
But it's a tiny amount by comparison, isn't it? I mean, it's €1,000 perhaps or so.
It is paid upfront. But where are the great European universities? When we were in the EU, all the flows of students were from the continent of Europe to the UK. Many of them have controls on numbers so that fewer people are able to go. And I think overall, we see and ministers say we've got a strong university system.
If you look at it as a student loan, and if you look at the amount that you would tot up over time, it is daunting. It's like a second mortgage, you know, on your income before you've even got your first mortgage. But of course, that's not the way it works. And I wonder if, you know, you can just, you know, explain very briefly how it does work and whether part of the problem is that it's been so badly explained by government over time that actually it seems a lot worse than it really is.
Well, you're right. I mean, it is nothing like an overdraft on a bank account or a credit card debt or mortgage. And the language of fees and loans can sometimes give young people, and even more their parents, the idea it is. So basically, you pay back with an extra tax rate, if you like, of 9%. Above your earnings at a very high threshold. It's currently just over £27,000 a year. And so for every extra £1,000 you earn on top of that, you will be paying £90 a year back to pay for your university education. So it is, and that's the crucial formula. And look, I personally am completely up for a discussion about whether people would wish to change that formula in some way. But it's not a fixed amount you're obliged to pay regardless. And when I talked to the mortgage lenders to check up on all this before we did the big change, they all said they understand it's not a load of debt that affects your ability to take out a mortgage. What it is a fixed outgoing. It's more like allowing for income tax or your council tax. So they will assess someone's income and have the 9% above the threshold as a fixed outgoing.
But it is 9%. 9% is quite a lot. Imagine if you introduced a 9% tax increase. People would be up in arms.
Yeah, and then because it is above a very high threshold, which is roughly average earnings. So in other words, you only start paying back if you've already got an income, got earnings that are above the typical type of amount. So it's actually more progressive than using general taxes. You're right, it is an extra amount that people are obliged to pay, but of course, only until they've paid off the costs of their higher education. If we had a graduate tax, people would be paying indefinitely, and it could be a lot more than graduate.
But the whole point of going to university is that you do earn more money, so that you do go above that threshold, and you start paying that extra 9%.
Yeah, and look, if for whatever reason you don't earn that, if you are going to a very low-paid job, if for some reason you aren't working, of course, then you aren't paying back. So that's why, and again, the jargon is unhelpful. It's not. It depends on your income. It's not a fixed liability. And look, in my experience, when I talk to students and young people, the pressure point for them is the cash they need to live on at university. In all my conversation here in the US, that's really what I think. If someone in a well-paid job afterwards has to pay back for the higher education, I personally think that's a fair and progressive thing to do. They'll be in a better paid job than average.
A couple of things to unpack there. So there's the maintenance loan. I think that's what you were referring to. Again, most people don't really understand that that's means assessed. So, if your parents are relatively well off, you won't get the £9,000 that you need a year. Or I think in London it's more like £11,000. You get half of that, possibly. And then who makes up the shortfall other than the bank of mum and dad? And maybe the bank of mum and dad doesn't want to do that.
It is the bank of mum and dad. There is an assumption that if you're earning a certain amount, then the amount of maintenance loan you're entitled to, you're right, is tapered off. And
that's not really explained, is it, up front? And it should be very clearly explained to people. Because also, a lot of parents don't get that, and therefore might not be willing to spring an extra 4,000, 5,000 quid a year, which they don't have.
Yeah, I agree. When I was in this life, I tried to get key messages across. I think it's great we're doing this because there is so much misunderstanding, and there is an assumption that parents, more affluent parents, are going to make a contribution to the living costs of their children. Now, again, you could say, if I'm looking at reforms of the system, you could say actually there should be a bigger entitlement to a maintenance loan. You could say that the earnings cut off for your parents should be rather higher, so more loan for middle income parents. You could even do, and in my day there was a means-tested maintenance grant. And look, so those are all legitimate kind of political policy debate. And instead of imagining there is some perfect alternative system to graduate payments, I think we should focus on, have we got the thresholds right? Have we got the rates right? Should we be paying more? Should we be paying less? That seems to me to be where the real politics and the genuine disagreements can be debated.
So are you saying that the principle, the model in its essence is still working and is still fair?
We've had this model now for pretty much 20 years. It began, of course, I can tell you where. I significantly increased it. Lib Dems and Coalition were part of that. We've had it for 20 years, and nobody has come up with some fantastic alternative because nobody believes in reality the government is going to prioritise collecting money from taxpayers for university education. So, yes, discuss how it could be adjusted and changed, but the basic model, I think, is going to carry on. So it should.
What about the interest rate? Exorbitant interest rate, more than, the worst mortgage rate imaginable. So, in the current circumstances even. How do you justify that?
That's another example of there's a lively debate about it. I tell you what the logic of it was. The logic of it was that there were some graduates in very high-paying jobs who are going to pay off their loans very quickly. And this was actually designed, because interest rate kicks in when your earnings are quite high. This interest rate was designed to try to collect more money from them. But of course, I realise, especially with inflation so high, the interest rate has become very controversial, and indeed the government has already brought in some proposals to lower it. Exactly. If people, that's another thing. I completely understand the politics of people wanting to bring down the interest rate, especially when inflation is high.
And of course, even the Labour Party has now realised that you can't get the taxpayer to fund a free university education, so they've ditched their former commitment to scrap student loans. I just wonder, though, the way you explain it, it sounds perfectly reasonable. How is it, then, that you have literally turned young people away from the Tory party, and it's not the only reason, of course, Brexit is another one, in droves? There is no new Tory generation of voters. The Lib Dems were crushed when they broke their solemn promise of not introducing student loans. The Labour Party might have to pay the political price. So even though you explain it very reasonably, it's not hitting home with the people who it affects most, the students.
Well, I think the Conservative Party does have a problem with young people. I completely see that. When I look at the evidence, I mean, what's even more shocking way is it's amongst young people whether they went to university or not. And that's because I think it gets down to the fundamentals, how difficult it is to get started on the housing ladder, the fact that wages for young people entering the jobs market are no higher now than they were 10 or 20 years ago. It's the fundamentals like that. And graduate repayments at 9% above the high threshold are not an impediment to getting started on the housing ladder. We proposed at Resolution Foundation you actually have a capital grant to every young person of £10,000 or whatever to help them get started, which in many parts of the country would make a difference. So the Conservative Party needs to offer the prospect of home ownership and a decent job to young people.
Given the housing environment, given the cost of living, given Brexit, given student loans, why would any young person vote for the current Tory party?
Well, if you look at the evidence on young people's aspirations and what they want, they are what for me is a kind of traditional Conservative. I recognise that they want a home of their own, they want a decent job. They actually, they don't want the size of the state to grow a lot. They don't score as a kind of group of left-wing Marxists. In fact, I think actually young people are much less left-wing than I remember as a student 40 years ago. So look at it, they're winnable if you have an economy that's functioning well and you get those houses and flats built and make them affordable.
Just finally, briefly, what do you make of the Labour Party's new policy regarding student loans?
Well, I think it's a really important note of realism, because I'm sure what's happened is they're sitting around deciding the public spending priorities if they win the next election, and they realise that if they don't have this student loan system, they've got to find an extra £10 billion a year of public spending. And in my experience, not even the education minister ends up prioritising how to, but they normally say we've got to do more for nursery schools, we've got to boost spending on primary schools. So nobody was willing to find £10 billion as a priority for this is public spending. That's why ultimately the graduate repayment system is.
Lord Willits, David Willits, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Matt.
And I know you've been listening to this, especially if you're a student. I want to hear what you think. Do you understand how the system works? Are you worried about the repayments? Do you think you'll ever repay the full, extent of the debt? And most importantly, perhaps, in the kind of bargain between the amount of money you have to pay and the experience that university gives you. So it's not just about money, it's about the experience and the job it allows you to have. Even if you have to repay, is it worth it? Do you still think it is worth it? That is really the most important thing. And I want to hear from you about it. 0345 6060 973. And we're also going to speak to the reporter, the Red Box reporter from the Times, Lara Spirit, who broke the story yesterday that Keir Starmer would cut monthly student loan repayments for graduates. How does he think he can do that? Lara Spirit after the break. I'm Matt Fry. This is LBC. The time is at 12:18.
This is LBC.
My favourite thing about London is its parks. Green spaces and fresh air are essential to all of us in this busy city. I know that the quality of the air we breathe can also have a major impact on our health. So it's so important that we clear London's air.
That's why the Mayor of London and TfL are expanding the ultra-low emission zone to help clear London's air and improve health. The ultra-low emission zone is expanding across all London boroughs from the 29th of August this year. 9 out of 10 cars driving in outer London meet the emission standards. To check your vehicle and see the support available, search ULEZ 2023.
As Bethany opened her Amazon parcel, her heart began to race. Waterproof LCD display and heart rate monitoring. This fitness tracker won first place with Bethany for quality and price. 5 stars from Bethany. With star reviews from you and star prices from us, start your search on Amazon today.
One thing we can all agree on, no one wants another energy crisis. But just talking about it won't make it go away. Here's what we're actually doing at British Gas. We're increasing the UK's gas storage so that we can help make energy prices more predictable for everyone. And so the 8 million homes and businesses who rely on us for their energy today can rely on us tomorrow too. That's enough talking. Let's get on with the doing. British Gas.
If you've lost £3,000 or more in a scam or fraud, then tell CEL. CELsolicitors.co.uk specialise in confidential, no-win, no-fee fraud and scam recovery. So if you were tricked into investing into cryptocurrency but would like access to your profits, you could have been scammed. Don't let them get away with it. Let us help you try to get your money back. We listen, we care, we win.
Access control that keeps your business safe. Heating that keeps it at just the right temperature, whatever time of day it is. Lighting that adjusts automatically by area to help you keep things brighter. Sound and vision that works seamlessly across your space. And tech that brings all this home to the place that's most important. Mosaic BMS, the building technology specialists. Discover the space your building or home could be. Search Mosaic BMS today.
Matt Fry on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
We're talking about student loans. Is the system fair? Is it not fair? Do you understand how it works? All the major parties are grappling with this. And by the way, we're going to get to your calls in a minute. There are loads of calls coming in. Fear not. I've asked you to wake up and get wise on this, and I will talk to you in a minute. But I just want to talk to Lara Spirit. She's the Red Box reporter at The Times, who broke the story yesterday that Keir Starmer would cut monthly student loan repayments for graduates. Remember, a couple of weeks ago, he said that actually Labour's previous plans to scrap student loans altogether, just to kind of get rid of them, they've ditched that because they've worked out they can't afford it. So they've come up with this new plan. Good morning, Lara.
Morning, Matt.
It's good to have you on the programme. Can you explain to me what you discovered and how you think it works?
Yes, so Bridget Phillipson, the Shadow Education Secretary, has revealed that rather than scrapping tuition fees altogether, which of course was at the heart of Keir Starmer's successful 2020 leadership bid, one of those pledges of quite a few that has been dropped by the Labour leader since, as well as Labour general election manifestos previously too, that is no longer deemed affordable, that it's not fair enough to put the cost of scrapping tuition fees altogether on the taxpayer, but they think that monthly graduate repayments are aggressive and they're too high, and they want to make those lower for students. So Bridget Phillipson has pledged that you could see a month-on-month tax cut under a future Labour government, and they want to reduce loan payments. So they haven't quite worked out exactly how they're doing that, but they have been clear about some of the models that they're looking at. Those can see kind of stepped repayments, so a kind of sort of tax cut month-on-month, the way that you would sort of pay an increasing amount the more that you earn. At the moment, they say it's an incredibly regressive series of changes that we're going to be seeing for those graduates starting in September. So for those who are lower paid, they actually face an increase in their total lifetime repayments of more than £30,000, while higher earning graduates can see this fall by £25,000. The current system, they say, is not only extremely expensive for graduates, but also deeply unfair, and they want to make that fairer, and they want to reduce monthly costs for graduates.
It would be great to know the detail of that, because of course one of the, there are two crucial things out there. There's the threshold at which you start paying back, and I think the threshold has just been lowered by the government. I think it was £27,000 roughly to £25,000. Yes. So that's quite important, isn't it? So I mean, that's not a huge amount of money to earn, but even at £25,000, you will start automatically having that deducted, on your monthly pay check together with your taxes.
Yeah, and I think that's something important to note about the changes that are coming in September. So under the current plans, plan that I'm in, for example, it's plan 2 student loan, those that are earning £30,000 annually, you make about £243 each year in repayment. But due to the changes that you've just mentioned, those coming in September will actually be paying about £450 each year instead. So that's much higher. So it is becoming much more expensive for many students to be going to university, and that's one of the things I think you're right to point out that Labour are quite keen to look at.
And, 450 quid a year, that's a lot of money. I mean, that's a long weekend in Paris, or it's another, half a laptop or something. To someone earning not very much money, then that's crucial, isn't it?
It is crucial, and I think it's politically a very interesting week for Labour to be making that case, because, of course, we've seen on the Conservative side, we've seen big calls from someone on the centre-right this week, from a think tank called Onward, around trying to make the party more palatable to millennials, trying to increase the appeal of it to those younger voters. And then you saw at the end of the week have this big call from more than 50 Conservative MPs to scrap inheritance tax, obviously looking towards slightly older voters to appeal to, and making clear that actually the party's base is definitely not young people currently. So a very interesting time for Bridget Phillipson to make this intervention and to say actually they want to focus on how fair these systems are for young people, and phrasing it through, she said, month-on-month tax cut, one of the things that they think there's scope for in the modelling it, framing it through the language of taxation, which I think is also something interesting worth noting.
But it's fascinating, isn't it? Because actually so much of the language has been misguided on this, and I think the government can only really blame itself on that. They should have explained it much better from the very beginning, because of course when you hear about the lump sum that you owe, the blood drains from your face. It sounds like a mortgage before you even got a mortgage. So I mean, the other one, of course, just briefly, Laura, is the maintenance loan. Again, the maintenance loan, which is means tested, means that if you're really poor, if you come from a poor family, you get the full whack. If you're really rich, your parents probably pay for it. But if you're in between, then you're in trouble, aren't you? Because instead of getting £10,000, you get £5,000 a year, which in most cities is just not enough to live on. So you have to go to the bank of mum and dad for the shortfall, and the bank of mum and dad might say, our doors are shut.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something worth bringing up, and Bridget Phillipson very keen to stress that this maintenance system might well be looked at under a Labour government too. There was a sort of slight indication, definitely less explicitly stated than those pledges on reducing monthly loan repayments, but definitely a sense that for poorer students, and not necessarily the most poor students, as you say, but poorer students or those who would struggle in that kind of middle zone, that it isn't really necessarily affordable under the current system for them to be going to university and having a degree. And I think worth also saying that that language of taxation that we spoke about, the government's changes to these loans will see a much higher proportion of students expected to pay off the full whack, and that's because partly because they've raised the age at which it's written off to 61 rather than 51, so that's 10-year gap. So that's, I think, it's a complex system, and I think it'd be interesting to listen to what your callers say, because one of the reasons that I think in many ways it goes under the radar for so many voters is in part because it's quite complicated and difficult to understand, and I wonder if, as part of the pitch that Labour make, they'll think about kind of really explaining it in a different way, or make it at the kind of heart of their campaign.
And using different language, but the minute you call it a kind of tax, it also makes people faint. The wonderfully named Laura Spirit, thank you very much for coming on the programme. She mentioned the callers, well, here they are. Let's go to Andy in Cambridge. What do you think, Andy?
Matt, I am absolutely flabbergasted and really, kind of petrified. I didn't check my student loan balance, and thanks for doing the programme this afternoon. I've just checked it. I owe £117,000.
What?
I started at St Martin's, I did 2 years there, and I got signed with my EMI, so I left uni that time round, and then I started at Cambridge for my BA, MA, MPhil, and now I'm doing my PhD. So it's just that...
In what subject?
Sorry?
In what subject?
I started off with education and English, but now my PhD is in kind of education and English as well.
Yeah. So how did you rack up 117,000 quid?
Well, I did the BA at St Martin's for 2 years, and then there was 1 year I was ill at Cambridge, and that's it. I guess 3 extra years must be. maybe is there interest? I really don't know.
Well, the interest is enormous. The interest is huge. I mean, I think it's about it's more now. I think it's almost 7%, basically.
I know, Matt, and like what I've done is, I mean, when I started my first BA, the TS, it was like, like 1% interest or something. But yeah, like the latter stages of my academic career, they are literally charging more than, like, like you said, more than a bad mortgage.
But Andy, even when the interest rates were really low, you were being charged quite a lot, because I think it's RPI plus 3% or even slightly more than that. So the interest rates are quite high, and I think the way the loan company justifies it is by saying that there are so many people who don't repay their loans that they need to, those who earn enough money to repay it, get whacked with the full, with an increased interest rate. So,
you know what, Matt? I mean, I guess, if they did, if I'd known, and this is the thing, I don't obviously want to have discourage this from I don't know, a working class background, from going to university. But if I had known, I definitely wouldn't have done it. And
you wouldn't have gone to university, or you wouldn't have borrowed the money.
If I could afford it, obviously I would go to university, but I definitely wouldn't have taken out this loan. Definitely not.
But on the other hand, look at it like this: if you to pay 9,500 quid for a BA and an MA and a DPhil is much more expensive. But to pay that amount of money up front is incredibly expensive. On the other hand, don't think of it as one lump sum. Think of it as something that you end up repaying gradually over a very long time if you earn a certain amount of money. And although 450 quid a year is a lot of money, and if you see that most of that is interest, it's really galling. But actually, if it allows you to earn a lot of money, is it then worth the bargain? That's the key question.
But haven't you got that, I'm not sure what it's called, but not mission creep, but everybody has a degree now. Everybody's got a master's now. My sister lives in London, and she has a master's, and she's literally working basically all the hours she can, and she's still struggling because she's paying off her student loan. And I was laughing at her, saying oh yeah, and you're earning too much money, or whatever. But that's going to be me.
That's you, baby, with knobs on, because you owe a lot of money. Listen, we're going to leave it there. Andy in Cambridge, thank you very much for calling in. There are so many calls coming in because this affects so many of you. So please do ring into the program. I want to hear your story and how you're coping with it. We're also going to quickly look at that terrible train crash in India, in which I think 250 people have died or so. It's the worst train crash they've had in years. And if you've ever been to India, you know how important trains are to getting around that vast country. The number is 0345 6060 973. I'm Matt Fry. This is LBC. Now at 12:31. It's time for the news headlines with Alice Bell.
19 arrests have been made ahead of this afternoon's Epsom Derby. Animal rights activists have threatened to disrupt the festival, even though it's illegal to get onto the track. India's Prime Minister is to visit the scene of the country's biggest rail disaster in over 2 decades. At least 260 people were killed and 900 injured after 2 passenger trains and a freight service collided. The head of a train drivers' union has warned strikes could last for years. Members of ASLEF are walking out in a long-running row over pay, jobs and conditions, causing chaos for passengers. The weather, dry and sunny for many. Some rain in the far north and Northern Isles. Highs of 23 degrees.
This is LBC.
Think you're ready for Sky's next generation full fiber broadband? Think again. You want it bigger. It's not just fast, it's full fiber fast. We're rolling out game-changing speeds on the UK's most reliable broadband technology. Get ready for broadband that blows you away. Sky Broadband Full Fiber. Built for entertainment.
Selected areas only. Ofcom UK Home Broadband Performance Report, October 2022. See sky.com.
Are rising costs forcing you into unaffordable debt? An individual voluntary arrangement from Credit Fix could help. Write off up to 81% of your unsecured debt with manageable repayments and all interest and charges frozen. Just text debt to 66777. Text debt to 66777 now. Terms apply. Minimum suitable for all. Can affect credit rating. Free advice on moneyhelp.org.uk.
I mean, there are cordials, and then there are
cordials, expertly crafted no less, with hand-picked elderflowers, don't you know, and then handed to me, preferably in a glass of sparkling. Want to know a secret? I don't let the kids near it. It's just for me and the girls. And that bottle, whoo, it's a thing of beauty. Did I tell you how much I love the cordial? It's like evening wear for water. Bottle green. Add a dash of extraordinary.
This is LBC with Matt Fry. Call 0345 6060 973. Tweet at LBC. Text 84850.
As I said earlier, we're across a couple of stories this morning. That India train crash in Odisha province actually killed 230 at the last count, with hundreds injured. We'll get to that in a minute. So that number keeps going up tragically. But let's get back to student loans and the issue of fairness. Steve is in Bromley. Steve, what do you think?
Hello, Matt. I think the problem is not the funding of students, it's the funding of secondary education. I think Tony Blair wanted to popularise degrees and basically ended up devaluing them by turning a lot of polys into
universities.
He gave them charters and he turned them into universities, and I think that was a huge mistake.
Why?
Because I think they were ideally suited for more practical job training stuff, and they could have been more funded by industry, which is, I think Margaret Thatcher did a lot to demolish the, what was it called, the, when you work and study at the same time.
Apprenticeships.
Apprenticeships, that's the word I'm looking for. So basically, I think you need to shrink the university sector down. The university sector needs to do academic subjects. I mean, I don't really see why a university has to do business studies. I think it would do economics, but it wouldn't do business studies. And I think that the whole thing needs to be remodelled. The university sector shrunk right down, bring university degrees back up to the standard they should be, and involve business in funding on-job training or job-related subjects. And also that way you could also incorporate the NHS, because there are a lot of functions in the NHS, like nursing. It doesn't necessarily have to have a degree for that. I don't really believe that nursing, although it's more complicated than the bed plan sort of situation of years ago, they could enrol in the new, if you look just for a name, colleges, and do their training through them, so they would be funding through the college as well. I mean, everyone's had a sort of everyone's costs will be cut down. The universities will still be funded by the government, but university students, you could almost perhaps even revert back to the old system where they didn't have to pay for study fees, they just pay for maintenance.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Stephen.
Sorry, sorry about that.
No, it's fine. I hear what you're saying. I mean, I think there's an important point here about, trying to variegate, if that's the right word, the university, the higher education system, where you get some people doing academic studies, some people doing, vocational academic stuff, then, others do, creative art stuff, but also get people into work experience through some kind of apprentice scheme that is linked to a form of higher education, perhaps a little bit sooner. And I think we don't do that in this country well enough yet. Steve, thank you very much. Let's go to Sarah and Beverly. Sarah, you're on the air.
Oh, hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm good. Just a quick one. I just listened to your earlier call, and it sort of relates to the question that Labour has to promote. I think there should be a cap on student loans, okay? Likewise, there should be a cap on courses. And the gentleman you had on earlier is what we call in recruitment a professional student.
Yeah.
They jump from course to course to course to course to course, and actually have no relevant experience of the subject that they...
So when you see a CV like that, poor old Andy, we're talking about him, he's not even on the line anymore. When you see a CV like that, what does that make you think?
That he has no life experience other than in a classroom setting. He's never actually done the job other than from a textbook.
But he might want to become an academic. I mean, he might want to do something different, in which case a PhD would be very helpful. Necessary.
So where do you stop? And I've got, doing a PhD. But aside from that, you mentioned with the earlier contributor regarding maintenance, it's been going on a lot longer than 20 years. My ex-husband and I, he was at university, and I had to have 2 jobs so that I could support us and our baby, because he was 22, and they expected his parents to contribute towards it. When there was nothing there. So it's been going on a lot longer. And my other third thing would be, why is it free in Scotland?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Why is education free in Scotland?
Well, that's a good point. That's a very good point.
I can go to Scotland and do it. So I think before Labour start saying about the cap, all students should shun to Scotland and be able to get everything free, that and prescriptions, but once they're divorced, they can pay for it themselves. But then the question would be, there should be a cap.
Yeah.
Because you otherwise, like that gentleman now, who now earns 117,000, what's he
So,
going to do?
in other words, you cannot borrow more than this amount of money because you won't be able to repay.
Exactly. You'll never be able to repay it, even if you pay at the extortionate amount, because the life will go on, the rates will go up, and the comparators will change again. So.
But did you realise, Sarah, that actually 83% of all student loans are never fully repaid? They're just not repaid. It's a huge number.
Yeah, it is a huge number, but the next cohort of students will come in, and it just then becomes a numbers game, doesn't it?
Okay, Sarah and Beverly, thank you very much for your call. I had said that we would go to India to find out the latest on that terrible train crash, which has killed 280 people and injured hundreds. It happened south of Kolkata in Odisha province, in the east of the country. Let's go to Mugilan Chandrakumar. He's the deputy news editor at News 18 Tamil Nadu. Good afternoon or good evening to you, Mugilan. Hello, are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Oh, great. Good stuff. I thought we lost the line for a minute. Just, bring us up to date. What's the latest and what happened?
This tragedy unfolded around 7 o'clock yesterday in Odisha state, and what we are hearing from the sources is that a possible signal failure would have led to this tragedy is what the preliminary reports of the Indian Railway says. And as far as the death toll is concerned, 261 people have died in this incident, and more than 900 are being treated at the hospital is what we are learning from the Indian Railways. And when we spoke with the higher officials in the Indian Railways, what we could hear from them is that the Chennai-bound Coromandel Express made a head-on hit on a stationary route train is what we are hearing, and at least 15 coaches of this particular Coromandel Express turned turtle, and at least 4 coaches have been and dashed on another train which is bound to Howrah is what we are learning from the officials. So far 261 people have died in this incident, and the Railways has ordered a detailed investigation into it, and there are several questions over whether this is a mechanical failure or a human error involved in this incident.
Okay, and I've been to India many times, and I've taken Indian trains a lot, and they are wonderful, actually, the institutions, and most of the time, thank God, they seem pretty safe. But is there a feeling that the infrastructure of India, including the train system, just can't cope with the degree of modernization and development that's going on right now?
Definitely, that is a question what the activists and several unions have raised. There has been a lot of funds that have been allocated for taking care of the safety in the railway lines, but so far we could see is this glaring error of a mechanical failure or human error is what we are hearing. There are several associations which question whether the safety aspect of Indian Railways taken seriously, and we have seen over the years the railway also promises a safe journey for the passengers, but now we can see a glaring error from either it be a mechanical error or a human error. We are seeing 3 trains getting involved in this incident. One is a goods train, a stationary goods train, behind which a passenger train have collided head-on, and you can see in the visuals where an engine of a particular Coromandel Express standing on top of the goods train. So that is the kind of impact what have faced yesterday. There are several questions now. Once again, we write to the Indian government about the safety of the passengers who take the train and the kind of safety aspect what the Indian Railways are working on.
And just briefly, Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, I think is due to arrive there later today or maybe tomorrow. Is that right?
The Prime Minister have already reached the spot 15 minutes before he reached the spot. He overviewed the kind of work that has been carried out by the Indian Army, by the Odisha Police and by the NDRF, and followed by that he has also reached to the hospital where the injured are being treated, and the Union government also have announced solution for the people who have died in this incident, and the respective state governments also have announced solution to the passengers who went from Dire district.
Okay. All right. Mugilan Chandrakumar there in Odisha province, south of Calcutta, in the east of India, about this terrible train crash. Thank you very much indeed. Let's get back to student loans. Catherine is at Maswell Hill. Catherine, before the break, briefly, what do you think?
What do I think? I would like to just go back to the issue of the interest payment.
Yes, good one.
We did ask at the beginning of the hour, how come the government are borrowing at, say, 4% and passing on that loan at whatever it is, 7.5%? Where's the equity in that? I, for one, did not understand his answer. I don't think
he really answered it, actually, and then we moved on to something else. And I guess I should have drilled down a little bit more, but it is the thing that keeps coming up, isn't it? The interest rate is just iniquitous in all this.
It's completely iniquitous. It's something that, along with so many other issues around it, has been fudged and neglected and just sort of, a very wishy-washy answers, if at all, even though you asked them actually quite a direct question. And when you look at Labour policy is going to have to be much more global about this. You can't look at student debt in isolation to all the other expenses this young generation will be incurring relative to the labour market, housing market, rental costs, etc. They're going to have to look at that picture globally and formulate some policies that address the needs, the financial needs and the economic realities of that generation.
I think if I'm not mistaken, Catherine, the justification from the loan company for the high interest rates is the fact that, they need to basically get more money from those people who actually end up owning quite a lot of money, because a lot of people are not going to earn that much money, despite the fact they've gone to university, will never repay their loans at all. And I get back to that figure of 80, just over 80% of loans not repaid ever.
I understand that. They have to calculate the same way an insurance company do. People, basically end up needing much more than what their premiums have got, and some will never claim at all. And that's part of the negative thing. But we might argue that overspend might be something the government has to meet, the state has to meet, i.e. we all have to meet, rather than that being put on the shoulders of one group of people, namely the young generation. That would be my argument.
No, I think that's right. And I think, look, there are philosophical arguments. So, the philosophical argument of the government introducing these things in the first place is that, it's unfair to make everyone pay for some people's higher education and therefore higher earnings through a universal system of taxation. So, make the people who benefit from it pay for some of it. That's their argument. But a lot of it is in the nitty-gritty of how you do it. So it's the interest rates, the threshold at which those payments kick in, how long those payments go on for, the language you use around it, okay, so it is a form of tax. That's the best way of describing it, because it rather like a tax, it comes off your payslip automatically after you've reached the threshold in incremental stages. So I think there's a lot of stuff that needs to be explained, which is not being explained by the government. And it seems to be an incredibly complex system. And then in Scotland, it's free, right? So how's that possible? Well, it's possible because their taxation rates are higher than ours are here. But all this, it's become messy, it's become complicated, and when you open that envelope, and you see that very scary number, you wished you had informed yourself more about it sooner. So I think in the same way that we talk about taxation a lot, we talk about, the cost of living crisis a lot, we need to talk much more in much clearer terms about student loans. Catherine in Muswell Hill, thank you very much indeed. More of your calls coming in. The switchboard is lighting up, as it does often. Thank you. The time is now 12:48 here on LBC.
Coming up at 1 on LBC, Paul Brandt.
What's in their WhatsApps? Why won't ministers hand over their messages to the COVID inquiry? Should they be mixing private and professional texts?
Paul Brandt on LBC.
If you've bought a timeshare, did you really get what you expected? Or were you sold a dream that's now a nightmare? With high maintenance fees, loss of exclusivity, and limited availability, timeshare ownership for many is now just a liability. MyTimeshareClaim.co.uk has helped thousands of owners who were missold exit their contract and receive compensation. For advice and to find out more about your options, text ASSIST to 78900.
Albert Einstein here. Chico and I are out for walkies in the park. My watch tells me we've walked exactly 3,004 steps, our personal best. Our steps are the only thing we track. Our smart meter display at home tells us how much energy we use daily, weekly and monthly, which can help me make changes to save energy. And now my watch tells me it's time to head back for a cuppa. Right, Chico?
For extra help managing your household budgets, search Get a Smart Meter today. Consumer action required. Eligibility may vary.
I've just sold the car, and it only took me 30 seconds to get a quote from We Buy Any Car.
You know what that means? We're getting a bigger car.
Just sold my car to We Buy Any Car. Just sold my car to We Buy Any Car. Just sold my car to We Buy Any Car.
To find out how much your car's worth in 30 seconds, enter your reg number now at WeBuyAnyCar.com. Admin fee may apply. For more information, visit WeBuyAnyCar.com/info.
When Greg received his Amazon delivery, his world started spinning. Eco wash and automatic load adjustment. This washing machine was pure quality for a price that didn't rinse his wallet. 5 stars from Greg. With star reviews from you and star prices from us. Start your search on Amazon today.
Looking for a great broadband deal? Well, Sky Broadband have you covered. Right now, they're slicing their prices in half. So you can get super fast broadband at the incredible price of just £17 a month till the end of 2023. Then £34.50 a month on an 18-month contract. What's more, there's no upfront fees. Don't miss out. Switch today at sky.com. Ends 15th of June, £17 a month till 31st December 2023. £34.50 after offer period. Prices may change. Average download speed 61 megabits per second. Selected fibre areas only. Thank you.
The London Bath Company presents your concierge managed bathroom installation service in just 3 statements.
No mess, no stress, no drama.
That's the way it should be. As for your luxury bathroom, it's
Designed for free, uncompromised, incomparable.
the London Bath Company. Your new bathroom, designed and installed the way it should be.
Showrooms in Chiswick, St John's Wood, Blackheath, and at thelondonbath.co.uk.
An IVA from Creditfix could write off up to 81% of your unsecured debt. Text debt to 66777. Terms apply. May not be suitable for all. Can affect credit rating. Free advice from moneyhealthy.org.uk.
At Morrison's this week, enjoy a bottle of Sorso Prosecco for just £4.99. So that's more pop, fizz, and bang for your buck.
Morrison's to shop at Morrison's.
Majority of stores, subject to availability. Ends 4th of June. Please drink responsibly.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Matt Fry.
We're talking about student loans. How fair is the system? How complex is the system? Do you understand it? Should we scrap it? Let's go to Cedar in King's Cross. What do you think, Cedar?
Hi, Matt. Matt, I think this is a deeply iniquitous system and this should be scrapped. I think this idea that you charge young people a lot of money because they might become rich in the future is absurd. I think this should be paid through by central taxation. I think all these sort of layers of, there's a private company and they have to charge a lot of interest, otherwise, etc., is nonsense. I think David Willett was being very disingenuous. I think you have lots of other models. People have already mentioned Scotland. In Europe, I think they have a very good education system, university system, and it's all at a fraction of a cost here. I think I have 2 sons. One is left university with about £60,000 of debt. There's another one who'll be starting university this year. These are sort of very high burdens, and as a result, we have this intra-generational sort of unfairness where young people are sort of leaving, coming to the workforce with massive amounts of debt. And I think it's very disappointing that Starmer has, instead of offering what was a very sensible position in 2017 and 19, is now going to be tweaking the 9% to 8% and the 25,000 to the 26,000. This is not what will resolve issues. And the Tories, they're already talking about, let's get rid of inheritance tax and all that. So clearly they have nothing to offer to the young people.
Well, I think that is very much aimed at older voters, and they seem to have given up on young voters altogether, which are, as we know from opinion polls, not exactly enamoured with the Tory party at the moment. I guess what they would say is that if we are going to make it what it was before, free for everyone, as it is in most European countries, we will have to raise the general level of taxation to pay for it. Is that
absolutely
fair?
But I think it is fair, but I think that generation, the level should be for rich people. So we have a prime minister who paid a 22% tax rate on his £2 million a year income. I think that is a travesty. So I think there should be equalizing capital gains tax rates, dividend income, etc. at the same rate. And they should be probably giving some sort of a tax break to the people who are suffering from a cost of living crisis. And if that means that they reduce VAT on more items or they give a higher threshold for tax, I think that's what they should do. So if Labour wants to stick to not increasing the tax burden overall, then it's all about making it fall heavier on the people who can afford it. And when the Tories talk about inheritance tax, that only affects the top 4% of households. So that's completely in the opposite direction.
I wonder how the Labour Party ran the numbers. It would have been good to speak to someone from the Labour Party about this, but they weren't available, I think. I mean, how they ran the numbers, because they must have realised that, they're going to get more young voters than the Tories anyway, so they're not going to lose that many people by getting rid of the system altogether. Or maybe they will. I mean, I don't think it's had such a dramatic impact in the opinion polls. And at the same time, if they had to save money by writing off people's student loans, they'd have to raise it elsewhere, and the raising it elsewhere issue would actually be politically more harmful to them. They must have made that calculation.
No, absolutely. But I think one thing which you mentioned is remarkable is that 83% of these loans are never paid in full. So this is a sheer sort of insanity of the system. I think one thing which should be done is that all the interest rate that these poor kids have been paying, that should be reset to the government interest rate over the time of their loan. And that would mean that instead of paying 6% per year, they would be paying maybe 1-2% per year, and that would allow a lot of the face value of the loans to be eliminated. Because I think that is at least a very, very basic we should be doing for these people. Because this idea that, this is a private company, why is there a private company in there anyway? I mean, this is a mechanism of taxation.
But what people like Martin Lewis are saying, the cost of living expert, he's saying you shouldn't look at it as one big lump sum, because that's not the way it works, and that's not the way you have to repay it, because, as we said, most people don't end up repaying all of it. And it is increased very incrementally at a certain stage, a little bit like a taxation. You should call it a form of taxation, right? Or a contribution.
Absolutely. I agree. And look, I have a lot of time for Martin Lewis. I think he's been making some incredibly important sort of interventions. But I think this idea that you have students and others who start paying a 48%, 52% marginal tax rate on their income so soon into their careers, I think that is the unfairness of the situation.
Sida, thanks very much for coming on from King's Cross. Let's go to Steve in Wiltshire. Steve, what do you think?
Hi. Thanks for having me on, Matt. I mean, I think your previous caller just about nailed everything. But, student education, it's the country investing in its population. It's investing in the country's future. It's like a factory buying new machinery. It's investing in UK PLC's success. I think the argument that people will earn more if they go to university, therefore they should pay hideous tuition fees and punitive interest rates is totally false. I mean, that's why we've got a progressive tax system. You earn more, you will pay more.
Yeah.
So it's
adding another progressive tax system on the already progressive tax system. So
Well, maybe. I mean, the tax system is tweaked and fiddled with all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, I think one reason, because that I don't think has been mentioned as to why some of the student loan is never recouped is, if you move abroad, you're not going to be paying any of that back.
Mm.
So all the concern about hemorrhaging of newly trained doctors to New Zealand, Australia, Canada, the USA, one motivation for them is, well, I won't have to pay the student loan.
Yeah, well, that may be true. Stephen Wiltshire, thank you very much indeed. I think it certainly all deserves a fairly holistic approach. I mean, there's a lot of questions that still haven't been answered, that still haven't been put to the stakeholders, and I think we should revisit this subject on a regular basis, especially as my own kids start opening up envelopes of money that they owe. I don't think they have any idea what's coming their way. Anyway, I know what's coming your way, and it's sitting right in front of me. More on that in a minute. Thanks to all of you for listening, for writing in, for texting in, for shouting at me, or just listening to the programme. It's been an absolute pleasure. I will be back next Saturday at 10 o'clock in the morning. But up next here, sitting in for Sangeeta Mauska is the great Paul Brand.
Thanks so much, Matt. Coming up at 1, what's in the WhatsApps? The Cabinet Office doesn't want to release them to the COVID inquiry. Is that an insult to the bereaved who want answers about the pandemic? We'll be speaking to one woman who lost her father. The government says the problem is everyone's phones contain private information. So why are ministers mixing personal and professional conversations on WhatsApp? It never happened in the days of the typing pool, did it? And with the ability to delete texts, should we stop ministers using WhatsApp for government business altogether? You can call me 0345 6060 973, text 84850 or tweet at LBC. Look forward to taking your calls in just a few minutes.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 1 o'clock, 19 people have been arrested by police investigating possible disturbances at the Epsom Derby this afternoon. All of them are being held on suspicion of conspiracy to commit public nuisance. Activists from Animal Rising have pledged to shut down or delay the festival over fears for the horses' safety, even though there's an injunction banning people from the racetrack. The chief executive of the Jockey Club at Nevin Truesdale says they're mounting the biggest security event in the history of the race.
Partnering with Surrey Police on a very tight security operation for this event, as you'd expect, given the clear threat. And our focus here very much today is making sure this race and this whole event goes ahead without any illegal disruption whatsoever. And the work we've done on security, both on security, on intelligence, extra personnel, is hopefully helping achieve that objective.
A rescue mission is underway after 2 trains collided in India, killing at least 260 people. Nearly 900 people have been injured, and the local fire service, who are part of the search operation, say they found a lot of serious injuries. Rishi Sunak has spoken of his admiration for survivors and rescue workers involved. The head of the train drivers' union, ASLEF, says strikes could last years if no solution is agreed over pay, jobs and conditions. Rail services have been disrupted for the 3rd time this week. The government says their pay offer is fair and reasonable. These commuters have mixed feelings about the strikes.
Anyone who lives under a system of capitalism needs to fight back. Global solidarity, that's it.
I think, truthfully, highly paid train drivers are an endangered species, just as were bus conductors and ticket collectors.
Has gone on, hasn't it? A long time.
2 people have been arrested after a woman in her 70s died in a dog attack in Warwickshire. They're being held on suspicion of possessing a banned breed and owning a dog dangerously out of control. One is in hospital with non-life-threatening injuries after what happened in Bedworth yesterday afternoon. A Metropolitan Police officer who stalked a woman he met on duty has been sacked. A disciplinary hearing has found PC Jonathan Simon's behaviour amounted to gross misconduct. In April, the constable, who was part of the Eastern Area Command Unit, was given a 16-week suspended jail sentence. The weather, dry and sunny for many. Some rain in the far north and Northern Isles. Highs of 23 degrees. From Global's newsroom, I'm Alice Bell.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Paul Brand.
Good afternoon. You're listening to Paul Brand on LBC. Great to have your company this Saturday afternoon. So how keen are you to know what's in every minister's WhatsApps? This week, the Cabinet Office, of course, decided to go to court to resist releasing the messages relating to the pandemic. Boris Johnson tried to bounce Rishi Sunak into handing over the information, didn't he, with that quite clever political positioning, saying that he was willing to hand over all of his personal messages. Just one small catch, that they don't relate to the phone that's been switched off since April 2021, which was the phone that he used for the majority of the pandemic, or at least for the parts of the pandemic that involved the big decision-making. But anyway, all of this has got me thinking, why are we allowing ministers to do so much of their business on WhatsApp, which can be deleted, of course. You can delete your messages automatically every 24 hours if you want on WhatsApp. It will literally clear that chat for you without you having to do a thing. And back in the days of the typing pool, before my time admittedly, but you'd have to shred something if you really wanted to get rid of it. Now you just tap your phone and there it is, gone from the records forevermore. And the whole mixing of personal and professional messages is causing chaos for accountability, because that's the main argument the government's employing here. And you can see why, aside from the sensitivities of the pandemic, why some ministers might feel they don't want to hand over everything. You know, maybe they're making a joke about their wife on WhatsApp with another minister, or maybe they're talking about their child's difficulties at school. There is private information that's going to be mixed into those professional conversations, as we all do at work. I mean, let's be honest, none of us completely separate out our private and our professional information when we're chatting to colleagues, unless we're in an industry that has a tight regulation, like the banking industry, for example. My brother-in-law works in it, and they do keep everything separate because of the way that they're regulated, to make sure that they're not fixing the markets, to make sure that they're not abusing their position in the banking industry. So should we get to the same point with ministers? Should we be saying that actually they do need to have two separate work phones, one they use for professional conversations and one they use for personal conversations? Or should we be saying that actually when it comes to government business, they shouldn't be using WhatsApp even on their professional phones because of the fact that you can delete messages? Should all of that be going through official channels, work email accounts, which can be archived and traced back? Because we're now coming to an inquiry where the chair of this inquiry, Baroness Hallett, can't get her hands on vital texts, potentially vital texts, because they're buried in WhatsApps which are encrypted and ministers won't hand over. And like I say, back in the day, if you wanted government records, you just go to the government archive and say, I want all of the memos, written documents that relate to X. And for years and years now, since the decision to release government documents, which I think are released after 30 years, you know, we've been pouring over the spoils of those releases, finding out interesting things that Margaret Thatcher did, for example, in the 1980s, because those documents have finally been released. What's going to happen in the next 30 years? In 30 years' time, are we just going to come up a blank when we say, well, why can't we have all the really interesting historical documents that relate to the pandemic? Oh, sorry, they were all on WhatsApp and deleted. You know, do we need to get into a position where the government only conducts government business via official channels that can be archived and kept and scrutinised when it comes to it? Because clearly we're not in that position now, are we? Things are squirreled away in WhatsApps that won't be handed over. Or on the flip side, do you think it's just not realistic in this day and age to separate out work and professional and personal lives on WhatsApp? You know, is it important actually that ministers are able to use those modern forms of communication, because they were invented for a reason, which is that they simplify our lives and our working lives? If you're able to message a minister quickly about something that is absolutely urgent, surely that's much better than the days when you had to pass a memo to the secretary to get typed up and then couriered over to the relevant department. Surely WhatsApp is a positive tool in government communications in making sure that things are done swiftly and efficiently. Let me know what you think. You can call me 0345 6060 973. Should we ban ministers from using WhatsApp, and should they hand over the messages that they are holding on to? You can text me 84850 or tweet at LBC. And This all matters particularly, of course, to those who've lost loved ones during the pandemic, who are hoping that this COVID inquiry will provide answers that they've been searching for now ever since they sadly lost their loved ones over the course of lockdown. And just before the show, I spoke to Susie Flinton, who's a spokesperson for the COVID-19 Bereaved Families for Justice campaign. She lost her dad, Howard Crozier, in March 2020. And I started by asking her about her dad and what happened to him during the pandemic.
So my dad was just a lovely human being. He was kind of universally liked by people. He was in a care home when the pandemic hit. They locked down about 2 weeks before the country did, which was sort of standard procedure for the outbreak of illness in the care home. So as much as I didn't like it, I was kind of used to it. But on the 15th of March, they phoned to say they'd had to call an ambulance for him. And I remember the news of being from Spain about these care home residents who were kind of all being found dead. So I was fearing the worst, and I was sort of beside myself. And he went into hospital on the 15th. And actually, it wasn't COVID. God, I know something else. And then on the 22nd, and I was hoping he was going to come home, but on the 22nd I turned up to the hospital and they said that they'd admitted a COVID patient on his ward and they were closing the ward and I couldn't see it. And I remember turning to my partner and just going, I don't like this at all. And then the following Wednesday I had the phone call to say he tested positive, and it was end of life and I needed to be there. So I was allowed in for 10 minutes at a time for PPE. It was the first time I saw PPE actually in hospital was when I was actually visiting Dad on the COVID ward. It was horrific. What COVID does to the body is something I wouldn't wish on anyone. He didn't look like Dad anymore. And by Saturday, I had a phone call in the small hours of the Saturday morning to say that he died.
I'm so sorry, Susie. And, obviously care homes and hospitals will be such a big aspect of the COVID inquiry, looking at the way the government handled the pandemic, whether it did the right thing, whether it handled families like yours in the right way too, with visits at the end of life and all of those really sensitive issues. Do you have any sympathy with ministers who are reluctant to hand over messages because they believe it could infringe their privacy? Or do you feel it is absolutely necessary to see every single piece of communication relating to the pandemic?
I think it's absolutely necessary to see everything because, it's not just about finding out what happened and what went wrong for people like my dad, but it's what happens when the next pandemic comes and whether they're going to make the same stupid mistakes. And I think there is a massive hypocritical irony in them invoking the right to privacy as a reason not to hand these messages over when they actually want us to leave the European Court of Human Rights. And that is a fundamental right, the right to privacy. So it feels very hypocritical. And it's also, even they must realise that the optics in this aren't great. It looks like they are covering something up. And that is a fairly logical and reasonable conclusion to come to, I think. And they just seem to be twisting legislation to their own ends, claiming they're not going to hand messages over, invoking the right to privacy is absolutely hypocritical, I would say. And I think, we're looking at, 250,000 people have lost their lives in this country. We deserve answers, but also to say the people going forward deserve to be protected if something like this happens.
I suppose the tricky thing, if we're being generous to the government, is that in most workplaces these days, WhatsApp is used to mix professional and personal messages. So you might be texting your boss about something that you need to deliver at work, and at the same time you might say, how's your son today? I heard that he wasn't very well. And then you have a conversation about something personal that is then mixed in with those professional messages. And I just wonder whether actually we have to take a look again at the way government communication happens, because if they are mixing personal and private private stuff on WhatsApp, maybe we do have to separate that out and say ministers shouldn't use WhatsApp to discuss anything to do with their ministerial roles. Do you think maybe that's what's gone wrong here, is that they're not, back in the olden days, you didn't have this problem because there was a typist that used to type up all your memos as a government minister that you would send over to another department, whereas now we're in this grey area, aren't we, where WhatsApp is used and WhatsApp messages can be easily deleted. It doesn't feel as though government information is as sacrosanct as it used to be.
No, I think there are lots of issues around the way we communicate. I mean, WhatsApp is an encrypted service, isn't it? So it feels quite fishy to use that for something as important as a government business in a national emergency. They should have known that, however they handled it was going to come under scrutiny, and they should have had the system in place to record information in proper channels. Baroness Hallett is an experienced judge. If she thinks something is irrelevant or personal or potentially a threat to privacy or whatever excuse they use it in, she is intelligent enough to have the discretion not to reveal that to the public, but it should be her decision because she is the one running the inquiry that the government themselves have set up.
What did you make of... Yeah, sorry, Susie. What did you make of Boris Johnson's intervention this week as well? Because he is obviously playing a bit of politics with all of this and saying, yes, I'm very happy to hand over my messages. Then we find out that actually the most important phone that we have was most relevant to the pandemic is switched off and those messages won't be handed over. But he seems to be trying to put a bit of pressure on Rishi Sunak to sort of hand over the rest of the messages and create a bit of trouble here. How does it feel to you, as someone who lost your dad during the pandemic, to watch politics being made out of all of this?
It's insulting. I mean, those two scoring political points off each other, again at the expense of the bereaved. I mean, they seem to have forgotten that there are human beings at the centre of this inquiry. That, the people we lost and the people left behind. And to turn it into a circus and political point scoring is beyond insulting. I'm not surprised by anything Johnson does. He is known for his machinations, but even with his, he must understand that the optics here,
absolutely,
at the very least, it's not doing any of them any favours. And frankly, it's the fact that we're talking about those two in a standoff rather than what the inquiry is actually about, and that's a problem. So we are shunted off to the side yet again because two people are jockeying for power, and it's like playing a game at our expense. And we've put our grief aside for 3 years to campaign for this inquiry, and it's ridiculous now that it's been set up that we're still having to jostle for attention and fight for an actual space. It looks like petty playground politics to me.
Well, that was Susie Flinton there talking to me earlier, who's spokesperson for the COVID-19 Bereaved Families for Justice campaign, lost her dad Howard during the pandemic, and feels very strongly that ministers should hand over all of the messages and that they shouldn't be mixing personal and professional conversations on WhatsApp in the first place. A couple of texts before we go to the break, and Simon in Gravesend said, Paul, there is no excuse for any organisation to go through private messaging services like WhatsApp. They could easily achieve all the convenience and flexibility of WhatsApp with any number of professional solutions like Slack or Teams that have centralised control and the ability to export entire threads, etc. WhatsApp is a product focused on consumers first and foremost, and they shouldn't be using it to conduct government business. Sarah has texted me twice saying, Dear Paul Brand, stop lying. Boris has said he is willing to hand over his old phone. He just needs the spooks to release it. Either correct this or you are the liar, in capital letters. Much appreciated, Sarah. Much appreciated, Sarah. Thanks so much for your text too. Boris Johnson has said in a statement that he is willing to hand over his old phone if the security services are able to allow him to switch it on. It's just interesting that he didn't point that out in his first original statement when he said that he'd handed over all messages relating to the pandemic, and it turned out they were only from May 2021. And it was only questions from journalists that later illuminated the full truth. It's coming up to 1:18. You're listening to LBC.
LBC. Swarbrick, Monday to Friday from 4 p.m.
When I hear something
described as a prankster. I just think broadly irritant. There's this kid called Mizzy who is described as a prankster. Even the kid himself says in the UK the laws on this are a bit too soft, and I think I probably agree with him given what he's been filmed doing. The violation of people's homes is disgraceful.
Tom Swarbrick.
With Enterprise, whatever vehicle you need, whenever you need it.
LBC.
Poor air quality is affecting the health of Londoners.
I'm Susan Mitchell, Head of Policy at Alzheimer's Research UK. Recent reports have shown a link between air pollution and an increased risk of developing dementia. We believe risk factors, such as air pollution, account for 40% of dementia cases, many of which could be avoided. It's really encouraging to see the ambition at a local level to reduce air pollution and help reduce the risk of developing dementia.
To help clear London's air and improve health, the ultra-low emission zone is expanding across all London boroughs from the 29th of August this year. To check your vehicle and see the support available, search ULEZ 2023.
A rising costs forcing you into unaffordable debt. An individual voluntary arrangement from Credit Fix could help. Write off up to 81% of your unsecured debt with manageable repayments and all interest and charges frozen. Just text debt to 66777. Text debt to 66777 now. Terms apply. Minimum suitable for Credit credit rating. Free advice on moneyhelp.org.uk.
As Bethany opened her Amazon parcel, her heart began to race. Waterproof LCD display and heart rate monitoring. This fitness tracker won first place with Bethany for quality and price. 5 stars from Bethany. With star reviews from you and star prices from us. Today.
The Ford Ranger, a vehicle for all terrains and every passion. It's a workmate, a playmate, and to its drivers, a soulmate. So how do you improve the Ford Ranger? You go all in. The all-new Ford Ranger, the UK's best-selling pickup. Now available with rear bumper steps, tailgate workbench, and enlarged load box that can fit a Euro pallet. Go break it in. Search all-new Ford Ranger. Ford Pro, driving productivity. According to SMMT data, features may be optional extras with additional cost.
Access control that keeps your business safe. Heating that keeps it at just the right temperature, whatever time of day it is. Lighting that adjusts automatically by area to help you keep things brighter. Sound and vision that works seamlessly across your space. And tech that brings all this home to the place that's most important. Mosaic BMS, the building technology specialists. Discover the space your building or home could be. Search Mosaic BMS today.
Colditz Castle, Nazi Germany. History's most astonishing game of cat and mouse. In his new book, Ben McIntyre, best-selling author of SAS Rogue Heroes, takes us inside the walls of the most infamous prison in history to meet the real men behind the legend. Heroes, bullies, rebels and spies, and all determined to escape. Colditz, Prisoners of the Castle by Ben McIntyre, is out now in paperback, ebook and audiobook.
Paul Brand on LBC.
With Enterprise, see if one of their neighbourhood locations are near you.
You're listening to Paul Brand on LBC. Good afternoon to you. We're talking about whether ministers should hand over all of their WhatsApps to the COVID inquiry and whether they should even be conducting their business on WhatsApp in the first place, because clearly it's creating all sorts of difficulties. You know, if these were conversations that had been had on email or in writing, then there'd be no question of having to beg them to hand stuff over. You'd just go to the Cabinet Office and they would just be able to give you a giant archive of all of the relevant documentation. A couple more texts that came in over the break. Rob is responding to Sarah's point earlier. Says, hi Paul, point of clarity. Johnson has said he will turn on his phone and search it himself, selecting any messages he deems relevant and pass them on. Very different to agreeing to pass over his old phone to the inquiry altogether. And Gary says, Paul, it's really simple. If you use a device at work for work and you're part of the government, however high or low, that device and everything on it is owned by the state, even personal messages. End of. Let's talk to David now, who's in Mansfield, because David, I think you used to be a civil servant, so you know a bit about government communication.
Yes, good afternoon, Paul. Actually, that last text you read out pretty well sums up what I'm about to say as a former civil servant. I don't recognise a world where people in senior positions in government could be sending messages about work-related issues by anything other than official email. It's unbelievable. All civil service departments have a Secretary of State at the top of them, these people were our bosses.
Although, David, Chris has just texted in making a good point that we were discussing in the office earlier, and he says, WhatsApp is for chat. 30 years ago, if somebody in government said something to someone face-to-face, you wouldn't know what was said today, because there wouldn't be a record of it. Or even what someone said in a private phone call. WhatsApp is the modern equivalent of that, says Chris. So he's got a point there, hasn't he, that WhatsApp is sort of used for shorthand today, a quick chat that may have been had in a corridor before. So is it different, really, to how things used to work before, when there would have been conversations that there wasn't a formal record?
Well, I mean, really, let's face it, the alternative to face-to-face talk is telephone. It sort of sits to one side in its own, I think. Text messaging is different. It's not the same as having a verbal conversation which isn't recorded. It is there in writing, and for whatever reason, I mean, we would not have dreamt of using it. Text messages were incredibly rare, ordinary text, but having WhatsApp on the phone, a government phone, would have been considered absolutely unprofessional. And I was there until this time last year, so all through the pandemic, when these people were running the country and using this unofficial form of communication. And also, when a freedom of information request comes into the department, every form of communication, you can't delete anything. It has to anything official. We were always aware that our corporate telephones were backed up anyway into the system, into the government system. So we wouldn't have dreamt of sending anything inappropriate on a HSE, as I was there. That was the civil service manager I was in. I just wouldn't have done it. And I can't believe it. I'm still incredulous. I absolutely, by the way, just to be sure, know where I am on this. They should have frozen everything and handed over everything that was to do with official government business. And they still should. This isn't, in Bob Johnson's largesse, agreeing to hand over his phone that's got government-related messages on it. They should have already been sequestered in some way.
And David, in your experience, do you think ministers were deliberately using WhatsApp for this very purpose, that it is far more difficult to archive those messages and for them to be publicly available?
Well, you can draw your own conclusions on that, because there's a perfectly good email system. And yes, it does get tedious when there's a long thread in an email, but what's the difference? The difference is that WhatsApp is encrypted, and belief is that nobody else can ever get at them, because evidently they're not recorded in the government archives. So it's wrong. It's wrong to use WhatsApp. And I believe the civil service rules have been sort of brought up to date very recently, earlier this year, to ensure that people do not use non-corporate forms of communication on government business.
Okay, David, thank you so much for your call this afternoon. Let's go to Julian, who's in Blackmore in Essex. Good afternoon, Julian.
Hi there, Ben.
What do you make of all of this, and this using of WhatsApp for government business?
I think it's fine. I don't believe that would be a grey area. If you have a work phone, you use it for work-related business. If you have a personal phone, you use it for personal business. The next thing not to do with professional use. I mean, my company as well use WhatsApp for communication, and the professional needs use it only for business purposes. If you use it for other purposes, if there's an investigation and there's a valid reason for them to look at your communications, then that's fair game. But if you're using a work phone, use it for work business only, and there is no issue.
So you think it's fine, but they just have to be more scrupulous about what they're discussing on that?
They just need to be professional.
Yeah.
I mean, your work phone is for work business, and I assume these people are using, these politicians are using a work phone, and also the app is official. They're able to use it for their business as well. So if they're using it for business only, they can discuss other things on their personal phone.
Yeah, and I guess if on their business phone they do happen to ask a question, because I suppose it's difficult sometimes to keep conversations perfectly separate. You might send a message that says, have you got that document for me yet, please, ex-civil servant, and then they respond saying, no, sorry, my son's been ill and I haven't had time to do it. And that has accidentally then mixed together the personal and the professional.
Yeah, it's going to be personal. I mean, how someone's child is, or family is, or whatever. But generally, it's only work-related stuff, with the odd stuff like that mixed in. And, the kind of stuff that you would put in there that's non-business, is,
not particularly...
one I want to look at.
Not particularly sensitive.
Yeah.
OK, Julian, thanks so much. Interesting perspective. Let's speak to Jessie now, who's a new caller from Brent. Good afternoon to you, Jessie.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. What's your take on all of this?
I think, in my opinion, everyone's kind of sick of all the loopholes that the government are finding to get away with their kind of skullduggery. And it's just their excuse to obviously shy away from being caught in what they're doing. And as you've mentioned, your brother in the banking industry has an actual way of separating the work and the personal conversations or interactions. And even in my industry, which is the hospitality industry, we are implementing a certain way of actually separating professional and personal. And I don't understand why it's such a high seniority in the sector aren't capable of doing the same thing. I mean, if you think about if someone did of a lower, like a civil servant or someone working as a staff member or anything, if they were caught saying anything on WhatsApp, it's usable in order to fire them if it goes against certain kind of policies within that, workforce. Work.
So you think just separate it out, have a work phone and a personal phone, and don't mix the two?
Yeah, of course. It's fundamental that they implement this, because it's just unfair otherwise, because they'll use it as an excuse to hide anything that they kind of don't want the public to know about, as is happening now. And as you said, as expected, he's saying that he needs to go through his phone first, which in a way is editing what he doesn't want to give away and what he wants to give away, which therefore we're not getting the full story of it. So once again, cloaking what they don't want us to see.
All right, Jessie, thanks so much for your call this afternoon. And I do wonder whether part of this is just because government communications have evolved over the years, and we've lived through a very, very busy political time over the past, particularly 3, 4, 5, 6 years, and maybe just nobody's really stopped to think, actually, should we be using WhatsApp? Although there are rules and regulations that have been drawn up to advise ministers on how they should be using their phones. But nevertheless, I wonder whether actually we just need to pause for a minute and think, actually, how do we want government business to be conducted? Do you think it should be allowed via WhatsApp, or is it time to professionalise ministers' phones? 0345 6060 973. It's 1:31. You're listening to Broadband on LBC. Let's get the news headlines now with Alice Bell.
19 people have been arrested by Surrey police in connection with plans to disrupt this afternoon's derby at Epsom Downs Racecourse. Animal Rising activists have said they'll defy a court order to try to stop it going ahead. India's Prime Minister has visited the scene of his country's deadliest train crash in 2 decades. More than 200 people have been killed, with rescuers working to find survivors in Odisha. 2 people have been arrested after a woman in her 70s died in a dog attack in Bedworth in Warwickshire yesterday. They're being held on suspicion of possessing a banned breed and owning a dog dangerously out of control. The weather, dry and sunny for many. Some rain in the far north and Northern Isles. Highs of 23 degrees.
This is LBC.
Poor air quality is affecting the health of Londoners.
I'm Susan Mitchell, Head of Policy at Alzheimer's Research UK. Recent reports have shown a link between air pollution and an increased risk of developing dementia. We believe risk factors, such as air pollution, account for 40% of dementia cases, many of which could be avoided. It's really encouraging to see the ambition at a local level to reduce air pollution and help reduce the risk of developing dementia.
To help clear London's air and improve health, the ultra-low emission zone is expanding across all London boroughs from the 29th of August this year. To check your vehicle and see the support available, search ULEZ 2023.
The Ford Ranger, a vehicle for all terrains and every passion. It's a workmate, a playmate, and to its drivers, a soulmate. So how do you improve the Ford Ranger? You go all in. The all-new Ford Ranger, the UK's best-selling pickup, now available with rear bumper steps, tailgate workbench, and enlarged load box that can fit a Europart. Go break it in. Search all-new Ford Ranger. Ford Pro, driving productivity. According to SMMT data, features may be optional extras with a
additional cost.
Welcome to Able & Cole, where inconvenience is a good thing. We'll only deliver to your area once a week.
It reduces carbon emissions.
Our food costs a bit more.
We pay farmers fairly.
And our broccoli won't last as long.
Because we don't do preservatives or unnecessary plastic.
An inconvenience store is better for the planet and tastes better too.
Join the thousands of people choosing inconvenience. Search Able & Cole and order a carbon-neutral grocery delivery today. Difficult tastes better. Able & Cole.
If you've bought a timeshare, did you really get what you expected? Or were you sold a dream that's now a nightmare? With high maintenance fees, loss of exclusivity, and limited availability, timeshare ownership for many is now just a liability. MyTimeshareClaim.co.uk has helped thousands of owners who are missold exit their contract and receive compensation. For advice and to find out more about your options, text ASSIST to 78900.
Janet from Macmillan Cancer Support has discovered a new weapon in the fight against cancer. Dominoes. By getting African and Caribbean communities together over a game at the Pineapple Club in southeast London, she's helping to break cultural taboos about the Big C and ensuring that people get the advice they need so everyone wins, even though Janet never does. Macmillan Cancer Support. Wherever you are, we do whatever it takes to help people living with cancer.
Paul Brand on LBC.
With Enterprise, great rates on weekend escapes.
Good afternoon, you're listening to Paul Brand here on LBC. We're talking about what's in the WhatsApps, the government WhatsApps, which the Cabinet Office is reluctant, in fact refusing to hand over to the COVID inquiry because the Cabinet Office says that there is a mix of personal and professional information on those phones, which does beg the question, why are government ministers using WhatsApp for government business while they're having a chat about what their kids up to at school or what they had for their dinner last night? If that is a problem, if they are mixing personal and professional, then why not just separate out their job from all the personal chat and not use WhatsApp for government businesses? We've had quite a few texts actually here this afternoon saying that people in their workplace aren't allowed to use WhatsApp for work-related discussions. Ritesh says, for example, afternoon Paul, using WhatsApp to discuss official business is such a no-no. I work for a bank and we are expressly forbidden from extending work communication to WhatsApp or any other communication software. It is Teams at my current place of work, Teams, the software app, of course. I mean, I don't even make decisions for the country. This lot make life-changing decisions for the rest of us. How can they justify using WhatsApp? It is beyond me. Thank you, Ritesh, for that text. Let's go to Stephen, who's in Winchester. Good afternoon, Stephen.
Good afternoon.
What do you make of all of this, then?
Oh, purely and simply, I don't think Boris Johnson has any right to withhold any information, whether it be on a business device, a parliament device, if you like, or his personal phone or personal laptop, to be honest. I mean, if you're going to regulate and try and, enforce that ministers use parliament phones, let's say, or government phones, then they might just switch to use their personal ones and send text messages and WhatsApp messages on personal devices. So I think in this instance, all devices should be open for investigation, and it should be at the discretion of the investigation of what is utilised and publicised. And I think we have the right to know. I don't understand how it could be any other way.
Well, what do you say to those who think this is just a concerted campaign against Boris Johnson? This is just the left-wing blob, as they might call it, bashing Boris Johnson and trying to force him into releasing messages and, dragging him through another humiliating experience?
Well, I would say they're absolutely right. And when I would question why Boris Johnson doesn't agree, so that he's not releasing the information that's been requested upon him. He must be hiding something, surely.
Yeah.
You can't have it both ways, can you? You can't say that, bashing the Prime Minister here and requesting things of him there when you're trying to humiliate him, when in actual fact he seems to be humiliating himself quite frankly. He's not releasing the information on a government handset which belongs to
Do you buy this argument that that phone is actually a safety risk, a security risk? If he turns it on, he might end up getting into all sorts of security difficulties?
How so?
Well, he says that, and it's on the record actually, that a couple of years ago he was warned that because his phone number had been made public, that phone was a security risk. It could be tapped or hacked by, a benign, a malicious state, for example. And so he had to turn it off and put it away because it was no longer safe to use that phone. He had to change his phone number. So now he's saying if he turns that phone on and it's been switched off, he says since April 2021, then perhaps that phone could be hacked.
Well, can we not take the back off the phone, take the components out, plug it into a new phone that cannot be hacked? I mean, the digital problem is a digital solution. I don't understand again how things could be so secretive.
All right, Stephen in Winchester, thanks so much for your call this afternoon. Let's talk to Mark, who's in Hitchin. Good afternoon, Mark.
Yeah, hi, Paul. I'm actually amazed this conversation hasn't dragged in the government document that talks about using non-corporate communication channels. I'm reading from it now, e.g. WhatsApp, private emails, SMS, for government business. Now, I won't go through the whole document, but first of all, the document discouraged ministers from using non-standard communications. So that's the first thing you need to know. The second thing you need to know, and I'm reading directly from this, section 5, government communication belongs to the Crown and must be handled lawfully. If you hold such communications in NCCCS, which is non-standard communications, you do so on behalf of your department. However, it goes further. Once you have decided to use your own phone for government business, this engages, as they describe it, your record-keeping responsibility.
Yeah.
And that responsibility can be as simple as you taking a screenshot of maybe a WhatsApp message and putting it into, and I'll use their word, government systems. And then finally, at the end of that document, it points out part of the reason that's got to be done is because it's government business, but it then moves into the National Archives.
Yeah.
The man has broke the rules again. Why is he got a phone with messages on? Why are there not copies of those messages held in central government, as the guidance points out?
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Mark, and this doesn't make it any better, but I do think lots of people in government are doing the same thing that Boris Johnson does, because despite that document, which you rightly referenced, and I've had a read of too, which does set out guidelines for ministers, I'm not sure that they take those guidelines particularly seriously, because the whole thing has just evolved over time, as it has done for all of us. We've sort of migrated onto WhatsApp and away from text messages, and I'm not sure that anyone's really stopped and said, let's have a proper conversation about whether it's appropriate or not to be using this technology. I'm not sure how aware civil servants, advisors, ministers really are of those guidelines. What I find interesting though is, and I've seen this, the number of government advisors, for example, certainly a handful I've come across who do have expiring chats on WhatsApp. So after 24 hours, 7 days, whatever timeline you choose, all of the messages are automatically deleted. That to me raises questions, because you can say that we've accidentally migrated to WhatsApp and it's all just come about organically, but to actually take the decision, your dog's going back berserk there. I'm glad your dog's into this chat. To actually take the decision to actively decide that all of your messages will be deleted after a certain time period, to me says you are trying to actively hide something by doing that. And why else would you select that option?
Right, so let me answer that. First of all, to go back to something you just said, forget about it's become a habit. It's because they were doing it, the guidance was written. So the guidance allows you to do it, but it sets rules for you to do it. So if you've got a government minister that says, well, it's just become habit for it, no, it is a process you are allowed to use lawfully, use the word lawfully in that document, as long as you follow the rules. Now, you're talking about self-expiring messages. Strangely enough, the document also draws your attention to self-expiring messages, and obviously the danger of them expiring before they're recorded. So, if I used to run a business, and yes, we used to ensure that certain business was done on certain channels. If I found something, say, well, it's just become the norm in the office to do this way, they'd be sitting in front of me in a meeting they would rather not be having. And the fact we're we're talking about the government here, and we've got civil servants whose job is to ensure if our ministers aren't quite up to the speed, they follow the rules. But of course, the Conservative ministers don't want to hear what civil servants want to say because they've childishly called it the blob. I'm 60 years of age. Why am I hearing government ministers using the word the blob? What, I'm a 12-year-old? They have no excuse. The rules are there. I've been able to find them. You've seen them on your screen. They broke them. Boris Johnson has definitely broke them. Like I said, if that phone had been destroyed, the whole point of backing it up, it even says in that document, take a screenshot. He could have then passed it in as he should have, and it would have been held centrally, and the inquiry, if it's allowed to see it, it's a whole different story, would be able to access it. Something ought to be dragging Boris Johnson, as usual, back in. That phone should be taken off him, and yes, they could search that phone in a secure environment without it, quote, being tracked or being hacked.
All right, Mark, thank you so much for your call. Interesting point there from Mark, sort of saying that this is a Conservative issue, that they are pushing back against the civil service, which, as Mark says, has been dubbed the blob by the Conservative government, or at least some elements of the Conservative Party. To be fair, though, I bet you the Welsh government, the Labour Welsh government, and probably the SNP Scottish government are using WhatsApp too, because I do think this has just evolved over time. The ministers have migrated onto that platform. I'm not saying it's right, and I think that there is cause to pause here and say, do we want this form of communication to be used for government purposes? But I don't think it's sort of a party political decision. I don't think the Conservatives are any more prone to using WhatsApp than any other political party. I think probably governments of all stripes are using this technology, not just here, but around the world. We'll return to this conversation in just a moment. 0345 6060 973. Should government communication be conducted over WhatsApp, or should personal and professional information always be kept separate? It's 1:45. Listening to Paul Brand on LBC.
Andrew Castle on LBC.
Are you telling my listeners that public services are improving?
Weekend breakfast from 7.
The NHS is falling apart.
On your radio.
Women are discriminated against because they have babies. Fact.
On Global Player.
Just run the place. Lead by example.
This is LBC.
When Greg received his Amazon delivery, his world started spinning. Eco-wash and automatic load adjustment. This washing machine was pure quality for a price that didn't rinse his wallet. 5 stars from Greg. With star reviews from you and star prices from us. Start your search on Amazon today.
Does your broadband slither around your home? And at peak times when things feel constricted? Well, not when you get full fiber broadband from EE. You get the peak time speeds you pay for. Count on EE full fiber broadband, powered by BT.
Limited availability. Check coverage at ee.co.uk/coverage.
Unfolding. It's always the start of something special. Unfolding deck chairs at the first sign of summer, a pizza box the second it's delivered, or your tent on day one of a festival, and cheersing because you remembered to pack the beds this year. And then there's the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4, which unfolds to double the screen size, making every gripping game and bingeable show twice as epic.
Buy a Galaxy Z Fold 4 today and get £200 cash back. Purchase before the 4th of July from a participating retailer. Claim from Samsung within 30 days of purchase. T's and C's apply.
Beat the squeeze and get set for summer with a little help from Robert Dias. Make the most of entertaining at home with family and friends by firing up the grill with gas barbecues starting at just $99.99. And be sure to keep the drinks flowing with half price on selected drink dispensers, starting at just $16.99. For all your home and garden needs this summer, find us on your local high street or at robertdyers.co.uk.
Hello, did you know that the ULEZ is expanding across all London boroughs on the 29th of August this year to help make the air clearer? Really?
Yeah, I did know that.
So, have you checked your vehicle?
Just went online, TfL, tapped in the registration number, and it was compliant.
All you need to do is just search TfL Vehicle Checker to check your vehicle.
I'm going to do that now.
Amazing.
9 out of 10 cars seen driving out of London meet the emission standards. Search TfL Vehicle Checker. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Whether you're looking for a barefoot beach escape, wine and wildlife on safari, a scenic cruise, or the freedom of a road trip, you can trust Trailfinders to take care of all your travel arrangements. Call our experts on 0207 36
0681230 or visit your local Trailfinders travel centre. Wherever, whenever. Trust Trailfinders.
This summer, why not try juicy New York-style beef burgers, fiery harissa halloumi kebabs, tender chimichurri bavette steaks, or succulent chicken tikka breast kebabs? Delicious. They're all part of the mouth-watering Waitrose barbecue range, and you can enjoy 2 for £8 on selected barbecue products in-store and online. Make it a sizzling summer with Waitrose's barbecue offer. Waitrose, food to feel good about.
Selected stores and lines, subject to availability.
Welcome to Able & Cole, where inconvenience is a good thing. We'll only deliver to your area once a week.
It reduces carbon emissions.
Our food costs a bit more.
We pay farmers fairly.
And our broccoli won't last as long.
Because we don't do preservatives or unnecessary plastic.
An inconvenience store is better for the planet and tastes better too.
Join the thousands of people choosing inconvenience. Search Able & Cole and order a carbon-neutral grocery delivery today. Difficult tastes better. Able & Cole.
Paul Brand on LBC.
With Enterprise, whatever vehicle you need, whenever you need it.
Good afternoon, you're listening to Paul Brand here on LBC. We'll get back to your calls in just a moment on this question of government ministers and their WhatsApps. But first, police have made 19 arrests at the Epsom Derby today as protesters from Animal Rising vowed to disrupt the horse racing event. And I'm joined now by Emma Core, who is LBC's reporter at Epsom Downs Racecourse. And Emma, what's the latest down there? What's been going on? How much disruption has been caused by these protesters?
Well, we had gasps from the crowd. The protesters squeezed through the barriers here just before the derby started. Well, he actually ran across the course just as the gun went off. Lots of gasps from the crowd during that moment. It was expected that there would be some sort of disruption today, especially the derby race in particular. Of course, you say there has been 19 arrests. Police arresting 19 people this morning. They arrested 11 people at addresses in Mitcham and Byfleet in the early hours, following warrants based on intelligence received ahead of today. 8 people were also arrested after a vehicle was stopped in Burheath. That was at about 10:20 this morning. All arrested on suspicion of conspiracy to commit a public nuisance and remain in police custody at this time. Animal Rising, who they're now known as, have said that there has been more arrests here today as well. We're trying to clarify that number though with Surrey Police, how many people have been arrested here in the grandstand. I actually saw one protester being pounced on as such by the police and taken out of the grandstand. That happened about 15 minutes before the derby started at 1:30. But the preparations that have been, there have been masses of preparation here today at Epsom to make sure that this place is so secure. I mean, I'm looking now across the grandstand. I can see so many police officers dotted all across it. We have security guards just a couple of feet away from each other, all down the whole course. So such a big security operation here today. And the organisers, of course, said that it would be okay for protesters to stage something outside of the racecourse. So Animal Rising have been outside the racecourse. They've been doing a legal protest there, but they did say potentially some of their members might try and get onto the tracks in between races, is what they said. But this protester, we're yet to know where he's from, what group, or if he was a protester at all, actually. After the derby gun went off, he did run right onto the track. So there's 6 more races to go, so we don't know what else will happen today. It's still very possible there could be more disruption, but the derby itself was the target race, and we'll just have to wait and see what the rest of the afternoon holds.
All right, Emma, all eyes on the rest of those races, as you say. Thanks so much for that update down at Epsom Downs Racecourse. Let's get back to our main discussion this hour, which is what's in the WhatsApps? Why won't ministers hand over all of their WhatsApps to the COVID inquiry? And is this the time to question whether they should be conducting government communication on WhatsApp at all, if it's this hard to get hold of those messages? Let's go to Sophie, who's in Richmond, because I've been looking forward to talking to you, Sophie, because you work for the Ministry of Defence, don't you? So you've got a good insight into how WhatsApp can be used.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I think, I'd also like to start off that I do believe that what we call ORK, so official record keeping, should be put in place as policy. If we're going to be using these messages, there is a way that you can download all of your data and then submit it submit it in. So I am for that, and I do believe that, you know, regardless of whether personal messages are on there, regardless, that should be put into the ORK. But my issue that I have, the agreements I have, is people saying, well, you shouldn't be using WhatsApp or your personal phone for government business. And look, you know, that's just not pragmatic. You know, if you're going to the main building, then you're going to a HQ in North London and South London, you could be outside of the office, and I have been outside of the office from 8 o'clock in the morning until 7 o'clock at night. And I do understand that people would love for me to work until probably midnight on my phone trying to, you know, do all of my emails then, but it's just not pragmatic. You know, I also have a life. And, you know, what we use WhatsApp for tends to be, you know, quick sending of what would normally probably be an email just to gather information and to pass information, to scan through some documents. And I would like to also clarify that nothing above secret goes on WhatsApp messages. You know, it's all, you know, official. But, you know, I just think that we're living in an age where things need to be done. People need to see people. People are in meetings constantly. And, you know, people are out of offices. You know, to find government ministers that are actually in their office 9 to 5 is very unlikely. If you actually looked at their calendars, they are probably out of office 75% of the time.
But couldn't you use a different app for that, Sophie? Because some people are saying,
absolutely,
and I'm not great at these things. I'm not great at tech, I've got to admit. But people are saying that things like Teams, for example, Microsoft Teams, can be used centrally by an organisation, so they're monitoring everything that's being said on Teams, so that it can be archived. Whereas obviously WhatsApp's encrypted, and your employer won't have any control over archiving those messages.
No, absolutely, and I do believe that in the grand scheme of things, that's a shortfall of the MOD. I think we do need to come up with a innovative way to create a WhatsApp-like app that allows government ministers and civil servants to communicate encryptedly, so that, you know, that data and that information is protected. But look, you know, like I said, it's the pragmatism of going back to the office after being out and then working until midnight, and then you know, that's not the life and the industry that we're in anymore. You know, gone are the days where it's 9 to 5 in the office. People are travelling, people are commuting, people are on trains, working on trains. You know, so that's my opinion of it. I do believe that we need to, you know, officially record it correctly, and that, you know, regardless of whether there is personal messages on that WhatsApp communication is irrelevant, essentially. But I'm a massive advocate. You know, the amount of work that I get done, unfortunately, you know, over WhatsApp is quite revealing, actually.
I bet you still end up messaging until 12 o'clock at night as well, Sophie, don't you? Because that's the other
I mean,
the other downside to it is that
it
doesn't stop. The messages don't stop after work. Thank you so much for your call this afternoon. Let's squeeze in Karen as well from Chippenham. Good afternoon to you, Karen.
Hello, Paul. Hello. I would have thought the government, even this current useless government, to organise the development of their own custom-made internal IT communication system modelled on the WhatsApp product, and also subject to government controls and obvious national security requirements. I personally think that all of the WhatsApp should be made available to the COVID inquiry, and I'm wondering how far back Boris Johnson's messages go, the ones associated with the only phone that had to be switched off because of the security risk. If Boris Johnson using that phone, the one that's now been switched off, when, as a member of the government, I personally like to use a big foreign secretary at the time, when he was going to those weekend parties in Tuscany that were hosted by the families of former Russian oligarchs, Boris Johnson managed to break free with the security team at that time, and so it's reported, and who knows what might have been compromised, and it would be the sensitive government information that might have been taken at that time when, you know, he was kind of relaxing. And then going back to 2019, Boris Johnson refused to publish the Russia report, which I think was an important document, and why was that? So I think there are so many questions, but I really don't see why the government can't have their own internal product, which, you know, can then be used for audit and so on, and archived.
Yeah, and actually there are products, I was just saying a moment ago with Sophie, that can be used in that way, where the organisation itself can have control over archiving the messages. WhatsApp is down to the individual user to kind of control what messages are seen and what aren't, because it's all encrypted. So I don't think they'd even necessarily have to design something, Karen. They could just commission a different product that already exists.
Yeah. It's incredible that it's taken this long for all of these questions to come up. We've heard, haven't we, about Pearl Braverman, and she was sending messages, as it was wrote on, was it WhatsApp, to members of the National Conservatives organisation.
I think that was email, actually, so that shouldn't have actually been too much of a problem. But I take your point. It's interesting that this has come up now, I guess, because it's really being tested for the first time with this COVID inquiry. Karen, thank you so much for your call. Thanks for all of your calls and texts on this issue. Coming up after 2, we're going to change the topic. I want to ask, is it fair for the wealthy to inherit enough money to burn when the rest of society has to go out and earn? There is a concerted campaign right now, as there is every so often, to abolish inheritance tax. A group of around 50 Conservative MPs want it to be axed. I suspect something may well appear in the Conservative manifesto around this in the run-up to the next election. But do you agree with them? Do you want to leave a nest egg for your children or whoever else you might want to put in your will? Do you think it's unfair that nest egg will be taxed? Or do you think it's only right that wealth is taxed so that we live in a meritocracy where you earn your own keep? You can call me 0345 6060 973.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 2 o'clock, the Epsom Derby got underway and on time after 19 people were arrested earlier today by police investigating possible disturbances at the horse racing. Animal rights activists wanted the race stopped or delayed over fears for the horse's safety. Our reporter Emma Kaur is at the racecourse where a huge security operation is in place.
A tight security operation here at Epsom, the most security they've ever had since the Derby first started 244 years ago. High fencing has been installed, CCTV, thorough bag checks for everyone coming here. Surrey Police too have dispatched more officers with drone and dog units.
India's Prime Minister has visited the site of the country's deadliest rail crash in over 2 decades. 2 trains derailed in the eastern state of Odisha, killing more than 260 passengers and injuring more than 900. Rakesh Chopra is a former member of the Indian Railways Board.
The first collision was on account of a train being diverted and hitting a freight train, and in the process, because of the impact, the bogies going off the track and infringing the second line. Simultaneously, unfortunately, from the other side, a fast train was passing through that, and that also collided.
On the day of another walkout, the head of the train drivers' union, ASLEF, is warning strikes could last years. Mick Whelan says that's likely unless there's a resolution in the dispute over pay, jobs and conditions. The government says its offer is fair and reasonable. A teenager's been arrested after a 21-year-old died while trying to help a friend in Greater Manchester. Salah Adam was stabbed in Old Trafford on Wednesday as he went to defend someone who was being chased by 2 men. The 19-year-old is being questioned on suspicion of murder. A woman in her 70s has died in a dog attack in Warwickshire. A 52-year-old man and a 49-year-old woman were detained on suspicion of possession of a banned breed of dog and owning a dog dangerously out of control. The man has now been released on bail, while the woman is being treated in hospital for an injury from the dog. And more than 1,200 officers from 3 forces will be deployed to police today's FA Cup final at Wembley. Scotland Yard insists there's no intelligence to suggest the fact the match is a derby will lead to a spike in violence. The weather, dry and sunny for many. Some rain in the far north and Northern Isles. Highs of 23. From Global's newsroom, I'm Alice Byrne.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Paul Brand.
Good afternoon to you. Listen to Paul Brand here on LBC. So, how do you think you should make your money in life? Through graft or via a gift left by a deceased relative? It is a perennial debate which is back on the agenda in Britain because a group of Conservative MPs want to abolish inheritance tax, and the campaign has been taken on by the Telegraph newspaper. So do you think it's fair that you work hard all your life, pay your taxes, save up, or buy a house to leave to your children, only for it to be taxed again when you die? Or is the unfairness that some people get to inherit a huge wad of cash purely because they got lucky with wealthy parents, while everyone else has to go out and make their own money? Inheritance is an issue, perhaps due to our history in Britain, that people feel really strongly about. Here, it is something that really gets people going often in the run to an election campaign when pledges are quite regularly made around inheritance tax. Are you one of those people who feel strongly about all of this? Do you think inheritance tax should be abolished? Or do you think it's only right that wealth is taxed in order to make Britain more equal? You can call me 0345 6060 973, text 84850, or tweet at LBC. And let's speak first to Sam Ashworth-Hayes, who is an economist and journalist at The Telegraph, who has written a piece headlined "Inheritance Tax Isn't Just Immoral, It's Weighing Down Britain's Economy." Good afternoon to you, Sam.
Good afternoon.
So if you can, just sum up the premise of your article. Why do you believe inheritance tax is immoral and weighing down Britain's economy?
Sure. I mean, the first part is fairly straightforward. We tax income in life, we tax purchases in life, and then when someone dies, it's then basically taxed again when you pass it on. So there's a lot of double taxation going on. And actually, if you look at who sort of pays the tax, because of the way it's structured, if you're very, very wealthy, it's actually quite easy to avoid the bulk of the burden by simply transferring assets earlier. So it tends to fall more on sort of middle-class families or those who simply lose someone unexpectedly, which isn't a very sort of equitable way of doing this.
Isn't that an argument, though, for tightening up the tax system to stop the super wealthy from doing that?
Well, this brings me on to the second point, which is that it's not actually a particularly desirable tax anyway, because effectively you can kind of think of inheritance tax as a tax on saving, and therefore a tax on investment, which is broadly not really what we want to do. We quite like when people invest. We like when they put money to capital, and we like when banks have money to sort of deploy in the form of loans to do this. So the more you tax saving, the lower the capital stock in the economy is. And I've read quite a few explanations for Britain's low level of productivity. Very few of them revolve around the idea that we're saving far too much.
I mean, you talked about double taxation as well, Sam, but then we get double taxation all the time, right? If you go and buy a chocolate bar today from the shop, you've been taxed twice, because you've been taxed on your income when you've been paid at work, and then you get taxed by VAT when you go to the shop. So it's not as if inheritance tax is the only form of double taxation. We tolerate it in other transactions all the time.
No, but it's not a principle that we particularly like. And again, it's effectively a tax which manages to be quite distortive, not particularly fair, and not particularly lucrative. And there is an argument that can be made that, certainly in America at least, where Alan Cole has written very eloquently on this, you could possibly actually increase your revenue by getting rid of money put into capital allocation, and therefore sort of an increase in productive capacity. And I think it's worth noting that this isn't sort of a libertarian right position, that inheritance tax just isn't a very good tax. Sweden, Norway and New Zealand have all abolished this or do without it.
True. I mean, you talk about fairness there, and I recognise what you're saying about the potential consequences of abolishing the tax, and we get into this all the time with all sorts of tax decisions about what exactly the fiscal implications would be. But generally speaking, inheritance tax brings in about £7 billion to the Treasury every year. Wouldn't it be better to reduce income tax if you're looking for tax savings? Because isn't that a fairer way of taxing people? You're taxed on what you earn rather than you're taxed on... you shouldn't be taxed so much on what you earn. You should be taxed more on what you're lucky enough to inherit, which has absolutely nothing to do with how hard you work.
So I think this is really interesting, because what you inherit depends to a large extent on what someone else saved. And so it comes back around again to, do we want to tax saving? Do we want to tax capital accumulation? And at the moment, basically, the system is just riddled with loopholes. It's extremely complex. I think it accounts for something like 10% of the UK tax code. It doesn't bring in that much revenue, as you said. 7 billion is about 0.7% of receipts. It's not that much in the grand scheme of things, because the government takes in multiples of money.
It's enough
of these distortions at the cost of a lower capital stock, you're sort of buying not a vast amount. And I think there's a reasonable case to be made, basically, that we should be trying to target those taxes which are economically badly designed. Now, if your concern is fairness, there are all sorts of other things you can do. But generally speaking, we tend to think of redistribution as economists as being well achieved through payments, basically. You tax everyone fairly consistently, and then you redistribute more through what you give them, if that makes sense.
But the point about fairness, though, I think is the strongest argument in favour of an inheritance tax. And you, surely, Sam, you would want the tax system in some way to reflect the lottery of life. You know, if you inherit a £1 million estate and your next door neighbour inherits nothing, then that's just not fair, is it? That person who inherits £1 million doesn't even pay a penny of tax on it, potentially, if you abolish inheritance tax.
Well, I certainly don't expect to inherit £1 million estate.
No, I don't mean you personally. Sorry, I don't mean. I mean, if one should inherit £1 million, surely you've got to pay some tax because your next door neighbour might be struggling to feed themselves and going down the food bank, isn't it? It just doesn't seem fair that basically it comes down to luck, doesn't it? What you inherit, really.
Well, it does, and inheritance tax particularly is about luck, because again, if you basically plan sufficiently well and you are very, very rich, it's pretty much impossible in any well-designed inheritance tax system to stop people evading it. So it's not particularly fair in that sense. But also, the people who pay the cost, when we talk about who pays the tax, it's not just the person who hands over the money, it's all the people who would have been involved in the transactions that don't take place because the tax is there. So because this is something that weighs on saving, because this is something that weighs on capital accumulation, there is a case to be made that basically it's something which is paid for in parts by all the workers who have lower wages because the economy is saving less, because the capital stock is lower. So there is a real case to be made that actually there's getting rid of things which make Britain less productive are a good place to start when you sort of want to reform the tax system.
Yeah. Well, look, Sam, despite all of the arguments for and against, I think it's fair to say that inheritance tax is a very unpopular tax, looking by the texts and the calls that we've got flashing up on the board here. So I'm going to get over to some of our callers now. Thank you so much for outlining your argument there for us. That was Sam Ashworth-Hayes, who's an economist and journalist at The Telegraph. Andy texts in, "Hi, Paul, it's not even about working hard. If someone wins the lottery, they have every right to leave the entire amount to their kids. My life is for my kids. If I can leave enough money to my kids so they can give up work and enjoy life, then that is everything to me. Most people work because they have no alternative, not because they enjoy it. My money is not for the greater good, it's for my family," says Andy Portsmouth there. Let's go to Vish now, who's a new caller in Wellingborough. Good afternoon to you, Vish.
Hiya, good afternoon. Thanks for having me on.
What do you make of this then, Vish? Would you scrap inheritance tax?
I wouldn't scrap it entirely, but I would think that the threshold needs to be raised, because I think at the moment it's around about 345k and that you have in your estate, and then anything above that is taxed. And whilst I think that members of the aristocracy and wealthy, billionaires, high net worth individuals should be paying a certain amount of inheritance tax, for the vast majority of the middle classes in this country, this isn't a tax on their incomes that they've already paid tax on. Most middle class families have houses which are, worth around 345k and above, and then you factor in all the other assets. Their debt estate is going to be worth, probably significantly more than 345k, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it's actually, sorry, I'm not being pedantic, Fish. It's actually 325k, but I mean, I'm splitting hairs, but just so that people listening at home have got the right figure there. But I take your point. The point still applies. Carry on. Sorry.
Thanks for the correction. But so even worse then. So 325k. So I'm gambling on the fact that the vast majority of middle class people have a debt estate, or will have debt estate for their kids of 325,000. Now, they've paid mortgages on those houses with interest. They've paid income tax on their income, and it is in a sense an economic attack on family values as well, because again, I can't speak for every single family, but the vast majority of people, through their will, pass on their assets to their children. They've worked hard for 30, 40, 50 years to accumulate that wealth, just so their children can have a better life. Now, I do get that it's a lottery and that there are some people who are born into similar circumstances, so why punish those that have worked hard their whole life, that have paid their taxes, that have paid into the pension fund, everything, for it to effectively be taxed at a very high rate. I don't think that's very fair.
I mean, I suppose we're assuming, Vish, that everyone who's wealthy and leaves a large nest egg has worked hard. Actually, there's some people out there who've inherited their own wealth and then they want to leave that wealth to the next generation. You know, the aristocracy in the old days, in other words, and we got rid of the aristocracy, really, to a large extent in Britain. They all had to sell their estates because it was deemed that wasn't a fair class system. You can just be born into wealth and live a lovely life, and actually the person down the street from you who can toil as hard as they can might be stuck on minimum wage and with no option to ever become super wealthy.
And I agree with that argument that you've made, but that's why I think that the threshold of 325k should be raised, because it's simply too low. It's attacking not just the aristocracy, who I feel should pay their, a fair share, because that is more generational wealth that's accumulated from maybe, the Industrial Revolution and before that. But middle-class people in this country, you're pushing them to vote Tory with this policy, because it's an economic attack, effectively, on family values. The people who've saved their whole entire lives, including my parents, who are still currently paying a 30-year mortgage on their property that they've worked hard to save for a deposit for, that is worth more than 325k, and now on their death estate, I'm going to have to pay a 40% tax on that asset that they put aside so that I could have and they're first-generation immigrants as well. So how is it's not necessarily just attacking the aristocracy. I think that's a bit of a sweeping statement. It's attacking people who genuinely have had hard work ethic, come to this country for a better life for their kids, and effectively you're taking more than half of that hard work that's already been taxed, already had interest paid on the mortgage, completely erased out from under their feet.
All right, Vish, thank you so much for your call this afternoon. So do you agree with Vish that it's targeting the wrong people, inheritance tax? There's this perception that inheritance tax is actually a way of sort of redistributing wealth from the super rich, but really what it targets is the middle classes, because house prices have risen by so much that the chances are when you pass away your house is going to be worth enough to fall within the bracket of the income tax threshold. Just a couple of points on that. As I was discussing with Vish, at the moment the threshold is 325,000. If you give away your house to someone in your family, I believe the threshold rises to 500,000. There's still plenty of houses in the country, certainly in the southeast, would break that threshold without being giant mansions. 500,000 gets you maybe a 3-bedroom property if you're lucky in many parts of the capital. At the moment, around 4% of the population pay inheritance tax. That's the latest figure that I've got. As I say, it raises about £7 billion of revenue. That's the equivalent of about 1p on income tax. So you could cut income tax by about 1p and save the same amount, £7 billion. Do you think inheritance tax should be scrapped? 0345 6060 973. It's 2:16. You're listening to Paul Brand on LBC.
This is LBC.
If you live with pain and discomfort caused by loose and missing teeth or dentures, our TDC Smile in a Day same-day dental implants restore a full set of natural-looking teeth, so you get your smile and your confidence back.
I can eat what I like. I can smile all the time. I don't talk with my hand over my mouth. It's just made me so happy. It's like winning the lottery, I should imagine.
To book your consultation, visit smileinaday.co.uk. TDC. We're now part of Bupa.
When it comes to helping those that really need it, actions speak louder than words. So here's what we've been doing at British Gas. Over the past year, we've given £50 million in energy debt support, including grants to help with bills. And we're keeping homes powered with emergency energy credit. That's enough talking. Let's get on with the doing. British Gas. Eligibility criteria apply.
If you've bought a timeshare, did you really get what you expected? Or were you sold a dream that's now a nightmare? With high maintenance fees, loss of exclusivity, and limited availability, timeshare ownership for many is now just a liability. MyTimeshareClaim.co.uk has helped thousands of owners who are missold exit their contract and receive compensation. For advice and to find out more about your options, text timeshare to 78900.
Lots of us are now navigating a permanent shift to hybrid working. Here's the expert at CDW, Service and Technology Solutions for Businesses, talking about this modern workspace.
Staff are likely to stay with you if they've got the right technology to do their best work. Post-pandemic, the expectation is that employees can hybrid work. And with Apple Business Manager, ABM, you can remotely onboard users, set up device enrollment and distribute apps, all from one place. At CDW, we can help you implement ABM into your business.
As an Apple authorized enterprise reseller, CDW can integrate Apple products with ease. Visit uk.cdw.com.
With PensionBee, you can combine, contribute and withdraw from your pension online. We helped Hannah bring 5 workplace pensions together into one new online plan.
One of the things that attracted me to PensionBee was how easy it was to bring all my different workplace pensions together all in one place.
We're making pensions simple so everyone can look forward to a happy retirement. Be pension confident. Join at pensionbee.com. When investing, capital is at risk.
Paul Brand on LBC.
With Enterprise, you're in good hands with friendly customer service.
Good afternoon, you're listening to Paul Brand here on LBC. We're talking about whether inheritance tax should be scrapped. Let's go to John now, who is in Dulwich. Good afternoon to you.
Hi, good afternoon.
I hope I pronounced your name correctly, by the way.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Lovely. So, you think we should scrap inheritance tax, is that right?
No, definitely. I think a lot of people my age, I'm 29, I think a lot of people my age were now concentrating on generational wealth. I'm first generation immigrant. I came to the country from Nigeria, and I'm sacrificing a lot. I work as a mental health nurse, and I'm sacrificing a lot because I want my daughter and my future children to be able to live in a way that I can't live at the moment, or that just live a better type of lifestyle than me. And I do look up to people that are like in upper middle class and upper class, and I want my children to be able to get there. I may not be able to get there in my lifetime, but I do want my children to be able to get there in their lifetime. So I'm making a lot of sacrifices right now. So like, instead of going on holidays and buying designer, like me and my partner are working hard to buy multiple properties to be able to do that, and I do want to be able to hand that over to my daughter so she's able to then go up from there, not having to start all over again. I don't think it's fair.
So, do you think then that maybe there just needs to be a different threshold for income tax, that the super wealthy still have to pay it, but the government needs to reassess the level at which you pay inheritance tax?
Yeah, I think it needs to be much higher threshold. I don't know, maybe 2 million, I would say. But yeah, I don't think it should be anything in the top 1,000 because the cost of living is so high now. The cost of houses are so high, and I don't know what's going to happen in the next 10 years. So I do feel like it needs to be a much higher threshold. But I feel like people say, oh, luck. But some people, their parents did work hard, and you know, you work hard for your children. So
it's true, but some parents don't work hard. I mean, like, so for example, you're grafting, you're trying to save for your child's future, but you know, somebody down your street might have just inherited their money and not had to work hard at all. Would you not feel that was unfair, that you're slogging your guts out and someone else on your street is just cruising in life because they've inherited a nice big wad of money?
You know what it is? I think if someone's grown up with money and that's all they've been used to all their lives, I don't think there should be tax for it, because I know when I lived in Nigeria that I was used to a certain type of lifestyle, and then when I've come here, I've been here for like 20-something years, and I'm used to this lifestyle now. And when I go back to Nigeria, it's like, I'm used to 24-hour electricity. I'm used to a certain standard of living. So why should they just die? They should now not live that type of standard of lifestyle. I don't think people should be blamed for being rich all their lives. That's what they used to. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. All right, G1 in Dulwich, thank you so much for your call this afternoon. Let's go to Robert, who's in Sittingbourne in Kent. Good afternoon, Robert.
Oh, good afternoon, Paul. Yeah, I'd just like to make 1 or 2 points.
Sure.
Yeah, I think the inheritance tax needs to be adjusted or changed. I think there should be a difference between earned and unearned income. A lot of people seem to think because a house is suddenly worth £1 million, I think, all that money should be passed on. I mean, that's unearned income. I mean, for instance, I bought a property in Sidcup many years ago, in the 70s. It's about £12,400 worth, getting on for £500,000 now. I think there is a generous allowance, as you pointed out. I think your children can inherit £500,000 before any of the money is taxed. And I don't know the full details about inheritance tax, but not all the money above that is taken away. It's just a proportion, is it 40% or something?
Yeah, 40%.
So, so they still... So if you inherit, say, 10 million, you still inherit quite a sizable amount of money. And as you rightly pointed out, if people don't seem to understand, if that was removed, the money would have to be found somewhere else. I believe you said an extra 1% on
an extra penny on the income tax, would be the equivalent. A penny on income tax.
It's not 1% there. I misunderstood.
No, but similar sort of amount. I suppose, though, Robert, you're talking about house prices there. Isn't it just a reality, though, that if people aren't able to inherit a significant amount of money from their parents, they won't be able to afford a house because they're having to enter the property market now in this generation at a level that previous generations never faced. Houses are so expensive now that unless you do get some cash from mum and dad, it's really hard to buy.
No, I think there ought to be a condition. If, for instance, a child or somebody is actually living in the property of their parents when the parent dies, I don't think any tax should be imposed on until the house is actually sold at some time. I mean, they should sold at some time in the future. I don't think the person should be turned out on the streets to pay the... I mean, I don't agree with people having to sell their houses or care homes, so that's another matter. But I think people ought to understand, if there was no inheritance tax, the rich would get the money would more and more of the wealth would gravitate to fewer and fewer people as time went on, wouldn't it? And
because the reality is that wealth gives you an advantage in life, which is then passed down the generations, because it's not just about having lovely money and being able to go on lovely holidays. If you inherit a large wad of cash from your parents, that money also buys you opportunity in life, the opportunity to go to a private school, for example, and get what might be deemed a better education than somebody else who goes to a state school. It buys you the opportunity to go to university and not have to worry about the debt that you'll incur. So it also creates an imbalance of opportunity. But look, Robert, thank you so much for your call. I want to get Gavin in as well, who is in Carlisle in Cumbria. Good afternoon, Gavin.
Hi, thanks for taking the call. Yeah, it's bonkers this, but I'm listening to some of your callers, and I think people just don't understand how money works. And this argument that we need to not have inheritance tax so that people can inherit a wad of cash so that they can buy a house because it's really difficult to buy houses. Why is it really difficult to buy houses? It's because somebody else has inherited a massive wad of cash and bought a load of assets to rent out. But the wealthy are driving up house prices and we keep making them wealthier.
Or buying a second home.
Like third and fourth homes and brand new housing estates where 20-30% of them are getting sold straight to landlords. What I saw the workers of England, including the middle class, I mean, I'm a structural engineer, I'm in that group now, apparently, and we need a 100% healthy inheritance tax on inheritance beyond coming to bid this. And you see that kid in London, father was a lord or something, he owned half the land in London. He inherited £16 billion at 16 years of age. He's never done a thing in his life. We can't call this a meritocracy, and we can't call it a democracy as long as the money's in the hands of a few tiny few people as well. Because they fight on a democracy. We can't have freedoms, we can't have anything. We don't have the freedom to buy a house, we don't have the freedom to look after yourself, you know. You're about 1%, a 1 penny deduction from double and inheritance tax. Basically what you're stuck with that.
It's about 7 billion. It's not a huge amount of money that they currently get from income tax. Gavin, thank you so much for your call. Let's talk to Mike, who's in Enfield. Good afternoon, Mike.
Hello there. It's a disincentive. I've worked hard, paid my taxes, and then suddenly the government wants all this money. So many people I know have gone abroad with their money. So many people are spending their money. So because there's no point. Absolutely no point. It's definitely a disincentive. What's the point of me working hard to pass it over to my kids if they're not going to get it?
Although the current threshold, for example, if you leave your house to your children, then they'll be able to inherit £500,000, which is still a significant amount of money.
If you've got 5 children, how do you spend it between all of them? It's very, very difficult. Very difficult indeed. And the people I know are downsizing, or trying to downsize, and in the end, they put it in trust or they go abroad. So the government loses it in any case. I wonder actually how much money is lost by residents of the UK moving abroad and taking their money with them.
And I mean, I suppose that's the argument as well that Sam, the economist, was making earlier, that the super rich find that easier to do as well because their assets are often more liquid and they can move them around the globe. So they are able to sort of hide this cash from the tax man, whereas it is predominantly the middle classes, Sam thinks, that are paying this tax because they don't have the access to be able to hide that money, but they do have enough money to be facing inheritance tax.
Yeah, but the government must be so inefficient that they need all this money. What are they doing with all this money? They're giving themselves higher wages, etc. Councils are taking more and more money from us, spending more and more on roads which produce nothing except more wear and tear, which we have to pay for.
Well, we can have an argument about government. We can have an argument about government efficiency, but I think a lot of people in the country as well would say at the moment public services could do with an injection of cash. They're not running particularly well, e.g. the NHS, which has got knocked back bogs due to the pandemic. Anyway, thanks for your call there, Mike. Let's get the news headlines now because it's just coming up to 2:31. You're listening to Paul Brand on LBC. Here's Alice Bell.
2 people have been arrested for attempting to disrupt the Epsom Derby just as the race got underway. Animal rights protesters have wanted to stop or delay it over fears for the horses' safety. India's Prime Minister says words can't express his deep sorrow after a deadly train crash which killed more than 260 people. Hundreds more have been left injured. Turkish leader Recep Tayyip Erdogan has taken the oath of office after winning a new 5-year term. It's his 3rd presidential term after 3 stints as Prime Minister. The weather, dry and sunny for many, some rain in the far north and Northern Isles, highs of 23 degrees.
This is LBC.
My favourite thing about London is its parks. Green spaces and fresh air are essential to all of us in this busy city. I know that the quality of the air we breathe can also have a major impact on our health, so it's so important that we clear London's air.
That's why the Mayor of London and TfL are expanding the ultra-low emission zone to help clear London's air and improve health. The ultra-low emission zone is expanding across all London boroughs from the 29th of August this year. 9 out of 10 cars driving in outer London meet the emission standards. To check your vehicle and see the support available, search ULEZ 2023.
What if you could start to change your world today?
What if you could work on projects that will go down in history?
What if you're looking for a new challenge?
What if your career could take you anywhere?
At Scottish Power, we're helping to shape the future of energy with our biggest ever recruitment drive, from accountants and project managers to ecologists and engineers.
We're creating 1,000 new green jobs. What if there's one for you?
To find yours, search scottishpower.com/careers.
Does your broadband slither around your home? And at peak times, it makes you feel a little constricted? Well, not when you get full fiber broadband from EE. You get the peak time speeds you pay for. Count on EE full fiber broadband, powered by BT.
Limited availability. Check coverage
coverage at ee.co.uk/coverage.
Access control that keeps your business safe. Heating that keeps it at just the right temperature, whatever time of day it is. Lighting that adjusts automatically by area to help you keep things brighter. Sound and vision that works seamlessly across your space. And tech that brings all this home to the place that's most important. Mosaic BMS, the building technology specialists. Discover the space your building or home could be. Search Mosaic BMS today.
With the new Morrison's More card, there's more points when you fill up with fuel, more points when you shop, and 5,000 points gets you a fiver. That's a £5 voucher to spend on your shop. Download the Morrison's More app today.
Morrison's to shop at Morrison's.
Majority of stores subject to availability. See online for full T's and C's.
Paul Brand on LBC.
With Enterprise. See if one of their neighbourhood locations are near you.
Good afternoon, you're listening to Paul Brandt here on LBC. We'll get back to our main topic this hour, the question of whether we should abolish inheritance tax in just a moment. But first, I want to get an update from India because well over 250 people have now died in India and 1,000 or so were injured due to a crash involving 3 trains. Ishan Garg is our correspondent out there for LBC and he joins us from New Delhi. Good afternoon to you, Ishan. And what's the latest on the numbers there and the operation, I suppose, to try and rescue people from the crash wreckage?
Well, the rescue operation has now ended after lasting for nearly 12 hours. And according to latest reports, 288 people are being reported dead and 900 people are being reported injured. Many of these people have been moved to the nearest hospitals and their treatment is underway. But experts say that as that goes on, the death toll is likely to increase in the coming few hours over the next few days as well. We are now seeing a massive flurry of activity from Indian officials. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has visited the victims in the hospital in the city of Balasore where the accident has happened. And we are seeing that officials are also making trips to the site and they have announced an investigation into this accident. There isn't clear information on how this has happened or if it was because of technical difficulties or human failure. But India's railway minister said that an investigation is going to be launched and that's going to take a look at what might have been the causes behind this accident.
So we don't know the cause, but what do we know about what actually unfolded? What happened? How many trains collided? And in what way did this accident unfold?
It's a bit of a freak accident, really. From what we can gather right now, one of the trains rammed into a goods train that was standing still on a railway track. And after that collision, some of the bogies and coaches of this train, they fell over onto another track nearby. And then an incoming train from another direction, it crashed into those bogies that had fallen over on those tracks. And that caused this massive calamity. All of this has happened just in a span of about 20 to 30 minutes. And we have heard some absolute horror stories of the people who have survived this accident. And they are saying that they were sleeping in the middle of the night when they were jolted awake by a massive crash. And as they were trying to figure out their whereabouts, they started to get a sense of what really had happened. So this accident in itself, it seems really horrific, but it's not one of the. It's not a. Some things like this have happened in India in the past. In fact, India has one of the worst records when it comes to railway safety, and the government investigation is also going to take a look at what they can do more to improve railway safety as well.
I'm sure there'll be questions for the government. Ishan Garg, thank you so much for that update. That was Ishan Garg there, LBC News correspondent, joining us from New Delhi on the latest on the Indian train crash. Let's get back to our main topic this hour, which is whether inheritance tax in the UK should be abolished. Do you think it would be fairer for you to be able to pass on more of what you've saved to your children, or do you think we should stick to the principle in Britain that you have to graft if you want to get on in life, that actually what matters is the money that you earn, not the money that you inherit? It should be earned money that we prize in this country as a great symbol of meritocracy, rather than just being able to count on your parents to give you a leg up in life. Let's talk to Amy now, who's a first-time caller from Southgate. Good afternoon, Amy.
Hi.
What do you make of all of this?
I mean, I don't feel it's fair to have inheritance tax. I feel like the people they've paid their tax, they've earned their money, and what they die owning is what they should be able to leave to their children. I mean, I'm from, like, my dad died when I was a lot younger, and my mum doesn't have an awful lot, so it's not coming from my personal point of view, because I'm not going to, there's not much inheritance my way anyway. I've rented my whole life in London, rents going up and up and up. I just feel like it's impossible for anyone to get on the housing ladder, pay for rent. It's just another blow for people looking to, at one point, maybe have money to buy their own house or maybe get somewhere. It just feels unfair.
But then I suppose, Amy, you say that no one can afford to buy a house. People can, because while you haven't inherited a huge amount of money and don't intend to, other people are literally being handed life chances on a plate because their parents, by luck of birth, have got millions in the bank or whatever, or millions in property, and so they can just buy a house aged 25, or hopefully your parents wouldn't pass away when you're that young, but you take the point that their life will take an easier course just because of the lottery of who they were born to.
I understand that. I just feel like, is that not just jealousy of what someone's got over something else? That's not the way to look at it. That's what someone has been fortunate enough to, they've worked hard, earned a lot of money, they can leave their children in a comfortable position. That's just us being jealous of their situation. Like, we should, if they've got it, it's not fair,
Yeah. Yeah, I take your point. I suppose it's whether you could use the money that's, if you raised inheritance tax, for example, you could reduce income tax so that people who are struggling at the moment with the cost of living would be able to keep a bit more money in their bank accounts, and then the people going out and working hard and keep a bit more money, rather than, not claiming tax on large estates which have been inherited out of luck rather than out of hard work.
Yeah, and that I understand, but also I think we should be taxing people like Amazon or people that aren't paying. I think what is disgusting is that there are so many huge companies that have such a monopoly of the market here, don't pay tax, and there's a lot of things. I just think that the government should be getting taxed from huge corporations that provide a lot of money into the company that aren't, and it filters down to the poorest people that seem to suffer in this situation all the time. I don't know. It depends which way you look at it, doesn't it? I mean, I understand about lowering income tax to raise inheritance tax, but it still filters down to the people, the citizens, not the companies. I feel like they should be taxing more of the companies that trade in this country that aren't paying tax in this country.
Okay. Amy, thank you so much for your call this afternoon. So it's interesting, isn't it, that people feel so strongly about inheritance tax, and it's not just people, as we heard from Amy, who are expecting to inherit a huge estate, who think it's unfair that if you work hard all your life, you should be able to leave that money to your children or whoever you choose to leave your money to. Let's talk to Isabel, who's in Leeds. Good afternoon, Isabel.
Good afternoon. I think inheritance tax is extremely fair.
Mm-hmm.
I actually think the threshold should be increased, because I think people are falling into that bracket that wouldn't necessarily have done 10, 20 years ago. It's mainly the increasing house prices, increasing wages, general inflation. But if you actually look at who's pushing for this, it's the Conservative Party members, particularly, I believe, people like them that drop it into these and say, let's get rid of inheritance tax. They don't say, let's increase the threshold. They say, let's get rid of it. And then you get all the normal people who are thinking, I've worked really hard all my life. I want to leave a little bit to my family. But I think you've already said there's only 4% currently pay inheritance tax. So I think you've got to look at who will actually benefit if they abolish inheritance tax. Not increase the threshold, but totally abolish inheritance tax. And it's the people with a lot of money, people that are going to inherit millions. Somebody suggested earlier you don't get charged inheritance tax until you sell your house. So So would the people that own these big country estates that pass it down through the families for generations and generations, do you think they're ever going to sell a house and pay inheritance tax?
No, although there are quite a few people over history. I mean, the National Trust was essentially born out of the fact that the aristocracy did have to sell off large estates due to inheritance tax.
Exactly. I just want to say as well,
go on.
Sorry, it's gone up. Oh, yeah. So at the minute, the government are complaining about these so-called economically inactive people. But as you've already said, the normal person wants to be able to leave money to their family so they can retire early, so they can have a better life, so they don't have to work as hard, so they can become economically inactive. And if that continued for generation to generation, the country would actually fall apart because the wealth gap would get wider. More people would become economically inactive. Income tax would have to increase. I mean, we've already said it's worth a penny on income tax. As time goes on, the country wouldn't survive. I actually heard an American economist explaining that from 2 years ago, and it made great sense why a country can only survive with inheritance tax. Otherwise, the gap just becomes bigger and bigger. But I do believe that the threshold should be increased.
All right, Isabel.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your call. Richard in Southfield says abolishing the inheritance tax would just incentivise old people to save and, in essence, withdraw their money from the economy. Surely it is better if they spend it, which they are incentivised to do with higher inheritance taxes. Thanks for your text, Richard. What do you think? Should inheritance tax be abolished? 0345 6060 973, text 84850. It's 2:45. You're listening to Paul Rand on LBC.
Andrew Marr, Monday to Thursday from 6 p.m. only on LBC.
The net immigration figures were a record high, but does this show the government's lost control of immigration numbers? And if Labour thinks the numbers are too high, which groups of immigrants would they keep out?
Andrew Marr, Monday to Thursday from 6 p.m. Listen on your radio and on Global Player. LBC.
At Raging Bull Snacks, we use only the finest natural ingredients and traditional skills to craft our award-winning jerky and biltong. Wonderfully spiced, beautifully tender, our biltong and jerky is rich in natural protein, low in carbs, and utterly delicious. The perfect snack in a pack to help fuel life's adventures.
Visit RagingBullSnacks.com and enjoy 15% off your first order. Raging Bull Snacks, made without compromise.
Does your broadband slither around your home? And at peak times, do things feel a little constricted? Well, not when you get full fiber broadband from EE. You get the peak time speeds you pay for. Count on EE, full fiber broadband, powered by BT.
Limited availability. Check coverage at ee.co.uk/coverage.
You can't put a price on togetherness or excitement, friendship or achievement. And you can enjoy them even more when you hear every moment. Our best-selling hearing aids are up to £300 off and come with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Book your free hearing check today at bootshearingcare.com. Boots, with you for life. See bootshearingcare.com for details.
Ever dreamt of running your own business? It might be easier to achieve than you think. With a franchise, you start with a proven business model and the support of an established brand. Visit the British and International Franchise Exhibition on the 9th and 10th of June at Olympia, London. Meet a wide range of franchise brands, benefit from expert advice, and take the next step towards being your own boss. Get your free tickets today at franchisetickets.co.uk.
As Bethany opened her Amazon parcel, her heart began to race. Waterproof LCD display and heart rate monitoring. This fitness tracker won first place with Bethany for quality and price. 5 stars from Bethany. With star reviews from you and star prices from us, start your search on Amazon today.
I've just sold my car.
Alright.
Got a quote in 30 seconds from We Buy Any Car. Drove to my local branch in 13 minutes. And cash is getting sent to my bank.
Oh, nice.
Just sold my car to We Buy Any Car. Just sold my car to We Buy Any Car.
To find out how much your car's worth in 30 seconds, enter your reg number now at WeBuyAnyCar.com. Admin fee may apply. For more information, visit webuyanycar.com/info.
New is exciting. New destinations, new tastes and smells, new conversations, new landings, new beginnings. The future is pink. Last year, Wizz Air flew over 45 million passengers across our network. That's miles of smiles. Fly from London to over 80 destinations with Wizz Air and discover your unique journey. Check out wizzair.com. Dream more, live more, be more. Wizz Air.
Let's say you got £200 cash back. Joy! What now? How about 500 or so sausages for the barbecue? Or maybe 10 litres of sunscreen? Get cash back on a load of Samsung tech, like £200 on the Epic Galaxy S23 Ultra, and bring some more joy to your summer. That's like 105 ice creams.
Purchase before 4th of July from a participating retailer. Claim from Samsung within 30 days of purchase. T's and C's apply.
Paul Brand on LBC.
With Enterprise, great rates on weekend escapes.
Good afternoon, you're listening to Paul Brand here on LBC. We're talking about whether inheritance tax should be scrapped. And let's go straight to Lisa, who's in Cambridge this afternoon. Hi Lisa, I think you think it should be scrapped, is that right?
I think it should be scrapped, yes.
Why so?
First of all, the money's already been taxed when people have been paying income tax for that amount. Secondly, it's money that people have worked hard on and they want to leave it to their children. Why should they be penalised because they're in a better position to leave, to their children or grandchildren?
Well, I don't think it's about penalising people necessarily. Those in favour of inheritance tax, those in favour of inheritance tax would argue that it's about the next generation and making sure that society is not completely based on the lottery of life. That you can either inherit huge amounts of wealth or you can inherit absolutely nothing, and your life opportunities are purely determined by that. If you tax inheritance a little bit, which isn't taxed at the moment, and only 4% of people pay it, then you can use that money to redistribute wealth across society and help people who don't have such a good start in life to have some opportunities.
Why can't that be done by income tax?
But it already is done by income tax. I suppose the question is how much.
So why not increase income tax? If that's the argument.
Would that be fairer? Would that be fairer to increase income tax?
I think that would be fairer. Secondly, we can't give everybody a level playing field. That doesn't exist. It doesn't exist across gender. It doesn't exist from race perspective. It doesn't exist from class. You won't address that issue just by increasing inheritance. The fault of somebody that's worked really hard to have to foot the bill for inequalities across society. I don't think that's the way to go.
Okay, Lisa in Cambridge.
I'm happy with people. I'm happy paying more tax to help the less fortunate, but I shouldn't be penalised or looked down upon because my kids have inherited from my hard work.
Okay, Lisa, thank you so much for your call. Tons of calls coming in, so I'm not trying to rush people, but I want to get to Kem, who's a first-time caller in Oxford. Good afternoon to you, Kem.
Michael.
So you think we shouldn't scrap inheritance tax, is that right?
Absolutely not. I think we should keep inheritance tax. In fact, if it were down to me, I'd probably support 100% inheritance tax. It's interesting to me how many people would support the idea of inheritance if they couldn't choose who inherited. So if there was a lottery after your death and all of your estate got given to some random person, how many people would still support inheritance? I think it is about control. People are not being taxed when they're alive. They can always give their wealth away to their children whilst they're alive. There is a lot of luck involved in receiving it, and in essence it seems like an effort to control their wealth after their death. It is anti-meritocratic fundamentally, and I just think it would be really good to live in a society where you can earn enough in one lifetime to buy a house and deal with your old age needs and all the rest of that. Now, you can't get to a more equal society by introducing or keeping unfair or unsustainable policies like this. Sorry, not like this. Removal would be unsustainable. Just, more tax on wealth is needed.
But there's no way that the country would support 100% inheritance tax. I mean, that just wouldn't win votes in a general election, because whether you think it's fair or not, people do want to leave some of their hard-earned money to the people that they love. That's just human nature, isn't it? You want to look after the people that you love.
It absolutely is. But I would say, and I can argue for myself as well, I will be trying to do that for my children whilst I live. What happens to me once I'm gone is another matter. You know, I don't want to be a burden on anyone, nor do I want to leave a gaping hole. But it somehow seems fundamentally unfair to try to say I want to have all of the use of my wealth while I'm alive, and then I want to choose who gets the use of it thereafter. You know, you don't take the land with you. You don't take anything with you. So, you know, I know no one would support 100% tax in this regard, but we don't have very many wealth taxes. You know, look at Rishi Sunak's, 22% tax. We need to have income taxes for sure, but we also need to have taxes that eat away at accumulated or unworked upon wealth. I mean, if you're in an Islamic country, for example, you'll pay zakat. You will pay a wealth tax. There are other countries that have it too. So this is a red herring. This is just the very wealthy 4% trying to do something for themselves before they get shoved out of power at the next election.
All right, Cam, thanks so much for your call this afternoon. Let's talk to Miguel, who's in Wembley. Good afternoon, Miguel.
Hi, Paul. Thanks again to me. Real quickly, I've been listening to this discussion over the last few days, and we've been bombarded here in the States. It's not an estate, it's a home. And the government loves their houses to go up in price, because every time you sell a house, you've got to pay more stamp duty, so the government gets more money. So, we're stuck. If you sell my house now and I move to another home, not a state home, you are just paying more tax. Now, I have strived very hard. I came from a large family from a council house. We all bought our own homes. If we strive to buy a house. Now, that gives me an example of my three children who would like to buy their own house.
So you're saying, I get the point, actually, Miguel. Sorry, I think we've lost him. But I think the point he's making is that if you move home to downsize, you've got to pay stamp duty. If you stay in your home, pass it on to your children, you've got to pay inheritance tax. You're kind of stuck, no matter which way you turn. Let's talk to Richard, who's in Woolwich. Good afternoon, Richard.
Hello, Paul. No, I support the idea of inheritance tax. I always have. And what I'm hearing a lot today is people saying, I've worked hard for capital gains. No, they haven't. They work hard to get on the property ladder to get their first home.
That's the point.
But capital gains has worked hard for them.
The house price inflation, to put it another way, yeah. So house prices have gone up, and people have benefited just by sitting in their homes and watching them go up in value.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to sound kind of, whatever. But I bought my first home for £75,000. It's now worth £750,000. I didn't work hard to get £750,000. I worked hard to get £10,000 deposit for my £75,000.
Such a good point.
And can I just also point, there's no point in capital gains, I understand, but there's certain thresholds. You don't have to pay the first amount of money. It's
325,000 per person, and then there are other. It gets very complicated, but essentially, if you're a couple, I think you can bump that up to 650,000. And also, if you leave it at a home, there's a clause in there that you can leave 500,000. So it gets complicated, but you're absolutely right. You don't have to pay inheritance tax on everything that you leave to your kids.
So my 75,000 initial investment and all the work that I put into building maintaining the house, that's well covered by the £320,000 threshold. And anything over than that, sure, that should go back into society. And I would stipulate that in fact you should go back into housing, social housing. That would be my little socialist quirk.
Okay, thanks so much for your call, Richard. Let's talk to Natalie, who's in Reading. Natalie, last word to you. What do you make of all of this?
Hello, good afternoon. So I think Richard might have stolen my thunder a little bit. I think that inheritance tax is one of those taxes that's a little bit misunderstood, and I think that people can often be a little bit scared of a tax they don't understand. And I think one of the issues might be just a lack of access of inheritance tax planning. As you were just sort of pointing out, actually it does get quite complicated, but if you are a married couple and you do own a property, when your inheritance tax, it would actually be in excess of $1 million. If you go above $1 million before you start paying 40% tax. On top of that, if you take out insurance and things like that for life insurance, you can put them in trust and they fall outside the bracket of inheritance tax. So actually the ordinary person, who owns the property and is married can actually leave quite a substantial amount before it actually hits that threshold. And I think there's a lot of passion from people sort of phoning, but I wonder if perhaps they had access to some inheritance tax planning, they might find that it won't affect them. And I think, as you pointed out, that's probably why it ends up only affecting 4% of the population.
All right, Natalie, thank you so much for helping us to understand the complex world of taxes. Thank you so much for all of your calls and texts on all of this. Just a couple more texts before we finish. Julia says, I came to London with £25 in credit card debt. I grafted at 2 jobs, took every opportunity, and now can retire with money to give to my children. I missed loads of milestones whilst paying for childcare out of my tax income. No one helped me out. Negative equity. Now they want to take my money. The threshold needs to go up, says Julia. Thanks again for all of your calls and texts on this topic. Coming up after 3, it's Pride Month. But is Pride being shamed to some degree? Not because people are embarrassed about their sexuality so much these days, as used to be the intimidating thing for some people attending a Pride parade, but because Pride has become politicised in a new way. Because you can be shamed for being so-called woke or a so-called snowflake if you celebrate LGBT rights. The Deputy Chairman of the Conservative Party said this week, for example, that the only flag that should be flying over government buildings this month is the Union Jack, not the rainbow flag. Has Pride become political in a way it hasn't been for years? Do you feel safe celebrating Pride this year, or do you feel that you'll be criticised for it?
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 3 o'clock, 2 people have been arrested as they attempted to disrupt this afternoon's Epsom Derby. One man managed to jump the fence onto the racecourse, despite an injunction blocking them doing so. Our reporter Emma Court saw it happen.
We had gasps from the crowd here as someone squeezed through the barriers and made it onto the track after the gun had gone off for the derby. Luckily, the horses weren't yet near, but police scrambled straight away, grabbed them and dragged them off. I also saw a police officer carrying a protester out by the grandstand just before the race started.
Campaign group Animal Rising had tried to stop or delay the race because of fears for horses' safety. The Jockey Club have said horses' safety is paramount. A rescue mission is underway after 2 trains collided in India, killing at least 260 people. Nearly 900 have been injured. India's Prime Minister has visited the site of the crash and says words can't express his deep sorrow at what happened. The head of the Train Drivers Union, ASLEF, says strikes could last years if no solution is agreed over pay, jobs and conditions. Rail services have been disrupted for the 3rd time this week. The government says their pay offer is fair and reasonable. A 70-year-old woman has died in a dog attack in Warwickshire. Police have made 2 arrests after being called to Bedworth yesterday afternoon. The animal has been seized. Our reporter Paul Bradbury has the details.
A man and a woman have been arrested on suspicion of owning a banned breed of dog and a dog dangerously out of control. The woman is in hospital and being treated for an injury inflicted by the animal. That injury is not believed to be life-threatening. The man has been released on police bail while inquiries continue.
3 Israeli soldiers are dead after a shootout in southern Israel along the Egyptian border. It's a rare instance of deadly violence along the frontier. An army spokesperson believes the killings are connected to a drug smuggling attempt. Turkish leader Recep Tayyip Erdogan has taken the oath of office after winning a new 5-year term. It's his 3rd presidential term after 3 stints as Prime Minister. The 69-year-old will announce his new cabinet later today. The weather, plenty of warm sunshine this evening across the UK. Most areas will stay dry overnight with clear skies, although there may be some rain in Yorkshire and the east and north of England. Highs of 23 degrees. From Global's newsroom, I'm Alice Bell.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Paul Brand.
Good afternoon, you're listening to Paul Brand here on LBC. So has Pride become more political than it has been for years? Are you thinking of going to Pride celebrations this year? Is your company supporting Pride with rainbow flags or logos? Because if your company is, then there's a good chance it'll be accused of being woke, to coin a phrase. 5 years ago, Pride had become pretty uncontroversial in terms of the political space. In fact, I remember having debates about what the point of Pride was anymore. Had people forgotten the kind of political motivations behind Pride, the original marches back in the 60s and 70s? People saying, we all agreed these days that those rights have been won and rightly won, and we don't need to go back over these arguments. But within a relatively short period of time, suddenly Pride feels controversial once more. This week I saw the Deputy Chair of the Conservative Party, Lee Anderson, for example, agreeing with another person on Twitter that the only flag that should fly above government buildings is the Union Jack. In other words, suggesting that maybe the rainbow flag for Pride shouldn't be flying this month. That's a debate that's been had before. In America, companies like the shop Target have been pressured to drop some of their products promoting Pride and acceptance. It just feels to me like things are angrier this year, that sort of Pride isn't an uncontroversial celebration of rights and diversity and equality. It's right at the heart of kind of a cultural and a political debate. And I suppose I'm asking myself, if I go to a Pride celebration this year, am I making a political statement by doing that? And I've seen people on Twitter reply to me already this afternoon saying, look, Pride has always been political. I get that point. Pride was originally about fighting for the rights of gay people, and then it's expanded to include more people in the LGBT plus community. I understand that obviously it has a very political history, but what I'm saying, what I'm asking, is there a new political dimension to Pride this year that we haven't seen in the past sort of 5 or 10 years, where it feels like Pride is controversial again, and that you are making a very clear political statement by either attending or not attending a Pride event? You're putting yourself into one of those camps that's engaged in this culture. And we used to see the Conservative Party, for example, certainly in my time, embracing Pride and going on Pride marches. I'm sure there will be Conservative members at Pride again this year. I'm sure there will be people in Conservative logos at Pride again this year. But at the same time, there are people in the government, like I mentioned, Lee Anderson, for example, the Conservative Party, who appear to be saying that they feel maybe Pride has become too political for them, and that they feel they have an objection to the use of some of the logos around Pride and the way that it proliferates at this time of year. So do you feel that anti-woke politics has politicised Pride and ruined the party atmosphere? Do you feel intimidated about celebrating Pride this year? Or do you think, as others have said to me on Twitter, that this is nothing new? Pride has always had a political element to it. There's always been a debate around LGBT rights, and actually this is just a continuation of that debate. You can call me 0345 6060 973, text 84850. Will you be celebrating Pride? Do you think it's become politicised, or have you had enough of hearing about Pride Month and you think actually the problem is that people talk about it too much? You can call me, you can text me. Let's get a conversation started though with Matt Cain, who is an LGBT novelist and broadcaster and also the former editor of Attitude magazine. Good afternoon to you, Matt.
Good afternoon, Paul.
Great to have you on the show. Thanks so much. Always a joy to speak to you. Do you think Pride feels more politicised this year than it has done in recent sort of 5 years or so?
Yes, I was listening to your summary and I absolutely agree. And I can pinpoint the joyful celebratory atmosphere you're talking about. I can remember marching in the parade of Pride in London in 2015, and it was the day after the US Supreme Court had effectively legalised equal marriage. It was a bright sunny day and there were massive crowds out to cheer us on. Mainstream society, mainly straight people, families. It felt amazing. I remember thinking to myself, we've won. And I remember thinking, and it was so heady and intoxicating. And you're absolutely right. For a few years afterwards, there were conversations and debates within our community about, has Pride become too disconnected from its political roots? Is it just a party? Has it lost its soul? And
in fact, Matt, I remember talking to you, because you do a radio show during Pride Month. I remember talking to you in 2021, it must have been. It's only 2 years ago. And we were talking about whether corporations just sort of jump on the bandwagon and go to Pride and then give themselves a pat on the back. And actually this year, even just 2 years on, the conversation's slightly different, because companies are being attacked by the right for going to Pride. So it just feels like things have moved very quickly in that space.
I know, and I think what happens often is with progress and increased visibility, you often get a pushback. Some people find it provocative. So if you look at what happened after the start of decriminalisation in 1967, prosecutions against gay men increased. Because the start of decriminalisation, the age of consent was 21, it had to be in a private place, so you weren't allowed to go to bars. Raids on bars and the arrest of under 21-year-olds increased massively. And I think that does happen a lot. And I think, you mentioned what's going on in the States with Target, and, my last book is out in the States, and I know it will be pulled from the Pride displays. And that wouldn't have happened a few years ago. What's going on is we've been kind of emboldened to put ourselves out there as queer people unapologetically, and certain people don't like it, they feel threatened by it, they feel they're losing something, which I can never quite get my head around because I don't know what they're losing, and they need to go on the defensive, on the attack.
That's really interesting that you say that, about people feeling as though they're losing something, because I had an experience last week, which was the first time in years actually where I've had homophobic abuse to my face, and I won't go into the details because I don't really want to, but when I challenged the person about what they had said, their response was very defensive. It was sort of like, well, this is what I've always thought, and I don't like being told that I'm not allowed to have this view anymore. So it does feel as though that's maybe what's coming into this. It's just clearly one anecdote, it's not scientific research, but it feels as though maybe that is some of the sentiment coming out here, is pushback from people who feel as though their voices have been silenced, they're not allowed to discriminate against LGBT people anymore, and they feel angry about it, and they feel they've lost something, as you say.
You're absolutely right. There is an anger that's rising, and I have to say, I have been so kind of loud and proud for years, and I was shocked a few weeks ago when, for the first time in years, a woman on the street started doing impressions of my gay voice, and it was literally like being back in the playground again. And, I was thinking, how's this happened? And actually this week, I've got a new book out, a gay-themed book with a gay central character. My books aren't angry and political. They're joyful and uplifting and celebratory. And I've been going on shows, doing interviews, talking about, I want my readers to feel proud of all the progress that's been made and their role as allies, and isn't it all wonderful? And actually, I have had in the back of my mind, things changed a bit. There seems to be a bit of a shift, and I wonder whether I'm slightly fooling myself that it's all wonderful and celebratory and joyful still.
I just, for the first time, I'm kind of pausing and thinking about whether I go to Pride or not, because I think the last time I went to Pride in London must have been 2018 or 19, because it was before the pandemic, and it was purely just a fun day. And as we've just said, there were debates back then about, well, was it too much fun? We've forgotten the meaning of Pride. But it was just a massive celebration. The crowds were huge. I couldn't believe how many people came out. And I remember being really touched by seeing much, much older people in their kind of 80s even, who just sort of lined the street just to have a little look at what this interesting Pride parade was. And I was like, wow, if those people feel comfortable standing, watching a Pride parade, joining in the Pride parade, we really have come so far. Whereas now I wonder, if I do walk down the streets on Pride Day, are there going to be some people in those crowds who've come to make trouble and to shout abuse? And that wasn't something I worried about 5 years ago.
I think there possibly are. I mean, I worry about it. It doesn't stop me, but I do worry about it. And it's interesting when you say you were there in 2018 and that you were looking at older people. I think it's understate the emotional impact it can have on us. People of our generation and above who grew up when it was routine to hear awful things about gay men, that we were dangerous, disease-carrying sexual predators who wanted to convert and pervert your children. And I never imagined when I was that age that I would be celebrated for writing best-selling novels about gay men, that I'd be walking down through the streets of London with straight people and families waving flags and cheering me for being brave enough to be myself. And it was so emotional. And I honestly felt so overwhelmed, and I felt like that was it. And it is kind of unsettling and puzzling now that we seem to be taking a step back. I do like to think, as one of the reasons I wanted to give an example of the fact that there has been this pushback in the past, and another example is the 70s were considered a golden age for gay men, and there was more visibility, and then the HIV/AIDS crisis happened and the pushback started. But I do like to think that broadly speaking, the progress we've made will continue. And even though the line isn't a straight line, it's a bit more zigzagged.
In favour of progress, I think that was
the general direction of travel.
Yeah. We lost you a tiny bit there, Matt, but we definitely got the point. Well, look, I might see you at Pride this year. Let's see.
I'll be there. I'll definitely be at Manchester Pride. Hopefully at London Pride as well.
Excellent. Well, Matt, thank you so much for coming on the show today. It's always a joy to speak to you. That was Matt Cain there, LGBT novelist and broadcaster, who's also the former editor of Attitude magazine, talking about whether Pride feels more political this year than it has done in, the past sort of 5 or 10 years or so. And political, not in a positive way, actually, not in a kind of campaigning way where people are talking about rights and what kind of rights they'd like to win, but talking about defending rights and what kind of rights they don't want to lose. Is it now controversial to go to a Pride parade in a way that it just wasn't controversial, say, 5 years ago? I'll take more of your calls and have a chat about this in just a few minutes, but for now it is 3:15. You're listening to Paul Bland on LBC.
This is LBC.
In a crisis, service matters. Which surveyed more than 10,000 energy customers and independently assessed the performance of every major supplier. Only one measured up. Octopus Energy is the only Which recommended energy supplier. Octopus Energy, recommended by Which 6 years running.
At Lidl, we're big on a British summer. And what could be more British than having a little class just sitting on the grass? With rosé prosecco for $7.49, deluxe antipasti platters for $2.49, and tugging into a GHI-approved deluxe quiche for only $2.69. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores excluding tonight.
I've lost my car keys. Lost a car once in a multi-story. Lost my patience, my hair. Lost that a while back. But this week I found things I thought had gone forever. The crackle of needle on vinyl, the tst of a fizzy drink, leaves crunching. I found them all at Specsavers. Got hearing aids from £495 and bosh, those sounds are back. So's my joie de vivre. You're better off with Specsavers. Book a free hearing test today. Still can't find those keys though.
Vauxhall has a beautifully simple new offer. 3 years 0% APR with a 30% deposit across the whole car range, including electric. It's a no-brainer. Is that it?
It is.
So what do I do for the rest of the ad? Just sit here and drink my tea?
Do whatever you like, really.
Search Vauxhall 0% or visit your local retailer. Personal contract purchase, subject to status. T's and C's 18+. Stellantis Financial Services UK Limited.
Discover a place of diversity and opportunity where you push boundaries and break barriers. The University of Hertfordshire shapes tomorrow's leaders and trailblazers. It's somewhere the industry turns to innovate, to grow. This is a place that never settles, never stops. Discover a place where ideas move at a different pace. Hearts beats faster. Search University of Hertfordshire to find out more.
The London Bath Company presents our customer reviews on the Which Trusted Traders website.
Customer service, 5 stars.
Quality, 5 stars. Value, 5 stars.
That's the way it should be. With 100% of which reviewers recommending us, choose the London Bath Company.
The London Bath Company.
Your new bathroom, designed and installed the way it should be.
Showrooms in Chiswick, St John's Wood, Blackheath, and at thelondonbath.co.uk.
Ever dreamt of running your own business? It might be easier to achieve than you think. With a franchise, you start with a proven business model and the support of an established brand. Visit the British and International Franchise Exhibition on the 9th and 10th of June at Olympia, London. Meet a wide range of franchise brands, benefit from expert advice, and take the next step towards being your own boss. Get your free tickets today at franchisetickets.co.uk.
In a crisis, service matters. Octopus Energy is the only Which recommended energy supplier. Octopus Energy, recommended by Which 6 years running.
Paul Brand on LBC.
With Enterprise, whatever vehicle you need, whenever you need it.
Good afternoon, you're listening to Paul Brand here on LBC. Thanks so much for your company this sunny afternoon. At least it's been sunny in London. I came into the studio, no idea what it's like out there now. But great to have all of your calls and texts. The board already lighting up here as we discuss this fresh topic this hour of whether Pride has now become a bit of a political statement if you attend. And I know that sounds naive because, all right, I'm not as old as some. I do understand my history, though. I know that Pride was obviously established as a political movement when it was first, when the first gay pride marches happened. I get that. What I'm trying to get at today is whether some of the common ground that was established 5 years ago is now contested again. Pride to me felt like a pure celebration just 5 years ago. It didn't feel like it was a highly controversial event to attend. Whereas this year, I think for the first time, it does feel to me like if you go to Pride, you're making a really big statement around all of your politics, whether you're on the left or the right, whether you're woke, whether you're anti-woke. All of that stuff has now become quite noisy and nasty and loud. And it means that Pride this year, I think, is more controversial than it has been in many of the recent years. Let's talk to Kerry, who is in the Shetland Islands. Good afternoon, Kerry. How's it in the Shetland Islands today?
A beautiful sunny day.
Is it? I went to the Shetland Islands a couple of years ago, and let's not go on a tangent, but I was just amazed by how light it is at this time of year. Until about midnight, isn't it? The lights, you can still have the light.
Yeah, it's like almost all night long, right up until sunrise, sun hardly sets. It's about 25 degrees in the sunshine right now, about 12 degrees in the shade, so it's a beautiful day.
Well, you can party all night long at Shetland Pride then. You don't even need a glow stick. So what do you make of the point I'm trying to make today? Do you think that Pride feels more political this year than it has been in other years?
Let me quickly go back to 54 years when I arrived in Canada on the 15th of June of 1969, and 2 weeks later I was it was in the news that the Stonewall riots took place, and that was the pinnacle of the Pride movement to follow for years later. I think Pride has always been a political statement in the act of commemoration. We are commemorating Stonewall. Don't forget that, folks. That is what we are really celebrating. We're celebrating and commemorating at the same time, because before that, gay men in the UK and many places around the world exists were criminalised for loving somebody of their own sex. And we must not forget that. Pride is something that will continue forever. We are roughly 9-10% of the population. I'm a trans woman, and that roughly is about 0.2% of the population. But unfortunately, because of politicisation of the trans situation, the Kathleen Stocks of this world, the TERF movement, the politicization of all things which are rainbow-orientated, people are forgetting the reason why we exist. We exist because we do, because we are who we are. And you can never take that away. Our first Shetland Pride attracted over 800 people in the Pride, first Pride. Middle Island, 23,000 population. It was sensational.
When was that, Kerry? When was the first one?
That was on the 2nd of July of last year. Then this coming Pride will be on the 1st of July this year. And all you've got to do is go to shetlandpride.co.uk. It's an incredible celebration. But not only people who are gay here for thousands of years. We're not going to disappear. And anyone that's... Unfortunately, the right wing in the United States has become extremely, how can I say, prevalent. And this is tarnishing. Look at what's happening in Uganda now. You can be killed for being gay. There are hundreds of countries, not hundreds, but there are scores of countries around the world where being gay is illegal.
Yeah, but I suppose here, what do you think's going on here that means that this year Pride feels different to how it has done in recent years? Because I think it's now, this year, I think you're forced into sort of making a political statement if you attend Pride. You're saying, yes, I am in that basket of woke people, as some people would brand it, by even just attending Pride.
Well, I don't believe that to be the case. This may be something in the media that people have picked up on, but I don't think there's been any significant change in the attitude. There may be some slight change because of the trans situation, which people are branding in the whole Pride movement. But don't forget, Pride movement is including gay people, lesbian people, bisexual people and trans people and non-binary and intersex and all a plethora of various sexualities who come out to celebrate and commemorate. So really, I think the problem is that the trans movement has been denigrated. By the likes of Kathleen Stock, who has LGB but no T.
Well, I know, but let's not talk about Kathleen Stock. She's not here to defend herself. But I appreciate the point, Kerry, that you're trying to make there. But thank you so much for your call from the Shetland Islands. Really, really interesting to hear Kerry's view there, that actually she thinks that Pride hasn't taken on a new sort of political dimension this year, that maybe that's something that the media are over-reading into things. Let's talk to Dave now, who's in the Rhymney Valley in South Wales, where not far from where I'm from, actually. Dave, how are things in Rhymney Valley today?
Very sunny, very good, except for a short easterly.
Lovely. All right, Dave, tell me what you think about Pride.
I don't, basically. I always don't have any sort of interaction with any of the issues 100 sexes. It's totally beyond my comprehension anymore.
Well, I don't think really that's what Pride's about, to be fair. I don't think most people are talking about 100 genders. But anyway, you go on, Dave.
Yeah, but the thing is that we've had it back together for years, and we're talking about less than 1% of the population.
About 5%, Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's very much a case of the tail trying to wag the dog, isn't it? I mean, the thing is, we get gay pride movements, gay parades, fake scholars, goodness and followers. And really speaking, I don't really want to know what they get up to. I mean, I was talking to them what I get up to, and I don't want to know what they get up to.
No, but look, Dave, look, I know that some people will feel a bit upset that you said that about ramming it down people's throats, but I don't want to get into an argument with you, but I would really like to understand where that feeling comes from, because I think that is going on a bit in some segments of society, that people feel as though they feel threatened somehow by continually hearing about equal rights. What's going on? What's going on for you there, Dave?
It's about preference to the gay. That is what comes across.
Do you think, honestly, Dave, is that how it feels to you, that gay people now have more rights than straight people?
No rights. No representation or anything. My fellow Welshman, diversity.
Well, I mean, it's not been long, actually, Dave, since the first members of the Senedd in Cardiff got their first gay members. I mean, there's only been gay people in the Senedd for about 5 years.
Yeah. Well, as far as we know, because very much before that, it was very quietly kept private.
Yeah, because it was deemed not to be appropriate for a life in politics. So, but anyway, my point being, Dave, is, do you really think gay people are overrepresented in public life?
Yes. Well, I know it's not about public life. It's what they say is they're gay. Now, straight people are quiet straight, but the gay people are gay.
Hang on, wait a minute. What does that mean? Hang on, explain that one to me. Openly.
Got to recognise the fact that let's say that I am gay. That you've got to recognise that. Whereas if I'm just a straight guy, I just get on about my business. I don't push. I don't tell you that I'm sleeping with a woman or anything like that.
Well, I don't go around saying I'm sleeping with a man either, Dave. I think most gay people don't want to talk about it all day long. The reason why there's a pride parade is because LGBT people have struggled to get those rights in the past. So pride is about a couple of things in my mind. One's about celebrating the rights that they have won and saying that we're here and we appreciate these rights and we really want to celebrate it. No, they haven't, no, Dave, because being gay was criminalised until the 1960s.
It was still, a lot of cases, it's still considered a perversion. But the rights to do what's right as a person, you've always had, same as the rest of us.
I thought I'm going to have to disagree with you on that one, Dave, because you never got thrown in jail. There's never been a law in Britain that's thrown people in jail for having straight relationships. So that I don't take that point, Dave. But I do think it's interesting hearing what you're saying, because I don't think you're the only person who is coming to this debate with this sentiment that they've heard enough about LGBT rights now. Now, it'd be very easy for me to sit here and just say, well, Dave needs to get with the 21st century, and I know lots of you at home will be feeling like that as well, but I'm not interested in kind of vilifying people for having a view today. I'm trying to understand what is going on here beneath the surface that means that Pride this year is more political than it has been for the past 5 years or so. What is driving this culture war where people feel like, Dave, that they have to push back and say, I've had enough, I don't want to hear about it anymore? What's going on in Britain? Because I don't feel hugely safe and comfortable going to Pride this year. I'm just worried that something would happen, someone's going to say something to me that I don't really appreciate, or there's going to be a bad atmosphere. It feels to me like something really sort of negative is going on beneath the surface. I don't know whether it's all the culture war stuff, all the talk of woke and anti-woke and all the fighting that's gone on in the public domain over the past couple of years. It just feels like things are nastier this year than they have been for some time. So I want to understand what's going on with that. So how do you feel about Pride this year? Do you think it's more political than ever before? Do you want to try and explain to me what's going on in your head, why you feel like you want to push back against Pride? Or equally, do you want to come on and tell me why you think it's important that we continue to celebrate Pride and make sure that we are educating people and pushing back against those who do want to silence the celebration of LGBT rights? 0345 6060 973. It's 3:31. You're listening to Paul Brand on LBC.
A total of 31 people have been arrested in connection with planned criminal activity at the Epsom Derby. 12 were detained at the racecourse itself, including one man who jumped a fence onto the track after animal rights activists threatened to disrupt the festival. India's Prime Minister says words can't express his deep sorrow after his country's deadliest train crash in 2 decades. More than 200 people have been killed, with rescuers working to find survivors in Rhodesia. Turkish leader Recep Tayyip Erdogan has taken the oath of office after winning a new 5-year term. It's his third presidential term after 3 stints as Prime Minister. The weather, most areas will stay dry overnight with clear skies, although there may be some rain in the east and north of England. Lows of 10 degrees.
LBC.
In a crisis, service matters. You need an energy supplier you can trust. Which surveyed more than 10,000 energy customers. They independently reviewed the performance of every major supplier. Their in-depth assessment covered customer service, support for those in need, and how well companies dealt with complaints. Only one measured up. Octopus Energy is the only Which recommended energy supplier. Octopus Energy, recommended by Which 6 years running.
Grab a Santander Cycles e-bike and find a great way to discover a new side to London. Grab an easy way to stay healthy. Try a new way to get to work or even just to get around town. And grab yourself a bit of time to clear your head. Grab life by the handlebars. Search Santander Cycles to find out more or download the app. Terms
Mobile, we want to help you get the most out of summer. So when you bag our 100 gig SIM for just £16 a month with club card prices, there are no EU roaming fees this summer. Perfect for scrolling, uploading, searching and strolling. This is Supermarket Mobile. Search Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
And 16th of July or 1750. Club card 24-month contract. Unlocked 4G phone required. Full terms, list of roaming destinations and charges are at tescomobile.com/terms. I mean, there are cordials, and then there are cordials. Expertly crafted, no less, with hand-picked elderflowers, don't you know? And then handed to me, preferably in a glass of fizz. Want to know a secret? I don't let the kids near it. It's just for me and the girls. And that bottle, it's a thing of beauty. Did I tell you how much I love the cordial? That's the pro in my Prosecco. Bottle green. Add a dash of extraordinary.
In a crisis, service matters. Octopus Energy is the only Which recommended energy supplier. Octopus Energy, recommended by Which 6 years running.
Paul Brand on LBC.
With Enterprise, you're in good hands with friendly customer service.
Good afternoon, you're listening to Paul Brand here on LBC. Thank you so much for another absolute flood of calls and texts on top of this hour about whether Pride feels especially political this year. I just want to run through a quick few texts. Graham says, why would I want to celebrate Pride? I don't feel the need to celebrate being straight. That's an absolute classic there, Graham. Often misunderstanding the point of Pride, if I do say so. Shuvik says it's important to celebrate Pride because there are many forces in Britain and abroad which want to reverse the gains of the last 50 years. And Patrick says the very loud extreme end of the trans movement have had a detrimental impact on the overall LGBT plus community. They are very political and the backlash is obvious and predictable. Well, on that note, let's speak to B now, who is in Stafford. Because B, you're trans, so I want to give you the full opportunity to give me your view on all of this as well. What do you make of it?
Well, hi Paul. Just that, my belief is that with digital media on the planet, I mean, we've had, can we read 1,200 articles in between January and February this year. It's absolutely bonkers. There's articles on, trans, someone who came, 1,000th place in a marathon and things like that. And it's just absolutely crazy. I'm not surprised that people are sort of reacting to that, and I'm not surprised to go onto the rest of the community as well.
I feel like LGBT is now wrapped into your broader political identity in a way it hasn't been in recent years. So, for example, now as a journalist, if I tweet to say that I'm at Pride, I will definitely get replies on Twitter. Not that I read my replies on Twitter, but I'll definitely get replies from people saying, oh, of course you're at Pride, it's so woke of you to be at Pride, and that means you're a left-wing journalist. And that wouldn't have happened, I don't think, 5 years ago. I really don't think under David Cameron's government, for example, when he was banding together with the Lib Dems to introduce gay marriage, for example, I don't think going to Pride was seen as such a political statement, a party political statement, or a statement of where you are on the political spectrum, whether you're woke or anti-woke, as it is now this year. It feels really angry, actually, this year.
I think there's been sort of lurch to the right as well in sort of politics. Well, sort of social conservative. That's why I'm wondering whether that sort of has had an effect as well. But certainly this sort of my feeling is that a lot of it is driven by the massive amount of tension. I mean, we had someone at a supposed women's rights rally screaming about queer and trans people being paedophiles in the middle of Birmingham. You see that sort of thing, it's like, okay, that's like a kickback from a long time ago. It just feels like sort of people have gotten so aggressive and so sort of, and it just feels like they've been asked to, mute sort of, leave us for a bit. I mean, we're only 25% of the population, and I know certainly with in trans community, obviously, people get very stressed out and exhausted from all this. They're
minority that wants to go into what were traditionally female-only spaces, changing rooms, sports categories, alarmingly prisons, and the like. And in doing so, they've actually eroded women's rights. And if we're talking about not feeling safe, and if we're talking about a lot of anger, as your last caller was mentioning, somebody said screaming about paedophiles or something in the centre of Birmingham. Well, if you go along to any kind of a women's march that wants to speak, where women actually want to have their say, and see the kind of anger and violence that somebody like Posey Parker has been subjected to, then it comes from both sides, unfortunately. I wish there was an understanding, but it does feel like women's rights, biological women's rights, are being eroded by this kind of surge in this sort of trans rights campaign.
Why do you think it's got so angry, though, Jan? Because I totally respect your view. I totally respect your view, but when we step back for a moment and we consider that trans people are only about 0.5% of the population, why has it blown up into such a huge debate that is so angry on the two extremes, as you point to?
I think it's the simple fact that one party wants something that the other party is very loath to let go of. Women fought very, very hard for their rights, okay? I have no hatred towards any other person because they're LGBTQ or their race or anything else, okay? But women fought very long and hard to get the rights to do the most basic of things, and it feels like those rights are being eroded in the name of giving them over to another group.
And I see your point, and I know that there are other women who share your point. I suppose, I mean, maybe it's just the nature of my personality and my profession is that I sit on the fence and I try to understand where everyone's coming from. So why can't both things be accommodated? Why does everything have to be so nasty?
Well, it's not just
not
nasty.
you. I don't mean you're being nasty.
No,
but
I know you don't.